Chapter 168. When the smoke ashened the skies. The group of three spent quite a few days navigating the path around the village, having to abandon horses just halfway through that journey due to the terrain that was impossible to cross on the hooves. The ground was uneven and rough and covered with frozen roots, with the trees spiking out in thick groupings, making it difficult to even trek on foot, let alone on a mane. Silas led the group silently, unbothered, occasionally stopping when he realized they were getting tired. He was growing calmer, and it was beginning to gnaw at him. It was growing more and more difficult, day after day, to rouse himself awake from the strange, quasi-slumber he was living within. It was eerily akin to how people grow immensely calm in the wake of their death when they finally make their peace with it. What worried him was that he wasn't dying. Not anytime soon, anyway. This was who he was becoming, a husk. He worried about it, but figured anger would be there to burn for all eternity. But even that was waning. Though it was resurrected briefly each time he would die and find himself back on that fated day, it wouldn't last. It was like the wick of a candle thrashing about, fighting for the fire to burn. But the wax always runs out, sooner or later. It was as though he was melting into a pot, the parts of him slowly being eaten by the beast that was time, and he was vanishing. He fought hard to keep his eyes open, but they were growing heavier. At the same time, he felt bitter, terribly bitter. He was human for so long, and through everything, and now that he saw the light, that he saw hope, that he saw the possibility of it all ending, he was more a wisp than a human. He had dreamed of feeling this way for most of his stay in this world. He would have given anything to not have felt all those times that emotions burned and buried him alive. And yet, he felt it all, time and again. And now he was turning hollow. All he wanted was to remain silent, give out orders, and push forward. "Hey," AV called out suddenly. "You all right? You look an awful lot like some of my soldiers do after a long skirmish." "What's that look like?" Silas asked with a faint smile. "Empty, mostly. Glazed," AV replied. "Like someone ripped their soul out of their chest." "We're 4 days away at this pace," Silas said. "But I can already smell it." "Smell what?" "The castle," he replied. "It's been burned. People I supposedly care for and love are there, and they are dead or dying. And look at me. I'm sure they aren't. I butchered hundreds of people with the excuse it could be undone," Silas rambled on again. "Butchered. Men, women, children. That was my solution to everything, all the time. It could be undone. Well, one thing persists, it turns out. Me. And now I'm this. I need to rev my soul into being fueled by something. For so long," he added, lowering his head. "I put anger forward. I forced it, because I needed it there. I couldn't accept the fact that it was disappearing. But there's little there, I realized. I've truly gotten old. It's difficult to care when you've seen everything. Difficult to pay attention to things that will pass." The night passed and another dawn came, and with it, they rode. They rode in silence, the only sound the gallops of the horses and the melting snow. There were no words to say, though many questions still lingered on AV's mind. He kept them to himself, though, chilled by the glazed gaze that beckoned at him underneath the nightly campfire. 3.5 days later, the group arrived and, as Silas had already predicted, found the castle smoking. Its many walls were trampled and beaten, towers demolished, and the living turned into decaying carcasses. The many ghouls still wandered mindlessly about the castle's ashen and bloodied grounds, growling like mad beasts. AV and Vanessa gasped at the mortifying sight, their souls chilling. Though they had seen the dead walking before, they had never seen the aftermath of a ghoulish invasion. Bodies lay strewn across, most disemboweled, the haunting expressions on their faces like the notes of the world's most haunting melody. As they walked, Silas oft slashed and stabbed, killing all the ghouls they encountered effortlessly. Eventually, they chanced upon the body of a young boy, blonde-haired, his expression stern and defiant. Though AV had never seen the prince, he recognized the royalty of the boy even beneath the layers of dried blood. The kingly blood was still captured elusively on the face of the youth. "The prince?" AV quizzed as Silas crouched next to the boy and closed the latter's eyes gently. Silas mumbled. "He fought valiantly." "Seems like it." AV was confused by the morbid calmness that Silas displayed, as though this was a sight he'd encountered countless times before. "Should we look for her survivors?" "There's just one," he said. "She's coming." "How do you know?" "You learn to know these things," Silas said, standing up and looking around. "Nothing special about this one, it seems." "You're finally back," a woman's voice startled AV and Vanessa, who drew back and took out their weapons. Facing the location, they saw a fairly young maiden dressed in a simple, ornate dress strut through the battlefield of ash and blood, unmarked. "Since you weren't dying, I figured you'd return." "When did they come?" Silas asked. 15 days ago, maybe," she replied. "It was quick. They came at night and burned through a quarter of the castle before any meaningful defense was mounted. Cripples and boys, though, hardly stood a chance." "Who are they?" "I killed him, Ash," Silas said. His words caused the woman's eyes to widen as she rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, tossing her arms around him. "I knew you could do it. I knew it. Still doesn't answer my question, though," she added, trailing backward. "Met them in the castle beyond the village," he replied. "Someone as strong as him doesn't have any business being this far north." "Thought it an oddity." "How'd you kill him?" In the end, the two talked comfortably as though AV and Vanessa weren't even there. By being a proper badass, how else? Silas. It hurts that you don't trust me. I've never trusted you, she said, turning after toward AV and Vanessa. You two must be tired. I've just thought about eating if you're hungry. Sure. Let's go. The woman walked toward the end of the castle, passing by the scorching trails of fire, blood, and ash, ending up in the nearby woods. There was a feast-like spread there, shocking the two, while Silas seemed entirely accustomed to it. Don't be so shocked, he said. She's a prophet. This much is nothing to ask of those who cursed her. Seriously, what the fuck is going on? AV asked out of frustration. He figured the woman was something, though even he wouldn't have ventured a prophet as even the first 10 guesses. Did I see some entirely different sight from the two of you out there? No, we saw pretty much the same one, the woman replied as Silas began eating away immediately. Then what's with the nonchalant attitude? Aren't those your people? We'll have to go north the next do-over, Silas suddenly spoke as the woman ignored AV and turned toward him. Why? I have to stop the brokered deals, he said. I'm getting tired of having my home burnt down time and again. She won't listen, you know. Then I'll raise enough land till she does, Silas shrugged. You think that's smart? Won't that just ignite another conflict? She asked. It's worth a try, he replied, taking a sip of wine that appeared seemingly out of nowhere. If I fail, I fail. If I succeed, these little excursions will finally stop. Silence, once again, fell over the tiny group. AV and Vanessa hardly had the appetite to eat, often glancing back at the scalding ruins of the castle, wondering why the two in front of them were so nonchalant about the whole ordeal. They also spoke of going north, but there was nothing north but the woods and the tall cliffs bordering the ocean. Nothing, it seemed, made any sense. In fact, AV mused, he had more questions now than when he first walked into that room and saw the topless figure sitting there, oozing the kind of energy that carved out terror in AV's heart. Chapter 169. Master of Death. It was getting beyond difficult, Silas sighed, to die. It took him nearly 4 hours of brutal sodomy to kill himself, and all the pain that entailed. He was so hung over it that, after being reborn, all he could do was saunter back to his room and collapse. He felt empty, like a glass of water left too long in the sun. Opening up the bottle of wine, he poured himself a cup and drank, sip by sip, but it did little. He was already numb, as though perennially hazy drunk. Memories drifted like leaves in the wind, his mind a torrent of collisions. Forcibly shaking it off, he returned to his senses slowly over the course of the day and began training, once again. By now, it was just the optics of time, he barely thought about it, doing it all on instinct. His body told him when he was done. This time around, it took record-breaking 13 days to return to his vaunted peak. As most times before, Asha didn't come to visit him for the duration. She usually stayed away for a few weeks after the rebirth, in part because she had to catch up emotionally unlike him, and in part because she seemed to have learned it was best not to bother him so quickly after death. On the 16th day, while he was having a silent breakfast with Ryan and Valen, he saw her peeking from the corner window. These days, few things could still rev his blood flow, and she was one of them. Even after so long, so many years, each time he would come back, and each time he'd see her for the first time, in some ways, it truly felt like seeing her for the first time. Her snow-white hair and eyes that yet remained unmatched framed the face that anchored him, as above so below. She waved her forward, causing Ryan and Valen to glance back in confusion. There, she walked in from the snowed-in castle wearing nothing but a fiery red dress, a change in the long-standing motif of white. Valen turned forward and eyed him strangely, a faint smirk escaping the prince's lips. This is Ababa, Silas rumbled. She's a voodoo witch who predicted I'd die on the 44th day of the 44th year of my 44th birthday. She slapped him gently across the head as she sat down while Ryan and Valen snickered. Who are you calling a witch? She quizzed, unceremoniously joining them for the meal, pouring herself a cup of milk. Last one's a blur. Care to elaborate? Was quite brutal, he replied. Tender eyes do forget. How charming. When are we leaving? In a couple of days. You are leaving? Where? Valen interjected. Just some cautionary business, Silas replied. Why? Are you going to miss me? You do worry me, Valen smiled back. Promise me you'll stay out of trouble. No can do, my dearest prince. Trouble seems to find me like beetles find their rolls of dung. You have a strange obsession with comparing things to shit, Asha called him out. Do we need to talk about it? No, not anytime soon, he replied. If you say so. 3 days passed swiftly and the two snuck out in the middle of the night, while the fog continued to descend. It was a strange sight beyond eerie if caught by a human's eye, even. A pair of humans trekking through waist-high snow-laden lands wearing nothing but a casual dress, and a pair of trousers. No jackets, no boots, no shawls, or scarves or gloves. Not even a lounger for supplies. And yet, the two walked casually, as though taking a romantic stroll through a spring-flourishing park. They remained silent deep into the night, following a familiar path north through the creepy and desolate trees. We're really doing this, hey? She asked at the break of dawn while the faint glimmers of the sun barely managed to pierce through the layers of ashen clouds. Sure, why not, he replied, glancing at her with a smile. You scared? If so, you can go back. And leave you without your favorite wine? I have no heart. You worry too much, he said. I'll be fine. Will you? She asked with a more serious tone. You're slipping. Yeah, he admitted with a shallow nod. I felt it. But it's not the kind of slipping that you're thinking of. It's not. I'm dying, Asha, he said. Not from any wounds, not in a true sense of death. As a human, he looked at her. I feel it all, slipping. Strange it took you this long, she said. How old are you anyway, Silas? A few centuries at least at this point, no. Something like that. We aren't meant to live that long, she replied. Ever since I met you and ever since the whispers rekindled what my past self lived through. I started feeling the same. And if it impacts me, who restores her memories secondhand, I can only imagine what sort of an impact it has on you. No, it's a bit different, Silas said. I almost stopped caring. No, I did stop. I try fooling myself into thinking I didn't, but mirrors are whores, turns out. What a fancy way to put it, she rolled her eyes. I have read a book before. Wow, you can read. Hush, she slapped him gently. It was called Optics of Eternity. A rather dry and boring read altogether, mostly a boorish man relating pointless thoughts for pages on end. But something caught my eye. Toward the end, there were a few lines I really liked, more so in retrospect even, she added as the two stopped near a dead willow tree. When a man is 20, the world is massive, when he is 40, the world shrinks, when he is 60, the world coalesces. Few who linger until 80 realize the whole world is themselves, and even fewer who reach 100, figure there is no world. All that they have known is dead and gone, and they are soon to follow. Men are not made for eternity, as goats were not made for riding. You memorized all that? I'm proud. You're really asking for a beating, she rolled her eyes. He's got a point, you know? The more we live the less we care because we realize one simple thing, all things pass. The good, the bad, the awful. All the misery and all the joy, all things are temporary. That's the beauty of life. We get the windfalls and torrents once or twice and then we go. Go before the life chisels us into, well, you. Geez, thanks. That's how I understand the gods, Silas, she added. It's not that they are heartless. It's not that they hate us and despise us, no matter the teachings and the stories. It's that they are so old, that nothing matters anymore. Why answer the prayers of a girl who has lost it all, when a million other girls prayed just the same over the course of thousands of years? But they still do. Answer the prayers, I mean. They answered mine. Too old to care and too young to fabricate the care, he grinned. What? You're saying that if you were a god and I prayed you help me, you would just look away, she teased with a smile. How cruel of you. Besides, you do care, Silas. Of course you care. I see it in your eyes, every time we're in that castle. Life hasn't beaten you yet. You sure did always have that unrelenting faith in me, he said as they resumed the walk. Still can't figure out its depths. They run deep. Oh, really? Do the depths run deep? Who would have thought? You have equal levels of faith in me, she said softly. I'm just repaying the favor. Asha, I don't know how to say this. Oh, shut up, she rolled her eyes as he struggled to hold back a smile. There are times when you can poke and probe me all you like with your funny little jokes, but there are times where you shut up. For a man so old, you'd think you'd have grasped the basics of romance by now. I never was a good romancer, he joked. Women's hearts eluded me. Shallow excuse. No, it's true, they broke toward the last 2 miles before the north splintered into another, desolate world. As an old oak, I should know. In life, I learned, men and women love differently. She remained silent as he came to a sudden halt, caressing her cheeks. Women love with words, and they love with affection, reaffirmation and a symphony of songs that their hearts sing. And men don't. Some do, sometimes, he replied. Most, though, don't. How do you love, then? The men, I mean. Just as a woman can make a man feel like a knight in shining armor when he's just a fat couch dweller, Silas said. A man can make a woman feel like a princess of a kingdom when, well, she's not. A loud noise in the night, a hefty bark or a howl, and the crashing skies. We'll stand in front of it all. At your own peril, she asked softly. You should rest, he said. And you? Well, sometimes, you see, men don't wait for the crashing skies, he chuckled. We choose to crash them. Be careful, she warned, softly kissing his hand. A strange thing to say to an immortal. I'm not saying it to an immortal, she added, looking up at him with a faint smile. See you, he said, leaning forward and kissing her forehead. Not if I see you first. Her grasp lingered on his fingers for a second longer before she let go, her gaze glazed in sorrow and want. He didn't turn back, speeding off as the snow began to melt. As though springtime came, tiny patches of green grew from the soil at impossible speeds, a trail framing his vanishing figure. He commands death, dear doe, a voice spoke into the silence that was the world, causing Asha to look to the side. It is time. There was a momentary silence before a burst of white light washed over the forest. Don't weep, dearest doe, the voice crackled like a distant thunder beset with sorrow. All things end. I won't end, the white light replied. He wishes to die. He will never follow me. You have never asked. I do not need to ask. You all but need ask, the crow said as the white light transformed, leaving a snow-white doe standing on the patch of dirt. The crow flew over gingerly and landed on the doe's head. It is time for me to go. I will redo the ritual, I must have made a mistake. There was no mistake, Asha. Our mother told us one is forever, and one is for now. I held on the last cycle, for you. But now, you have found someone. He. It is okay. I know I will always live on in your heart. And it is okay for someone else to reside there, Asha. After all, your heart is the expanse that knows no end. Ask him. Soon. Very well. Soon it is. There was silence, and then there was nothing but a single, falling, black feather that melted upon touching the ground, as though it was never there. Much like its beholder. Chapter 170. Salvation in Death. Silas crossed the border between the worlds, a well-illuminated canyon separating a dead forest spanning the horizon and the city made of black obsidian and infernal chains. It had been a while, Silas recalled, since he last was here. A few years, at least, if not more. It was becoming all but impossible to keep the track of time. If Asha didn't occasionally give him a rundown, he'd have likely already lost even the general count. The city did look familiar, for he had seen it before. The tall, looming towers, the chains etching into the sky, the spires, the oily appearance of it all, it was the city of the dead, and the dead knew that the living had come. He took but a few steps forward before he was greeted by the invisible assault. Easily repelling it, he stopped and waited for the night to appear, the very same one that used to give him so much trouble. Now? It took but one, effortless slice of the blade to decapitate the being and engulf it in the fires of permanent decay. With that, the silence came and he could soon feel the energy encroaching. It reflected the chains holding the skies, as though the energy was trying to tie him down and bind him. It was likely what happened the last time he was here, too, but he hadn't felt it. Not in the slightest. However, the energy was incapable of tying him down. It melted at the touch, without him doing anything. Further attempts were made by the invisible commander, though to no avail. He stood still in place, topless and barefoot, a singular blade in his right hand pointing downward. From within the shadows came a figure, a torrid figure, a womanly figure draped in the ghastly gases of death. She was a bit different from what he recalled, though his memory was admittedly murky. Tall and lean and draped in a rather revealing dress, she seemed more human than before, though still sporting deathly pale skin and lips as blue as a cornflower. Her silvery eyes inspected him from head to toe, a torrent of confusion and uncertainty dancing within them. Who are you? She spoke in a ghostly, choral voice, a tactic used often to scare and terrify, he learned. Though he hardly cared. He'd heard many distorted voices in his life, so much so that they sounded comical to him. We met once, in another lifetime, Silas replied. Back then, you wove lies to my face and sent me off with some wine. Fancy wine, but all the same. But it never stops, I've learned. Every time she asks, you deliver the dead unto my home. Oh. You must be from the castle, the woman said, forming a seductive smile. Your anger is misplaced, I am afraid. There is no anger, Silas interrupted crudely and shook his head. Only tiredness. You see, I often have to leave the castle, and venture elsewhere. But, more often than not, if I ever do return, all I find is a castle covered in fire and death. And, well, I'm tired. As I said, you should look elsewhere. We are merely. You're not listening, Silas interrupted again, causing the woman's smile to stiffen. I don't care. I am here to make sure the dead never come into the land of living again. That is a bold statement, human filth, the woman, seemingly losing her patience, cursed angrily. And a stupid one to boot. You come here alone, boldly declaring something like that. Are you tired of living? Yes, Silas nodded. Though, I'm afraid, you can hardly help with the ordeal. Your king, Silas looked up toward the distance, where the chains coalesced. I wonder, what would happen if I shoved a sword through his heart? Anger blurred out in the shape of a massive attack. Ice shaped like a blade coalesced into a 40 feet long blur above the woman that immediately descended toward him. Silas merely looked up indifferently before the ice could even touch him. It melted into the pool of black water. What? The woman exclaimed in shock. Ah, so tired, Silas said, rising his sword and pointing it toward her. The woman took a step back, energy around her surging into the frosted flakes, fog dispersing as to hide her. It didn't matter. The signature of her energy was so distinct Silas could find her even if she buried herself in Arctic, 20 feet under. He rammed forward through the flakes that cut and scratched his skin, causing him to bleed. However, all wounds healed immediately. In fact, before the whole cut was made, its initial point would already be healed. It was a sight to behold, but the woman couldn't, as she realized, in as much shock as she ever felt in her life, that she would die if she lingered. Silas engaged in the pursuit as the woman rode the waves formed of ice, occasionally tossing back the bolts of black and white ice, trying to slow him down. Silas, though, ignored them, seemingly single-minded in his actions. Rounding several corners, he realized that she was running in a zigzag pattern of sorts, likely realizing that she had no means of outsprinting him. She was right, though he was still catching up to her, even he had to slow down on corners and turns. It wasn't worth breaking his bones and tendons just yet. In fact, he maintained around 60% of his maximum speed as he wanted her to lead him to the heart of everything. Every so often, he'd see a shade of red eyes emerge in the tinted windows, watching him. Here and there, he could feel the gazes pierce from above as well as below. It was a strange sensation, as he almost felt like an animal in a circus, watched by everyone. Some 4-5 minutes later, she finally stopped and the fog dispersed. There was a grin on her face, wide and boastful, as her already tall self seemed incomparably small beneath the behemoth that was the gate. It was at least 100 feet tall, silver-cast unlike most other things in the dreadful city, and was standing ajar. Framed within the black, obsidian walls that went on to form a pentagonal shape, forks erecting even taller towers, it looked to be the city's central citadel. From beyond the gates, he could feel the exhausts of energy large, torrential, even dangerous. She led him to the heart of her home and stood perched at the front as the shadows began emerging from the ajar gate, shaping into figures one by one. Some stood by her side, some turned to flank him, and some yet shaped themselves in the rear, occupying the nearby low and high rises. He was soon surrounded on all sides by all manner of armored and armed figures. All humans are truly, deeply moronic, the woman spoke. Blind to the most obvious things. Are all the dead as cowardly and meek as you? If so, this should be rather easy, Silas fired back with a faint grin. Sharp tongue never wins battles, you horrid thing, she said. You have made a grave mistake coming here. Have I? Silas mumbled, looking up. What gave him the greatest sensation of danger was the child seated on top of the citadel, its centermost tower, looking down at him. It was a girl, he reckoned, aged somewhere in her early teens. It was all very reminiscent of when he first discovered the village and the boy who greeted them. Must be a fetish at this point, he shuddered. Disguising themselves as kids. He could feel the energy slowly building up, all centralizing toward him. His eyes, though, remained glued to the girl and, in turn, she remained silent and still, observing him back. He couldn't be certain, but she gave him a similar feeling to the other shadows. Perhaps she was not exactly the same, but his gut was telling him that she has roots in those times. She would likely remain perched up there, watching and observing his limits. Though he was confident in the battle of attrition more than anything, even he would struggle to kill so many dead and then fight a shadow, to top it off. It was not a favorable position to be in, but it was irrelevant. He had forgotten what fear and trepidation felt like. How the body responded to anxiety, uncertainty, and unwillingness. He was but a machine simply experiencing everything and compiling results. At least, that's how he'd begun to feel recently. As for how true it was, he couldn't know. Not yet, anyway. Seeing that the girl remained still, he figured he may as well show off a bit. He didn't know the depths of the city of the dead, but these weren't it. These were the shallow waters, he knew, and he was merely stepping into the first few feet of the ocean. If he wanted to realize what lurked in its depths, he'd have to wade his way through it all. Silas was more than confident in being able to achieve exactly that. For him, it wasn't a matter of certainty, but a matter of time. There was nothing here, so far, that could kill him, not unless he let them hack him for 10 minutes straight. As such, he could subscribe to the base recklessness of fighting, abandoning defenses in lieu of a continuous, unrelenting offense. He preferred it that way, anyway. Much more fun to go in head first than to dance on the fringe, uncertain and afraid. Chapter 171. The gift given. The first to strike wasn't Silas but rather some abomination from his rear. There was a muffled sound of thunder that was followed by a blast of spiked icicles stretching out in a straight line. Silas spun around for a moment and, after a glance, ignored them, opting to instead jump on the woman. The latter, surprised and shocked, awkwardly stumbled backwards, using several well-armored, plated knights as the vanguard shield. They welcomed him with shields raised, deflecting his probing strike. Using the force of the collision, Silas somersaulted backward, over the incoming iced spikes, and landed back where he started from. Without wasting a moment, he sprinted left. By now, there were dozens of attacks heading his way, anything from the ice bolts to hidden daggers and shadow mists looking just about ready to poison him to death. If there was one area of death that he still left largely unexplored, it was exactly that. Silas still wasn't certain how his body would function while poisoned, whether it would easily defeat the poison or simply delay the effects. And while it would be a fun experiment, he mused, to figure it out, now wasn't the time. He simply wanted to see the extent of the dead's forces and whether he alone would be enough to deal with it. He had lied to Asha a bit. There was no reason to wipe out the dead or ensure they didn't send out their mercenaries. Most, if not all, castle folk will leave on the trip south, once it begins. As such, the fears of invasion post-departure were mostly exaggerated. The primary reason for coming here was to test himself further, with the secondary being to see if he could learn a few new things. There was also the hidden one, curled about his soul, anger. While he had grown dulled and hollow, there was still a fire inside of him. He kept it burning and warm, and part of the fuel were these things beyond the northern border. He had never liked them but was always too weak to do anything about it. The sanctimonious hypocrisy and whataboutism didn't impress him, even less so coming from the creatures selling their own kind as though they were slaves. They were war profiteers, the same kind as back on Earth who would sing and exult that they had merely sold the weapons but never pulled the trigger. It was deflection of the highest order, though perhaps for vastly different reasons. In fact, there was no reason why the dead wouldn't broker deals. There was no bond there, no love lost. It, for all intents and purposes, was a business. But just because in the technicalities it lived up to the moral opus didn't absolve them. Not for him, anyway. Dancing around the numerous attacks, he suffered those he could easily heal and dodged those that appeared more dangerous, rushing toward the woman again. She seemed shocked, as did most others, and reacted too slowly to his strike. For the first time since coming, he imbued a faint wisp of energy into his strike and easily obliterated her. Even he was faintly shocked, for a simple thrust that should have simply destroyed her heart caused her to balloon and implode into a shower of blood and gore, most of which washed over him. There was silence for a moment as everyone, including the girl watching from above, slowly processed what they had witnessed. In the meantime, Silas felt exalted, his energy was far stronger than he expected. Then again, the shadow did warp how he viewed himself. Comparing to the creature that lived longer than this kingdom and fought against the gods certainly doesn't procure the perfect image of strength. While he still had to use some tricks to kill the shadow, there was no need for the tricks here. By the time others recovered, he had already begun his rampage, electing to use his vast energy reserves. He began slashing with the enhanced blade, easily cutting through the armored knights and causing them to explode in similar fashion to the woman. Similarly, every time he'd scrape a surface, he'd leave behind a massive gash denoting the strike. Soon enough, buildings began to fall and crumble into dust and ash, and blood began to somehow lighten the obsidian stone. Enough, a voice spoke softly, though Silas quickly realized it wasn't meant for him. As soon as the voice spoke, those still surrounding him retreated into the mist and vanished, though their eyes never left him. Silas put back his sword and moved the hair that had glued itself to his bloodied forehead before looking up where he saw the girl observing him still with clarity in her eyes. "Come in." Her words were like a trigger that caused the gate in front of him to swing wide open, revealing an unimaginably tall and wide hall with staunch, ashen-gray pillars shaped out of hundreds of figures stacked on top of each other holding up the upper floors. The ground was made out of some strange, black stone unlike obsidian that they used for the exterior. This one wasn't purely black but rather had strange, silver twains within, barely beneath the surface. It was dark, yet he could still see with clarity without needing to use any energy. It was mystifying, in more ways than one, causing him to look around like a tourist. Nobody hurried him either as he made his way forward through the massive hall. The only reason he knew where to go, though, was the ghostly ghoul that was guiding him. Whenever Silas would stop to stare about, the ghoul would stop too and wait for him. There were many doors and many stairs, some leading up and some leading down, though, for the most part, the grand hall seemed eerily desolate and empty, as though a remnant of some time before when it was full and brimming. Eventually, he reached its end and crossed into an arched corridor leading deeper into the citadel. A shift occurred some 50 feet in where the black stone slowly became grey and then the grey one became white. The corridor opened up eventually into a sauna-like room, though Silas knew that he had gone through some sort of a magic circle that had to do with space. The room was round and relatively wide, with a steaming pool of clear water positioned in the center. Beautiful, hand-carved pillars rounded it, 6 in total, sprawling out toward the top and bleeding into the flat ceiling. At the edge of the pool, dipping her feet into the water, was the girl he saw standing on the top of the citadel. The ghoul who guided him was gone, he realized, meaning it was just the two of them. The girl looked up and at him, her eyes dense with primordial feeling that Silas had never experienced before. It was as though the whole of history was ingrained within them, and she could watch it all like a movie anytime she wanted. She gestured with her right hand, pointing toward the other side of the pool. "Dip your feet in," her voice had strangely cleared up, becoming one that matched her perceived age. Young and jubilant. "This is primal water though diluted considerably over time. It should help, a bit, with your hearts. There is darkness growing in them." Silas remained silent though went ahead and dipped his feet as she suggested, sitting on the edge as well. The water was eerily cool and warm at the same time, and he felt a tangle of vines between his toes and yet, when he looked down, he saw nothing. The strange kind of energy, the alien kind, began to surge from the tip of his toes, but his body wasn't alarmed. In fact, it seemed almost excited and in want of the strange energy. Long, long ago, mortals and immortals alike drank from the pool of infinity," she said. "They were all giants, 15-20 feet tall, and lived to be thousands of years old before finally returning to Earth." "Sounds made up," Silas said, reveling in the energy. For some reason, as soon as it touched his heart, he felt strange feeling of weightlessness wash over him. It was easier to breathe all of a sudden, as though a clog had been demolished. "Most old things do, today," the girl said. "We call them myths and legends for they paint a world too vastly different from the one we know." "You seem rather indifferent to the mayhem I caused," Silas probed. "Weren't they your people?" "I suppose," the girl titled her head as her legs began to dance around in the water. "Though calling what you did mayhem seems a bit generous, no? Now, what you are planning to do, that will likely be considered mayhem. Perchance, someday in the distant future, it might just become a myth unto itself. The story nobody would believe, for how could one man never die, no matter how many times he is beheaded?" Though the girl looked like she could see through him entirely, yet again, Silas wasn't alarmed. If anything, he felt relaxed. "Who are you?" he asked. "Depends on who you ask," the girl replied coyly with a smile. "I'm at a loss here. You seem to know a lot about me, and I am blind." "Nothing wrong with being blind," she said. "In my experience, the happiest souls who have ever lived have all been blind. To know is to suffer. You seem happy. Does that mean you are quite blind too?" "No," she shook her head. "Unlike most, though, I did have many lifetimes to learn to live with Allah. You have turned out different from what I predicted." "That doesn't happen often," she leaned forward slightly, resting her head on her hands and staring at him with a quaint smile. "I have had grasp on human nature since before humans knew what kings and queens were. And it's not often that I'm surprised and blindsided." "When was the last time?" "Before me, I mean." "You read about him, I believe, a long time ago, she said. The man who stayed north, when his love called him south. I was beyond certain he would follow his heart. Well, he did, though not in a way I imagined. You know. Silas frowned deeply. How could I not? The girl giggled strangely. After all, I'm the one who gave you the gift of life, Silas. Or, perhaps, is it a gift of death? Whatever she says, I suppose. Little ones are like that, always in want of being right. Chapter 172. Truth perfected. Silence fell heavy on the pool, with Silas repeating the sentence inside his mind into infinity, and the girl patiently waiting, a faint smile hanging on her face. There was some strange light in her eyes that danced like on fire, merging and surging at his changing expressions. And, perhaps for the first time in years, Silas' expressions couldn't keep up with what was happening inside of him. His breathing became ragged and quick, eyes widening, lips turning dry. There were 1,000 things he wanted to do at that moment: jump at the girl and strangle her, stab her with the sword, cut her into millions of tiny pieces, chain her on a cross and set her on fire, push her head into the pool and drown her, but he didn't do any of those things. The only thing he could do was sit and stare. You've grown well, the girl said with a smile. Just a few decades ago and you would have lunged at me to kill me by any means necessary. It's still an option. Silas' voice was heavy and deep, as though there was something stuck in his throat. It's always good to have options, the girl nodded, tossing her legs back and forth in the pool's water. What do you want to ask me the most right now? Why? Silas fired off immediately. Why me? Timing, the girl shrugged. Just when I went looking, I saw you. Took a peek at your life and got intrigued. Rather a shitty reason to uproot someone's entire existence and ream it in the ass beyond all reason. Does it matter, anyway? The girl tilted her head. I am older than the number you can imagine. I have seen everything. Should I wonder whether someone would be satisfied with what I do? Suppose not, Silas shrugged. Still. Shitty thing to do. You keep saying that, the girl said. But was it really? From what I recall, you have wasted your life. You have always wanted to go back and redo so many things you haven't done well. Here, you can do exactly that. Nothing was permanent. Well, unfortunately, you were too large of a moron to figure it out before it set your life on fire. Who are you? Silas asked. Nothing you can comprehend, the girl replied. Perhaps, someday in the distant future, you might savor a glimpse. I don't plan to have a distant future. Why not? I have noticed the obsession humans have with death, be it in your world or all others. But death is merely a state of being or, rather, non-being. The light shuts off and the room goes dark. Not forever, not for now as the energy dissipates, and time no longer exists. It's truly strange. Even those biting for eternity and immortality grow tired of it and come begging to undo it. Finicky species, indeed. Why are you here? Silas probed further. I'm always here, the girl gestured broadly. If you're asking why in the dead city specifically, I got curious. Levon, the guy in the sky, you might know him as Wine, that you were wrecking his home again. So, I came to see why. Because they deserved it. I don't play platitudes, I'm afraid, the girl said. You don't think they deserved it? Why should I? Because they're using the brokering as an excuse to continue invading the lands of the living. Surely, you see that, right? Silas' voice remained relatively calm, though it was hardly a reflection of his inner state. They are living too, though. The girl tilted her head. If being living is the qualifier to live within the borders of your kingdom, then they have just as much right as anyone else. Conflict is eternal, Silas, the girl said, looking up as though seeing beyond the ceiling. You have met the man who would want to be a god. Though he spoke a lot of lies, he also weaved in some truth. There's a strange, almost symbolic relationship between life and conflict. Where there is the first, there is always the second too. This used to be a larger world at one point, not in terms of the landmass that hasn't changed but in terms of diversity. Unlike your world, 3 distinct humanoid species evolved independently over time. The wars, thus, began, and never truly ended, not until this day. Gods emerged victorious, though back then they were called one-eyed ones, simply because they were the first to ask. Ask for help? From you. Those like me, she replied. We who roam the cosmos. Sometimes, we settle upon a world like this perhaps to rest and sleep for a while, or perhaps to entertain ourselves. But, we are merely accelerators. Whatever happened would have happened without us, eventually. I wouldn't, Silas said. But the story of the kingdom would have remained almost unchanged, the girl said. The kingdom was meant to burn and restore the conflict that had died for over 1,000 years. It would become a kindle of the New Age war between the mortals and the gods. It will still be exactly that, though in different forms. Besides, you have nothing to do with any of that. I don't. Silas asked curiously. What's my purpose, then? Can't disclose that. No, I can, but I won't. Courtesy, you would call it. One day, and that day isn't too far off, you'll learn. Or I could do nothing and repeatedly restart my life, Silas said. I wonder whether you'd be alright with that. Knock yourself dead, the girl chuckled. You are not that special, Silas. The universe is beyond vast, and its scope should humble you. Within it, endless souls beg and ask. And every so often, I reply. I don't get it, Silas sighed, looking down. Why even show yourself? This is pointless. I always knew something beyond my comprehension dragged me here. Just meeting you means jack. Your imagination truly has dulled, she said. You have access to answers to every question that can ever be asked, and you see it as pointless. Well, not every. But vast majority. How was I found? Silas asked. You weren't, the girl replied. You mysteriously disappeared. Pronounced dead 10 years after. Long forgotten by everyone since. Just as well, he sighed. You mentioned that the war would be rekindled. How? Wouldn't destroying the last cairn effectively end any potential conflict? Have you ever wondered where exactly gods are? The girl asked instead of replying. Hey? Some other world. What gave you that impression? I don't know common sense. How come? She asked again. What common sense dictates that they need to be on some other world? They're on another continent or something, aren't they? Silas' shoulders dropped as his expression became shallow. The deal was simple, we would grant them powers, the girl said. The ability to fight off others. In turn, the source of their powers, the cairns, would be placed in the territories of those they enslaved. Cairns aren't some realm-to-realm conduits. They're the source. And so long as one cairn stands, the gods are not allowed to encroach upon the enslaved lands. And should it fall, the war would begin. Right. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me, though? Didn't you memorize it? Memorize what? Your main quest. Ah. That, Silas smiled bitterly. So, that's really it. My sole purpose for being brought over was to put Valen on the throne. Nothing is set in stone, the girl said. The truth is, none of my kind is omnipotent, Silas. If we could see the future perfectly, we would have just found some corner of the universe and slept forever. That's why we mingle. Because, to this day, we can get surprised. The cosmos is not bound to anyone, everyone can make any choice they want. I, for example, know what choice you will have to make. Or, rather, choices. But I don't know what you will choose. In fact, I'm quite expectant of it, truth be told. We have a small wager going on between the few of us. Us? You're those immortals, right? Or do you have another name you prefer? We call ourselves Voyagers, the girl said. Though it is hardly important. You can call us sacks of shit, if you'd like. I'm tempted. I know you are. How long do I have? To ask questions, I mean. Why should there be a time limit? Shouldn't there? Silas frowned. Don't your characters in stories usually go, you shit brain, you have 2 minutes to ask me anything you want. After that, I'm kicking your ass out, dot. I was wrong. Hey. Your imagination is quite vivid indeed. So, there's really no time limit. No. However, I am being warned to be careful with what I share with you, she suddenly chuckled. So, ask away, though, preferably about things other than your quest or your stay in the kingdom or any of people in it. For example, would you like to know where the first ever humanoid civilization evolved? Here's a tip: if Earth had evolved just 200 million years prior, you would have caught glimpse of their last sigh. Chapter 173. Forever now. What questions were there to ask? Silas pondered for a little while, but just as little came to his mind. For certain, there were the broad ones: how big was the universe, how many worlds there were, was this the only place with magic? All those were as exciting as they come, but he didn't really care, all things considered. Were it him back on Earth, he would have thousands of questions lined up, shooting them one after another as though his lips were the barrel of a machine gun. But he remained oddly quiet. Today, however, he didn't think too much of it. There were a couple of questions still that he had to ask, but fear gripped him, at least momentarily. It was an emotion that he hadn't felt in a long time, and it was lovely. Like meeting an old friend after a lifetime of separation. Though it chilled, the fear's embrace was warm and familiar. Can I go back home? Silas asked, looking up at the girl. To Earth, I mean. No, the girl replied simply. No matter what. Why do you want to go? The girl asked back. There is nothing for you there. It's my home. Home is such a strange thing, she said. I have millions of homes, yet my heart aches for none. Can your heart even ache? Why not? She quizzed. All things of flesh and blood hurt, Silas. Dunno. I've barely lived a few centuries, yet I always feel so numb. It's a natural state, she explained. A phase, if you will. It's your mind desperately trying to reconcile its evolutionary biases against reality. As with most things, it shall pass. The point of living for all of us, myself included, is feeling things. Feeling excitement, hope, dread, awe. Those things never truly go away, no matter how long you may live. It's hard to believe it, he said. Every day. I feel it fading, further and further away. Sometimes, I almost don't get angry. Thinking about that day, I mean. A young soul can't fuel anger over several lifetimes. Besides, why would you feel angry? Why? Are you really asking me that? I am, she nodded gingerly. It was a regretful day, I felt it in my heart, too, believe it or not. But it is one day. One event. For a man who cannot die, you are strangely hung up on it. That day defined me, he said. For the longest while after, My only goal was to put Valen on the throne and kill myself. In fact, if I could, I would have killed myself regardless of Valen. You, I suppose, wouldn't let me. There is no heartly ache in the world great enough to dull the will to live, she said. Most those who break simply were never given a chance to be whole. When all you know is suffering, it is easy to forego life. But look at you now. Death seems so disfamiliar, does it not? All species who can think and feel are the same, that way, she continued, her feet dancing in the pool's water. There is always regret attached to the preventable loss of life. Truth is, if ever given a chance to escape jail, few, if any, would elect otherwise. You escaped it yet, for some reason, desperately want to go back in, like a wounded child in want of returning to its mother's womb. There is no going back, Silas. Are you always this preachy? He questioned with a sigh. Very, she chuckled. There are few things in life I enjoy more than holding lectures for the unwilling participants. And it is for one reason, I am always right. Always. For I only speak when I am right, she said. You chose to live that day forever, but you chose it for all the wrong reasons. You desperately cling on to something that's simply, no longer there. What? My humanity, he scoffed. Regret, she said. You want to summon the guilt, but it won't come. You have moved on, but you can't admit it. For to admit it would mean to destroy what you think is the very foundation of your purpose. I once had a family, she said after a short silence. 8 of us, there were. It was in the early days of my forever now, and, just like you, I was still, adjusting. Unlike you, they weren't taken from me abruptly and violently. They were simply taken by the nature of time and life. So, for the first time in my life, I stole time. I stole time so I can be with them. Over and over and over again. And with each new one, they grew ever so slightly less, them. Until, one day, they were hollow shells, masks of people I used to know. That is why nobody else remembers, Silas. For they must forget, lest they leave a part of themselves behind. They could have gone in peace, but I forced them back, and I dragged them through the harrowing end of life. And, just like you, I used guilt as a shield to hide away in the mountains, away from everywhere. And then, one day, I woke up, and, suddenly, there was something missing. Pain. Guilt. So, I summoned it. And every time I'd get distracted for a little while, it would be gone. And I would have to summon it again. I summoned all those things until time stole them, too, and there was nothing there. Since then, I have buried hundreds of thousands of children and loved ones. Her words shook Silas' heart as his eyes focused on hers. They were clear and tranquil, harrowingly beautiful even. And every time I lost someone, I hurt. But that hurt passed. I loved each and every one of them with all my heart, but even I cannot undo things that are meant to be, Silas. We have remarkable powers as evidenced by you, but they are not everlasting. You will learn that, in due time. In lieu of that, I could have simply stopped having a family. Withdrew into solace. Some of us did. They still slumber, waking up here and there to grumble and rumble. Or I could have continued to steal time and desperately cling to the faintest of chances that they, too, might learn the tact of forever now. But only one choice was proper: love them, be with them, and ferry them when it was their time. You, too, will have to do that, at least for now. Hey. So, there's really no choice to bow out, hey. Do you want to, as you say it, bow out? She asked with a knowing smile, and he merely snorted as a response, looking away. For them, Silas, every day is a precious gift. Every breath, every touch, every emotion. It is inevitable that those like us take many of those things for granted. There's always tomorrow, there's always forever. For them, though, there is just now. For us, though, now is forever. It will be impossible to go back to who you were. Not because you are weak, not because you let them down, not because you betrayed them and betrayed your purpose. But because, however abhorrent it may sound, life is more than a day. That day for those kids will forever remain etched in their psyche and will haunt them until they die. For me? I'd be lucky to remember it in a few centuries. And the same goes. No, Silas shook his head. I'll never forget. But you already forgot, she said. You forgot the two you loved just as well and just as much. Silas felt it, the bolt of ache and guilt shattering against his heart. But, no matter how desperately he tried to summon a memory, it wasn't there. It hasn't been there for so long. So long. Bitch. He growled. For us, there's always another love, she added. Another life. Another journey. Another story. It's been hundreds of years, Silas. Of course you forgot. Faces always fade in the fire of memories, no matter how desperately we cling to them. Because life is never lived in the past, you see. What can a sly tongue do, hey, he grumbled. Make it seem like forgetting your wife and a child is a completely normal thing. Is it not, she asked. You remembered them for one lifetime. And they haunted you for just as long. But new demons came, and they were pushed out. Just as it will happen with that day. Perhaps not tomorrow, and perhaps not even in 100 years. But, one day, you will wake up, and suddenly feel hazy. Something will be missing. You'll forcibly remember it. But, bit by bit, it will begin to slip. Forever or for now, no one's mind is infallible to the rage of time. Chapter 174. A puzzle called life. The woman had strangely spawned a table of delicacies from fruits and snacks to drinks, some of them even those from earth, while Silas perused her thoughts in silence. The table floated slightly above the water, just at the level of his knees, adjusting per his body's movement, staying the perfect distance. He nibbled away at the various fruits absent-mindedly, occasionally reaching for some beer and whiskey to water it down. It all still felt quite surreal, and part of him believed it was all a dream, that he had died while battling just outside the citadel and was making this all up just to make himself feel a bit better. It was nonsense, of course. He had died plenty more embarrassing and shameful deaths, and never once did his brain conjure up an excuse. That wasn't how it all worked. You've made me quite depressed, you know. Silas chuckled, taking another shot of whiskey. You were already losing your grip by the time you came here, she replied with a smile. It needed to be brought up to the surface, so that you may slowly languish through it all. Was much easier just keeping it buried. Floods wash out even the best hidden secrets, Silas, and many floods you would encounter. Best you face the mirror in the sanctuary like this. Still can't quite grasp why you are doing all this. Entertainment. In part. But, you have stopped asking questions. The more I ask, the more I wish I didn't, he sighed. What will happen to me? After I help Valen, I mean. Will I die? Since I won't be returning to Earth, it means I'm either gonna die, or you'll take away my immortality. What happens after, will be your choice to make and not mine, she replied cryptically. Ah, of course. Answer that is a non-answer. How very, cosmic being of you. You'll come to learn that most answers, the ones that truly matter, anyway, are like that, she explained with a smile, one that seemed to never go away. Poets of your world have anguished over putting love into words for thousands of years, each trying to come up with the perfect way to summarize something that every human innately knew. And though many of those words came close, none quite captured the feeling perfectly. And if something as simple as love, something that almost everything with a heartbeat or its equivalent feels, cannot be quite summarily explained in words, how do you expect most of those grandiose things to have perfect answers? Let alone your fate, one of which I have no control over. But you know things, he said. Things that could give me those answers. Things I know would only give you more questions. Let me tell you a story. Silas stayed silent, pouring himself another glass of whiskey. Long, long ago, before Earth was even a cosmic speck, there was a family of 5 living in a distant, distant world. There was a mother and a father, and there were 2 sons and a daughter. They were a family of what their people called shaman. Fits well with your understanding of shaman. Close to nature, loved by it, adored even. One day, however, their oldest son got extremely sick. They sought help from all the famous doctors of their world, but nobody knew what was wrong with him, and thus, they said it was a curse, and it was the punishment for something he had done. But they knew their son he would have never done something to draw the ire of spirits. That was when the mother recalled an old legend that was passed down in her family: if ever in need of something fanatical, one ought to climb the hill of dreams with a pot of fine wine and pray for 7 days and 8 nights. Then, at the break of dawn of the 8th day, the spirit will come to their aid. Let me guess you are that spirit? Silas asked with a smile. I was once taking a rest on that hill, she smiled back. When a young man came upon it. For 7 days and 8 nights, he prayed and wept like a little babe. Rather than taking pity. I was just annoyed by his crying, to be honest. After I helped him, I suppose he spread the tale down his family line. So, one day, mother and father and their 2 healthy children all made the pilgrimage. Though I wasn't there, I always leave my marks around the worlds I visit, to keep an eye out on them. So, I felt them approaching and got curious. Just like the man before them, they prayed for 7 days and 8 nights and, unlike before, I showed myself out of pity. And so they asked me, "Oh great spirit, why is our son sick?" He had never hurt a fly. Never cursed. Never lied. Never cheated. Why is he being punished? He wasn't, Silas mumbled. He was, though, for his own negligence, she replied. He was bitten by a snake because he tried to rescue a rabbit from its grips. Jesus. Who was this guy? A fucking saint. I didn't have an answer for them, not the one that could placate their souls, anyway. To tell them their son was a moron would be wasteful. To lie it would be pointless. So, I simply gave them a bottle and told them they should feed it to him as soon as possible. Do you know what they did? Kissed your feet and sang you songs. Silas chuckled. They gave their 2 healthy children as offerings and left. Say what now? And so, the young twins, barely 6 years old, stood there on the ledge watching me. I never asked for them, never asked for the offering, for the sacrifice. But was given it nonetheless. Then there it came, another question with no answer. Why? 'Cause people are stupid? Seems to be an answer to a lot of questions. If you wish to be dishonest about it. The truth is that they valued their oldest more than the other 2. Or, perhaps, they never wanted the other 2 and found that to be a nice way to discard them and then blame it on the spirit. Oh, no, you see, we didn't want to leave the twins behind, but the spirit made us, we swear. Or, perhaps, they thought I would take the twins under my wing and make them spirits too. Or, then again, it could have been a million other reasons. We can make educated guesses, but we can never truly know what is in someone's heart. I'm guessing you can, Silas said. In time, you learn, there is nothing worse than demystifying the mystique of life. So, what happened to the twins? She merely smiled. Ah. Another question with no proper answer. Can you at least tell me how old are you? Very, she replied. I don't think a number would quantify it, not really. I have lived long to see dust warp itself into galaxies and see those galaxies turn to dust, many times. So, I'll leave this place as blind as I entered, then. Silas quizzed, taking another shot of whiskey. Strangely enough, he was beginning to feel hazy and oddly wobbly, something he hadn't felt in a long time. I don't know about that, she said. I've told you many things, I do think. And you've learned the beginning of your story, Silas. Isn't that what you wanted the most? I wanted the whole story, he said. Not just the beginning. How can I give you the whole story when you are still living it? Help me remember them, he suddenly asked, lowering his head. Why, she asked back after a momentary silence. Because. I have to remember them, he replied. Either help me remember them, or make me forget completely. The darkness around them is terrifying. You have done for them in life all that you could, she said. In death, you are free to let go. Isn't that what she asked of you? I wouldn't know, he mumbled. There is a journey ahead of you, Silas. A journey that will determine everything. I understand that past is comforting for it is known, and the future is terrifying for it is veiled in the pitch-black darkness, and the uncertainty is like a sharp blade for a soul, but all things must move forward. Time is such, even for you, and for me. Though we may bend it to our will here and there and replay some parts of our lives, one day or another, we have to step bravely into tomorrow and face all the demons waiting for us. And we must do so without looking back. What for others is a lifetime, for us is a flash. While they can reckon in regret and woe, we have to rise above it. And if we don't, we do. Always, she added with a gentler tone. Some do it in centuries, some in millennia, and some yet in the infinite. The alternative is death, but the temptation of infinity is oft too sweet. You think so? He asked. Is it not? She asked back. In your darkest moment, you would have given the world to die, I have no doubts. But, today, if a whisper came and told you a simple thing, that you could die right now and right here, would you say yes? Happiness is the fuel of life, and once a soul is found in its content, it fears relinquishing any of it. Someday, we will die. Nothing is infinite, not even the time itself. But, until that day, there is much recourse to live, and even more to enjoy the life. Today, perhaps, is drenched in pain of loss, but tomorrow yet could be a rainfall of joy. And once a heart experiences the exult of the invincible, it latches onto it like the claws of a hunter latching onto its prey, never letting go. You now love and have reasons to wake up in the morning, even in the chaos of reliving your greatest regret. Such is a human heart, Silas. Full of wonder and mystery. Just like life itself, a puzzle nobody has ever been able to quite solve. Book 3. The Song of Eternity. Chapter 175. The story goes. He didn't know when he fell asleep. Perhaps it was partway through the drinking binge he was enjoying, partaking in the foods and drinks from Earth that he had all but forgotten. Then, there was darkness. And now, he woke up to the familiar scream and a familiar scene. But it was different. His face was expressionless, eyes glazed in the seeming indifference. It no longer hurt. It no longer stirred his heart with fire. It was a sight he had seen many times before, so much so that every second of it was seared into his brain. But it was a sight that no longer hurt. He looked to the side and saw young Rhine clutching her face, blood fraying out across her tiny fingers and down her arms. Crouching, he extended his arm and wrapped it around her, pulling her into his chest. As though by the hand of invisible magic, her cries seemed to silence, as if she recognized him by touch. Her arms reached out and wrapped around him tightly, as if she were holding onto her dear life. She wouldn't let go, and he didn't ask. There was a keen sense of magic in letting go, he realized. There was no longer a mountain pressing on his chest, no longer a sense that he had to keep carving through a tunnel into infinity. It was all arrayed perfectly, like the flowers in a heavenly garden. Purposeful. Simple. All-encompassing. He walked around the battlefield with Rhine on his shoulders, the young girl's arms wrapped around his neck. She fell asleep, eerily enough. The bleeding had stopped, eerily twice. Looking about, everything was the same, except for him. He had changed, considerably, from when this day first occurred. He thought that the hatred and the anger and the anguish would fuel him for all eternity. But he was wrong. There was little certainty in him even as to exactly how long it had been. Decades, for sure. Perhaps centuries even. Time was indeterminate, he realized. Eventually, he wound up in the basement, where he and Rhine used to draw talismans. She was still fast asleep on her bed while he jilted about the space, looking at the old relics of their success. Even if he drew the most powerful talismans he could, they would pale in comparison to his own strength. Such was the curve, he realized. Tools to springboard a beginner eventually become obsolete, in almost everything at that. He sat down and cracked one of the bottles of wine she had open, pouring a few sips down his throat. The meeting with the woman was unexpected, to say the least. And though it had changed a lot, it also changed nothing. No, perhaps a better way of putting it is that she accelerated what would happen anyway. His goal was still the same, the point of it all was still the same, and though his suspicions were confirmed, quite a few more came up. She was very cryptic when it came to everything considering this world, while happily answering him most other things, no matter how ridiculous of a question he asked. They must have chatted for hours upon hours before he passed out, and she must have either killed him or simply reset the loop for him. It felt strange, knowing that the young-looking girl held his entire life in her hands. She brought him here, gave him the strength that kept him alive all this time, and could have taken it away whenever she wanted. Still can and could, even. Though he had pictured his summoner many a times before, he never quite pictured a young girl. Then again, it was unfair to classify her as one, it was merely her avatar, that much she herself confirmed. Her actual form was, well, there wasn't one, at least not in the way Silas understood forms. She was energy and matter transcendent, and could form herself in whichever way she liked. Even calling it a she was incorrect, it was merely a being, a something unfathomable. Silas suspected that the crow and the doe were the same, that they merely took those shapes either out of curiosity, randomness, or some other thought he couldn't fathom. All voyagers, apparently, were like that, though not all were alike. She was among the oldest, yet not oldest still, and the crow and the doe were among the youngest, apparently. It was all relevant, however, even as the youngest, their actual age, though she never disclosed it directly, was likely in millions, as, according to her, they drew the first breath this world made. Comparatively, she was quite open about gods, and Silas learned quite a lot. The gods themselves weren't transcendent in any way, not truly. They were merely the strongest beings, in part due to the inheritance of the voyagers, and had cleaved themselves from the rest of the world, forming a bonding relationship of worship. That worship was like a feeder, the fear and adulation providing energy while, in turn, they effectively created missionaries through the prophets and exorcists, helping the rest of the world fight off other ills. There were, at the moment, quite a lot of them, nearly 100,000 altogether, in fact. Though they can die, gods live long lives, only ever reaching the mortal age in the 5 digits, and had been using the sapped energy of the world as a feed ever since the rupture, as they called it, when they first cleaved themselves off of the rest of the races. There were quite a lot of discrepancies, Silas learned, between what the man beyond the mountains told Valen and what was likely the truth, namely in that there was no union against gods of any kind. The world was always a free-for-all, and alliances were as fickle as any other. After the gods freed themselves and descended, in a way, the remaining races all took the same approach and started making deals with the voyagers, borrowing power. It resulted in a massive, absolutely colossal world war, simply dubbed the War of Extinction, as the vast majority of the races were wiped out of the existence, with the few surviving ones having extremely low numbers. One thing that shocked Silas more than anything else was that the humans took no part in the war, at least not the humans from whom the current world descended. They weren't even seen as worthy of the participation and were largely ignored. After the war, however, due to their numbers, they managed to conquer a vast majority of the world, stealing whatever secrets they could from the others, and eventually becoming the prime race of the world. Unlike others, they sought help from the gods, and in their name they built cairns all over the world, 999 of them altogether, which allowed gods to gift them prophets and exorcists and exalts. Such a dissonance created a duality, a relationship of dependence and worship. However, as with most things, time dilutes the bonds, and thousands of years after the fact, few, if any, remembered it. More and more, humans yearned to be free. There was a belief that they, too, could ascend and become godlike, but were being held back by the gods from the fear. In time, many rebellions were led, all with magnificent failure. The most successful one was also the latest one, the Empire's twilight. Fueled by the gods' heating, hundreds of barbaric tribes surrounding the Empire formed a coalition and invaded. The dead sought the benefits too, selling themselves both to the Empire and the invaders. Eventually, while the Empire's strongest warriors were destroying cairns and defeating their guardians, the rests of the Empire fell and the survivors went into hiding. Their warrior's title of the Shadow came from the old Empire's saying, "Shall the Empire's light draw dark, those living may as well lay dead in the shadows." That is, it was considered a betrayal to outlive the Empire itself. And yet many still did. It was a massive influx of information, but nothing monumental. Silas had many theories when it came to the Empire's fall, and one of them was practically word for word in line with what actually happened. It was nice to a confirmation, for sure, but it did little for him. He didn't care about the Empire, nor did he care about the gods, and cared even less for the humanity's everlasting struggle to supersede everything. No matter the world, it seemed, curiosity bounded reason in people. Everyone always dreamed of the world beyond the beyond, of the opportunities, of things above things. Once one mountain was conquered, rather than relishing in the scenery and the beauty of the everlasting, eyes flocked over to the taller peak, and the minds wondered, how do we conquer this one? They were chasing ghosts, however. Should the last cairn in the capital fall, the gods would simply come, kill just enough humans to restore the old fears, and build a few new cairns. The rest of the world was already in their grasp, and this little corner's struggle, while noble, was entirely pointless. Perhaps poetically depressing, Silas still saw some beauty in it. Life, after all, was a struggle. From cradle till the grave, people struggle, some less and some more, but the struggle is one constant that unites everyone. And if there must be struggle, let it be the grandest of them all, the conquest of the unconquerable. The depressing fact of life was that some mountains simply couldn't be climbed. Be that they are too tall, too steep, too frigid, or any other number of factors, the fact remained that they would stand just outside the reach for all eternity. And, despite of that, Silas knew, the humanity would continue throwing bodies at it. For this wouldn't be the first time that the cairns were destroyed. And it wouldn't be the first time the humanity thought it had won. There would be yet another grim reminder, though Silas would ensure that it wouldn't happen in this lifetime. He would be gone one day, however, and another aspiring, young man will look to the history and the adulation of things unseen and wonder why can't humans be gods? And he will pick up a sword and shield and his words would be the kindle of the thousand fires that would burn like the most luminous stars in the sky, and then fade, as all things, only to be rekindled thousands of years later, when yet another starry-eyed young woman would look to the sky and wonder why can't we be star-blessed? We are just as good as they are. And so, the story goes. Chapter 176. Journey southward. We are going to go where exactly? Valen was the one to proclaim the question, though a look of confusion and desire to have misheard was evident on everyone. While Silas chopped down some nice, smoked meat, and while Asha twirled about with her hair on the side, appearing entirely disinterested in the affair, Valen, Rhine, Derek, and a few other strongest surviving members of the castle appeared aghast at Silas' very simple sentence that had shaken the room like a bolt of thunder. In 2 weeks, we all march south. Silas remained silent, looking up at their incredulous faces while chewing away at the meat. It had been some time since he last sat with them, he realized, though could still barely prevent himself from laughter. After all, those were quite the expressions. South, you daft lot, he shrugged. So, start arranging the horses, the wagons, the carriages. Who will walk, who will drive, who will luxuriously sit and ponder on life's many mysteries, such as, why are we marching south? That's impossible. The one who spoke was likely the oldest in the room. Well, Silas aside, looking to be well over 50. Silas, if once he knew the man's name, no longer did. Nor did he bother asking. You are asking. I'm not asking, Silas interrupted. You misunderstood. This isn't a discussion. So, what is it? A command? Are you commanding a prince? The man asked. I'd command a god if I needed to. So, shut up and listen. I'd very much like to go south myself without bolting the entire castle to my back, but the depressing part is that the dead always come. And, well, fuck it all up. If you'd prefer to be the feed to ghouls and other monster, please, feel free to stick around and piss in all the snow. Though the man was red-faced and clearly angry, Valen's quick indication with the young man's arm prevented an outburst. I never doubted you, Silas. No matter what. But this, even if we could do it, 2 weeks is nowhere near enough for preparation. Besides, there's no way that the horses can actually move through the snow. It's too deep. Leave those worries aside, Silas said. If I wanted to waste everyone's time pointlessly, I'd have asked you to dig moats around the walls. Besides, this march is for you. For me. The throne awaits, Silas said, finishing off the smoked meat and washing it down with some wine. But it won't wait forever. If we don't reach the capital by the winter's end, there's gonna be another king sitting there. And I'm frankly too tired to play out that path, too. You have seen this. This and that and plenty rest. You said you trusted me, no matter what. Yes. I made a blunder, Silas continued, staring directly into Valen's eyes. The latter felt restless. There was something different about the prophet. Though the man was never in an inn, so to say, he never felt this cold. A pretty big one, true. Doesn't invalidate that I, for the most part, know what I'm doing. At least now, anyway. Besides, he added, his voice cooling even further. As I mentioned before. I ain't asking. Be nice, jackass, Asha grumbled angrily and slapped the back of his head. What this mud is trying to say is that you won't have to worry about provisions and the road there. After all, he is a prophet. Gods bless the journeys of their children. Always. Despite her attempts, tense atmosphere persisted. Silas ignored it was irrelevant, after all. They would fail this attempt. And the next. And the one after that. And the next 10. And possibly the next 1,000. If he had to be mindful of others each one of those loops, he'd go absolutely insane, well, more insane than he was at the moment. He merely made the order but had no intention of staying and calculating the logistics of it all. While they were to figure out how to move an entire castle worth of people, he had to go to the village first and deal with his end of the bargain. While he was confident in battling the shadow, it wasn't as though his win rate was 100%. There was entirely a chance that he just might die to the shadow and he'd have to do this all over again. After he would settle them somewhere near the village, he'd then move further south into the fort and have a talk with the good old AV and Vanessa, bringing them into the fold. And after, well, he was still blind to the after. The fort was still in the deep north, and there were still hundreds upon hundreds miles of journey toward the capital. On the way over, they'll pass many counties and baronies and dukedoms that he'd have to bring under Valen's thumb. And each will have a story, he was certain, that will take up more than one loop to cleanse. He left the room silent and confused, but, to his surprise, was followed out by Rhine and not Asha. She likely stayed behind to help them navigate the entire thing as she still seemed to care for the sensibilities of each and every loop. You were always an ass, Rhine said as she caught up to him quickly and latched onto his left arm. She wore a black cloth over her eyes and was seemingly trying to grow out the bangs as quickly as possible to cover them too. But this kind of assholery is different. You were never cold, more flamboyant, perhaps. A keen eye. See. Like that, she exclaimed as her lips stretched out into a wide smile. That's Silas, I know. Why were you like that inside, then? Because I had to be, Silas shrugged. I only ever mellow out for you, little one. Oh, boo-ho, spare me, please. You didn't have to be that mean to Valen, at least. Let him have some face in front of his subjects, otherwise, how will they respect the prince if you don't? Well, if I don't, Silas navigated. Nothing happens except we have at our hands a sullen 19-year-old boy. Which, well, is every 19-year-old boy anyway. On the other hand, if they disrespect him, their heads fly. So, you see, there's a big difference. Do we really have to go south? She asked suddenly. Why? Do you want to stay here? No, I mean, I know that the castle is dangerous and that the north is dangerous, but there will be a war, little one, he gently patted her head. A big, grand war. And we must march toward it. Well, at least I do. It will do us no good to hide in the frigid woods and snow-laden fjords while the rest of the kingdom burns. There's a throne to be won, after all. Wouldn't you like to become a princess? He teased as Ryan's cheeks flushed red. Shut up, she grumbled. I won't become anything. Not like this, anyway. Mighty defeatist of you. Ryan I know would shit all over those notions and go on to do whatever the hell she wanted anyway. Can I have her back, please? We'll follow you, wherever you go, she said. So, don't you dare abuse it. I wouldn't dream, he chuckled lightly. I live for satisfying you, kids. You better. Silas left the castle in the dead of the night, though the castle was hardly silent and asleep. Ever since Fallon announced the departure, amidst the general confusion and worry, everyone was simply too busy with the preparations to sleep. He did manage to sneak out easily enough, though some 20 miles from the castle, he stopped and looked back. He couldn't see her, but she was there. It was eerie. She could hide better than anyone he knew, and he suspected nobody else would actually be able to figure it out. A scary thing, prophets were indeed. With more cairns, wouldn't they have been effective demigods in this world? How'd you figure it out? She appeared to his side, unexpectedly, as though she was always there. He frowned and scratched his head trying to understand it for a moment, but let it go. It wasn't worth the headache. I felt you. Ah. What are you doing? Why aren't you helping them? There'll be another time, she said. I want to accompany you for a while. I won't be sleeping or resting on the way over. And I might die. You all right with all that? All right is a relative word. She grabbed his arm and dragged him forward, southward. I'm all right with not sleeping. Not with watching you die. Even if I know you'll come back. I found out, by the way. Found out what? She quizzed. Who summoned me here? Really? Who? Who was it? Some immortal chick. I could have told you that. No, I mean, I met her, he said. Or, it. Something. We chatted for a bit. You chatted, with an immortal? So you're. Is that immortal here with us, now? Shut it, he lightly flickered her forehead. I've learned plenty of things. She was really coy with knowledge of this world, though. Well, I inferred some things. So, good enough. You didn't ask about me, have you? She looked at him coyly. Girls don't like when boys go behind their backs like that, you know. What would I ask about you? He shrugged. You're an open book already. I genuinely think you physically can't lie. I can lie. All right. Lie. You are the handsomest man in the world. I asked you to lie. Tisk, she clicked her tongue, letting go of his arm. Fine. I may be a bad liar, but I have my secrets. Sure you do, sure you do. And these secrets, are they with us now? Silas. Yes. Fuck you. Chapter 177. Expression of life. They crossed the river within 2 days and the forest beyond within 2 more. While it was a bit slower with her tagging along, she held up surprisingly well. Either she hid it from him and ignored the ales, or she made some notable improvements herself. The likelier scenario was the former one, but Silas didn't probe. The dull journey that he used to spend in complete silence, battling the swarm of thoughts, was far more jubilant and lively. Even if there were times when they wouldn't utter a word between them for hours, it was still far better with some accompaniment than alone. Even he, different though he may be, was still a social soul, it seemed, in want of bonds and friendships and loves. That, though, had to end as the vista of the village came into view. Asher retreated several miles backwards or, at least he asked her to do so while Silas made a move forward, still armed only with a blade. Within seconds of him letting some of his energy seep out, a grand shadow swept out from the village in the form of hundreds of tiny tendrils that morphed together into a hooded figure, eyes cloaked in wariness and confusion. Who are you? It was a question Silas heard hundreds of times before. Now, however, he had more context to the shadow's tale. The binds cannot be unmade, Silas said. No matter what you do. Who are you? The glint in man's eyes became dangerous as his hand reached for the sheathed weapon. Even if the last cairn is destroyed, gods will come, and simply build more. There is no escaping the fate. So, you are one of the gods exalts, the man spoke coldly and indifferently. Strange, that you are trying to convince me with words to give up. Usually, your lot simply goes for the neck. I have no love for the gods. Perhaps even less than you, Silas shrugged. I'm simply telling you that you could have spent the centuries of your life enjoying it rather than brooding over the impossible. The kingdom will fall and all will burn and turn to ashes, but there will never be a world you are dreaming of. Not in our lifetimes, anyway. Ha 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 ha, the man suddenly began laughing as though Silas retold the funniest joke ever put together. Is that so? You sound just like those jaded old fools who tried to stop us. Their bootlicking didn't help, gods called them, 2. Even those who put forth cauldrons of children as sacrifices, they all got gutted. Ha, it's also pointless, Silas sighed, pulling back his hair. War upon war upon war. It never ends, does it? Young are plagued with the resentments of the old, and resentment only ever grows. The want of freedom is really hypocritical most of the time, I learned. If not the gods, somebody else will hoist the chains. Perchance you, perchance somebody else. And there will be a slew of stupid to worship them. And just as they march to war in the name of the gods, they will march just the same in the name of something else. You can't beat the stupid out of us. It's part of who we are. Besides, too many people worry about food and shelter to muse upon the grand thoughts of the godless world. You are fighting a battle conjured up in the highs of lofty goals you made up. A fancy speech. Everyone has those, the man said. You know how many fancy speeches I've heard in my life? Thousands. They usually fall into one of two baskets, open nihilism, or hopeless optimism. They do well to distract the stupid in us, as you called it. But they are meaningless. Things that matter in life don't need a speech. Freedom isn't a lofty goal. It's the purest expression of life. Just because you and your lot can look away, doesn't make you any better. Perhaps worse. You say that my battle is pointless. It may well be. I've seen enough for me to doubt that my goals can ever be achieved. But, so what? We can always all surrender. Surrendering to the inevitable fate is easy. Everyone can do it. The simple truth is that we will die fighting for it. Because, in our hearts, we know the goal true. Your belittlement means nothing. We have been mocked and jeered and laughed at by everyone, even those we loved. Words of a stranger are hollow. As they should be, Silas smiled faintly. I hardly wanted to diminish your dreams. Simply wanted to see whether you could be recruited. Alas. Recruited for what? You are working for gods, then. No, Silas shook his head. I work for a prince, you see. A young boy, a dreamer just like you. He's young, though, so he can be forgiven. And that young boy wishes the throne and the kingdom. And I will give it to him. Ha. You, alone? And you are calling me a dreamer. Why not? Silas titled his head innocuously. If need be, I could do it alone. If all it took was brute force to command a kingdom, I'd have already done it. But capturing the kingdom and holding it are two different things. I have a feeling I won't be there for the boy when he hoists the crown. So, in my stead, he'll need heads cooler and older than his. It also helps that the king himself is in on it. Oh? That old fool? Ah. No wonder. That's why he sent the young prince north. Had nothing to do with the exile. Ha ha ha. He's still playing games, all these years later. If it were me, I'd have killed them all for even fancying a change. A sentimental fool, just like his father. The kingdom will be better off if his line gets gutted, anyway. There's a problem with that. What? I'm the young prince's guardian, Silas smiled. And I take my job very seriously. And you just threatened the boy's life. You are mighty confident for someone who is about to perish, the man said, drawing out his blade. Confident? Ah. No, I'm afraid what you are seeing isn't confidence, Silas said, drawing out the blade too. This is indifference born of hundreds of years of anguish. The end line of humanity, you could say. What before the man could further the question, he was forced to draw back immediately as he barely managed to dodge a swift strike of the cold, silver blade. He felt cold sweat pour down his back immediately as the old instincts that had been slumbering for hundreds of years began to wake up. He almost died, he realized. And his instincts began to scream all the experiences potted together from his long life, they were all telling him that he might really die. He was never one to draw back from a battle, though. Besides, he had nearly died thousands of times before. If there was anyone in the world that was friendly with death, it was him. At least, that's what he believed. Soon, however, he was corrected. Though he didn't fear death, he still respected it at least. The strange man in front of him had neither fear nor respect for the tale. The way he attacked was not just reckless, it was suicidal. And yet, he wouldn't die. He cut and swept and stabbed, and the man appeared unfazed. On the other hand, during their exchanges, he was hit several times too and the wounds weren't healing. The man's energy was unique. It wasn't a godly path, or even anti-godly one, like his own. It was something else entirely, and it was feeding off of him, it seemed. Silas was unaware of the thoughts swimming through the man's head, nor was he particularly keen on trying to decipher his psyche. There was little to the battle besides the next moment, and planning too far ahead, especially at these speeds, can counter-fire often. He himself, though, fought like a madman always. Whatever little opening he saw, he'd latch onto it even if it meant exposing his own back to the counter-strike. He was more than happy to suffer many wounds to inflict one, for to kill him would take thousands, but to kill the other would only take a few. He could only imagine how frustrating it must be to fight him, this unrelenting, seemingly mad, ungodly, undying beast that just never seems to quit. Silas knew that, if the roles were switched, he'd be pulling his hair out. Repeatedly. He mused with the battle for a little while longer before, once again, sacrificing himself for one attack this time around. He didn't go as insanely hard as the last time, settling for a heart and a quarter. Still, it was more than enough to not just kill the shadow, but obliterate the village and the surrounding area too, as well as carve out yet another canyon. Admittedly, this one was a tad bit shorter and narrower and shallower than the last. So, it was a start. While he was lying on his back, watching the sky, he heard footsteps approach and, soon enough, saw a familiar face hanging above his. Her eyes were clear, though hiding a twine of pain, and her lips curled up in a faint smile. What did you think? Pretty badass, he quipped, forcing a grin. You don't look like one right now, she fired back. Barely a man, even. That would hurt if not for the fact that I physically can't be hurt more at the moment. You sure do look like you are taking it well. I'm used to the pain, he forced a smile. Still, wouldn't hurt to get a nice little kiss to make it go away. How about I just dress up your wounds proper, fix you a hot soup, and tell you how badass you looked from afar. Sounds like the perfect evening. Start with how badass I looked, though. That sounds like it would be a great story. Pfft, KHM, yes, alright. So, you were. Chapter 178. Southward. Silas stared at the strange sight, perchance one that nobody would ever see again. Surrounded by at least 8-9 feet of snow, there was an entourage of people standing near the castle's wide open gates, 18 wagons in total being pulled by 43 horses, with 14 more in the reserves. Surrounding the wagons were hundreds of the confused souls, still wondering why they were doing something as moronic as migrating southward in the middle of winter. No, in the middle of the cold snap, the winter of winters. Nonetheless, it was a royal order, one stamped by the word of the prophet, no less. Everyone wore at least 3 layers of clothing, though still felt chill. Perhaps it was imaginary, as the sheer sight of the snow was enough to freeze one's soul, but it was chill nonetheless. Valen sat in one of the leading wagons, flanked by Ryan who was currently sleeping, Derek who was reading a book, and the head butler and maid on the opposite ends. He was told by Silas to prepare for departure, but to not leave without him. As such, all he could do was remain seated. He did so for nearly half a day longer before a commanding shout came from the outside, waking Ryan up at last. The young girl yawned as Derek peeked out the window into the distance, his face growing strange at the sight he was witnessing. After all, there, in the distance, was a pair of oddly dressed people. No, perhaps dressed was an overstatement. After all, one of them wore a simple summer dress and was barefoot, while the other just wore knee-long trousers, of all things. And yet, it wasn't even the strangest sight, for wherever they walked, the snow and the winter seemed to give way. There was a wide path that they had carved, it felt, where dry land reigned even deep in the cold snap. I'll be damned, Derek mumbled as he helped struggling Valen glance out the window as well. Is that Silas? Seems like it. Why is he topless? Valen asked, a strange look on his face. Why is he anything? Derek shrugged. Evidently, prophets don't feel the cold. Then what about the woman next to him? Valen probed further. It seems, warmth of gods covers all those that are nearby. Perhaps, this is what he meant. Silas watched the long line of the wagons and people staring at him with gaping jaws, and the peeking heads from within the wooden frames. Asha stood by his side, holding back from snickering. After all, they all looked at him as though he were some kind of a beast rather than a man. Sighing and shrugging his shoulders, he pressed forward and crossed into the castle, limbering toward Valen's wagon and stopping. Everything's ready, he asked the prince who, also, had a strange look on his face. Yes. As you asked. Can I? You can't, Silas interrupted. Order the march, then. Soon after, a mighty and majestic horn blew out into the foggy and snow day, loud enough to shake the layers of snow surrounding the castle. It was the signal to begin. Under everyone's astonished eyes, they watched the path melt open and dry, the snow dispersing like smoke in the wind. It was a sight unlike any other, for the world around them was snow and winter laden, while the world nearby was akin to springtime, though lacking in the greenery. Silas and Asha were at the front, the former guzzling some wine gingerly, while the latter nibbled away at some leaves. Behind them, the main guard charged around the decoy wagon housing Prince's decoy. It was the most decorated wagon of them all for that purpose, while the prince's actual wagon was very much alike the rest and was third in the line, strategically so. It was pointless, though Silas never raised a complaint. This was simply how the world operated, his strength notwithstanding. Whether the prince ascended, eerily enough, had little to do with Silas' actual strength. Though it would likely play part, it would mainly be up to the prince to convince the kingdom he would be able to lead them. No, it will be down to the strength, in the end, Silas sighed. This wasn't the kind of the world where pretty and flowery words could crown a king. Even more so considering that Silas wasn't certain what his fate after the fact would be. If his life would end, he'd be unable to defend the prince. And a cripple who can't lift a dagger proper, let alone a sword, could hardly withstand the mighty winds of inevitable change. What do you look so worried for? Asha asked him. What will happen in the end? Silas replied honestly. In the end? You mean, the end of the world? Funny. I learn. The end of this call, he said, glancing back. When the kid begets the crown, what will happen to me? Are you worried you might become immortal, at last? Hopeful more than worried, he said. Though doubtful still. Why? Are you really that angry at being unable to die? She quizzed. It's not that, Silas replied after a moment's silence. It's the uncertainty. Uncertainty. The reason why people appreciate life, he said, is because they know the limits. Maybe they turn 60 or 70 or perhaps even 80 and 90. For the few, they might even cross into the vaunted 3 digits land. But, that's it. Soon after, the Reaper comes. Because of the knowing, they can devote themselves to living. What about me, though? I have no certainties, either way. Maybe I die right after clearing the quest, or maybe I just turn mortal. Or, maybe yet, I become truly immortal and live forever. Or there's some other option that I hadn't even remotely considered. I'm not scared of dying or living forever, he said. I'm scared of nothing, really. Just, tired of ignorance. But is there certainty even for the ordinary people, she quizzed. What do you mean? How many wonder whether there's another life after, she said. Or whether they'll be reborn. How many are only shielded by the hope that 60 or 90 years won't be all there is to the life? Besides, what about those that die early? A 9-year-old child falls sick with fever, and dies. What about his certainty? There's no certainty in anything we experience, Silas, she said, smiling gently. Everyone lives with the same fears of tomorrow. It's just that their tomorrow is soon, and yours distant. But the fear is the same what after. You sound like you're above it. Hardly, she chuckled. I fear many things. I fear I might not remember my heart the next time you die. I fear you might not come back the next time you die. I fear that you'll die after the boy becomes the king. I fear that the time will wane our minds and grind them down to the nothingness. Man, I thought you had some courage, Silas poked with a grin. Isn't my greatest act of courage having fallen in love with a man who can't die? Isn't mine having done the same with a woman who can? Yes, but it's a curse for as long as you live, so will I. All the cards are in your hands. Not just of my fate. But theirs, too, she glanced back at the wagon. They had been walking along for nearly 20 minutes now, and the looks of shock still persisted. Don't disappoint us. Ha, you really are a witch, Silas sighed, looking up at the muddy sky. My tiny teeny shoulders can't hold any more weight, you know. Tiny, she looked at him askew. If they were any wider, we'd call them a bridge. That was a good one. Thank you. As I said, I learn. The road turned silent, at least at the front. Behind them, conversations unfurled like carpets, many of wonder and awe, questions blazing. However, there were no answers past one prophet. Every miracle was attributed to that, by wise and unwise. Valen peeked out of the window once again and toward the front where the two were leading. It was as he promised. The journey was smooth. In fact, he had to take off several layers of clothes as he was getting too hot. He wasn't alone. Everyone realized that the temperatures were no longer even winter-like. It was as though springtime descended in full, in sight and in touch. Taking a deep breath, the prince felt his lungs fill with hope. When he was banished north, he thought he would die before he would see anything besides cold stone ever again. Hope was completely eradicated from within him, and he felt hopelessly abandoned and tossed aside. And yet, like a cosmic gift from the gods, Silas appeared. A strange prophet, unlike any other as the stories depicted them, took charge and gave him the dream of the throne. That dream never changed, not even when he was crippled. It stayed strong and tall and burning. And now they were traveling south, led by the broad shoulders of a figure that seemed taller than the sky, unafraid. He would be king, his heart was singing to him. And he would wear a crown. And for as long as he would reign, he would have a prophet to guide him. His heart was singing relentlessly, and even his rational mind was slipping. I will become the king, he thought. I really will. Chapter 179. The Kings. Derek and Valen stuttered inwardly, their minds aflame with confusion, questions, and awe. They had just exited a rather rough terrain of the forest which took nearly a month and a half to cross, and just as they thought they'd get some physical and mental rest, they bore witness to a sight that finally broke them. According to a map, there was supposed to be a village here, but all they could see, as far as the horizon stretched, was a massacred flatland full of signs of battle, and a singular canyon that definitely shouldn't be there. The two pairs of eyes veered to the side where they saw Silas and Asha chatting, with the former occasionally sipping some ale. The man's back appeared even wider than before, and the terror engulfed the two's souls. If Silas lived, then whoever he fought died. And whichever battle would result in such a state for the terrain, it wasn't a simple sword fight between two masters. It was a fight between two unparalleled monsters that could obliterate armies all by themselves, given the want. And one of those monsters emerged victorious and was currently leisurely chatting, seemingly no care in the world. Silas suddenly glanced back at them, as though he could feel their gazes on his back, and smiled. Derek, startled, quickly wheeled the prince forward, through the masses that were deliberating on what they were thinking inwardly aloud, reaching the topless and barefoot man and a woman dressed as though she lived in a springtime garden. Hello, Derek stuttered as Silas cocked his head to the side in confusion. What's up with you? What do you mean? Asha elbowed him. Put yourself in his shoes. If you saw that canyon, wouldn't you be terrified too? Oh, Silas glanced back at the canyon and smiled faintly. I thought snow would fill it back up before we came here. I guess it was a bit deeper than I thought. Right. Valen and Derek realized. A good chunk of the canyon's depth was likely buried beneath the snow. Just how deep is that thing? You don't have to worry, Asha smiled at the prince and gently ruffled his hair. Over the many and many loops, she, too, had grown fond of the kids Valen and Ryan and their stubbornness to swim against the currents of fate. Rather, shouldn't you be happy? Happy? Valen mumbled. Someone who can carve out a tombstone fit for giants is fighting for you. That's not the kind of protection you can ever hope to buy, you know. Why yes, that's true, Valen replied absent-mindedly. I don't sense a way from it, Derek commented. I feel some remnant energies, but even trying to inspect them, I nearly choked. Don't play too much, Silas warned. Anyway, we'll rest here for a day and do a reset. Once we cross the forest on the other end, we'll land at a massive village/fortress. There's a couple of folk there that will become good contributors to your campaign, he looked at Valen. When they see you in a wheelchair, they will see a weak, frail boy. I could beat them senseless until they respect you, but it's not a solution. Don't worry, Valen smiled. I'm used to people seeing me as a frail boy. I won't cower. It's not the matter of cowering, Valen. They need to see what I saw in you, the winged behemoth most fit for the throne. You can't defer to me or Asha or Derek or even Rhine. I won't. Are you sure? Silas crouched down, equalizing the eye level. Both Asha and I have been treating you like a common boy, and you have not once raised any issue with that, let alone retaliated. Do you think I'll be there for you forever? You won't. If I'm not, what then? Will you stutter away the crown? The king relies on his vassals to make him a kingdom, not to be the kingdom, little prince. At the end of the day, the man wearing the crown cannot be seen as lesser than anyone else, prophets and messiahs included. What people need the most when the world is growing dark is a booming voice of thunder to carry them forward. You, and you alone, need to be that voice. I understand, Valen nodded. I'll treat you like an ass that you are from now on. Good, Silas grinned as Valen sighed and rolled his eyes. I am a bit of an ass, aren't I? A bit. Asha arched her brows. If you were any bigger, we'd have a permanent eclipse. Damn, you've gotten good, Silas sucked in a bout of cold air. I remember when you'd get embarrassed just saying ass. And here you are, making a fat ass jokes. I did learn from the best. You did. I'd love to meet the man one day. Ha, do you two want anything? She turned toward Derek and Valen who were looking at them strangely. And no, nothing. Are you two always like this? Valen asked. Not always, Silas replied. Usually, when I tell her how beautiful she is, she still reeks red. Ah. Just like that, he pointed at Asha's cheeks. The latter lowered her head and pressed the bridge of her nose with her fingers, feeling the headache coming. But don't look at us as an example, little prince. Rhine probably won't be into what this one is. What? Verbal abuse? Yes, that's precisely what I want. Asha grumbled. When did I ever verbally abuse you, hey? Holy hell. I'll poke your eyes out. See? I'm the one being abused here. Besides, why are you trying to pitch the two of them together? Asha pondered aloud. Love isn't based on proximity. Rhine might have lost her sight, Silas looked at Asha strangely. But boy, you girl are fucking blind. At the same time, Valen coughed awkwardly and pulled Derek's sleeve. KHM, right. The prince needs to rest. We'll be off. Asha smiled faintly as the two departed before looking at Silas whose eyes were already focused on the world beyond the forest. Have you ever thought about becoming a king yourself? You seem mighty well versed in how to reign. Sitting on an uncomfortable chair all day long, passing judgment on others, and having some ugly-looking, yeast-infested old scrubs kiss my ass all day long? Tempting, Silas replied. But, if I became a king, the cycle would just continue. Continue. I'd burn and crucify everyone, he replied. Partly out of vengeful spite, and partly because nobody would for a second buy me as a kind king. That's true. The world has had enough kings like that. It has had enough morons, enough sociopaths, enough maddened monsters so insecure in themselves they'd burn the first man who opposes them. It deserves a chance, don't you think, he added. A chance at actual success. It won't last long. Even if Valen turns out to be the best possible king one can be, in time, things will circle back. They always do, Silas said. There's always the meteoric rise, the grand success and the crowning, the golden age, the doubt and the fall. Wouldn't the world benefit, then, from a relatively sane king who can't die? She rested her head on his shoulder as they sat down. Relatively sane, he said. I'm perfectly sane, thank you very much. Well, I never did say you were quite the expert on yourself. You know what the world would benefit from the most? What? Asha inquired. No kings, no queens, no gods, no nothin', he replied. Every man a world unto himself, every woman a tree that can never wither and wilt. Wars, greed, and bloodshed hide and skew it, but people are at their best when there are no gods to bicker over, no lords to serve, no kings or queens to go to war for. You think so? Asha said. I think, if not that, they'll find something else to bicker over and something else to march to war for. I'm amazed at how I have more faith in people than the actual prophet. Ha ha ha, Asha laughed for a moment. I do have faith in people. After all, you are people too, Silas. And if someone who lived your life can come out of it laughing, his heart still capable of emotion, then, well, I believe everyone has the capacity for kindness and goodness. Well, I am that good. Ha, I really shouldn't feed your ego. During the duration of rest, virtually everyone from the entourage walked up to the canyon to inspect it closely. The only ones who could actually feel the remnant energy were Derek and Rhine, and the former warned the latter not to even attempt it. For others, it was merely a strange phenomenon, something to occupy their time with. They were strangely accepting of it, Silas realized, mostly due to the fact that they saw the snow of the cold snap mean nothing in the way of a profit. Food and water never ran out, and they hadn't been attacked by any of the winter beasts that the elders warned them of. In fact, rather than a perilous, winter journey, it was more akin a casual hike one would do for entertainment. The next day came, and everyone slowly began departing, leaving behind the strange sight and once again entering a forest. Blind to their future, they still held complete faith mostly in two men, Valen, their future king, and the strange, topless man leading the charge, the castle's own prophet. Whatever winds came, they knew, those two men would shield them from it all. No matter what. Chapter 180. Northern Lands. While the entourage camped some 15 miles from the forest's exit in the fortress, Silas snuck out and began making his way to the fortress. If they showed up out of nowhere, it would be difficult even for him to control the situation with that many variables. As such, he would simply play out the same scenario as the last time. Get wounded and get himself locked up, wait for Vanessa and eventually AV to come, after which he'd convince the old man to follow him. Except, this time around, it wouldn't be to the far north but to the encampment just a few hours away on foot. Appearing in front of the tall walls of the fortress caused him to sigh as he stepped out from the windy fog and into the sight of the guards perched on the watchtowers. Soon after, the events all played out as they did previously, with him faking an injury, getting captured, being treated by Vanessa before AV showed up after the fact, asking him how he came south. "You want me to ride with you north?" AV quizzed after the standard conversation played out. "Well, northish," Silas smiled. "Mighty difficult to believe this is all a grand conspiracy," AV said with a sigh, rubbing his chin. "Then again, there's no reason for you to play games. And to bring Vanessa too? Why? You taken a fancy to her? Just her talents, I'm afraid." "All right. Whatever you say." Morning came swiftly and the trio rode out just after the dawn, horses kicking up the snow that had fallen the night before. Their journey didn't last long before AV and Vanessa could even wholly wake up. They reached a fenced-off encampment in the middle of the woods. What was strange was that there was no snow anywhere within or near the encampment. In fact, while AV and Vanessa were even kind of chilly with several layers of clothes on, they saw people within the encampment wearing simple, short-sleeved shirts. When the two guards saw the trio, rather than raising an alarm, they bowed toward Silas and opened the gates. Dismounting the horses, AV and Vanessa followed the strange man into the encampment, shocked to find themselves sweating mere moments after entrance. They should be in there, right?" Silas mumbled as he turned abruptly and walked toward the largest tent. No, it wasn't even a tent, AV realized. Though clearly hastily built, it was still a wooden house of sorts. "Ah, Silas? Where have you been?" A one-armed man approached the trio, glancing past Silas at the two of them. "Who are they?" "Reinforcements," Silas replied. "Where's Valen?" "Inside," the man pointed. "Having breakfast. You guys hungry?" Silas asked them. Course you are. You're hungry too, Derek, right?" "Sure. Let's hop on inside, then." AV and Vanessa remained mute, too shocked still by everything. They had expected to at least ride to the village beyond this forest, but they were wrong. In fact, they were wrong about many, many things. As soon as they entered the house, they walked through the first door on the right and saw a massive table with quite a fancy spread lining every inch of it. Surrounding it were some 8-9 figures, all as leisurely clothed as most others in the encampment. "Ah, Silas. You're finally here." "Who are they?" a young man asked suddenly. Without even needing to take a second look, AV recognized the boy. It was the fourth prince. After all, he'd seen the boy before, both in pictures as well as in person. That man seems somewhat familiar." "Avanobethel greets your highness." AV quickly fell to his knee, prompting Vanessa to immediately do the same. "Vanessa Ankon greets your highness." The two bowed their heads in a proper salute. "Ah, no wonder you seemed familiar. You're that burly knight that used to train the recruits, right? I'm honored that your highness remembers me. What are you doing here? Did you retire?" "Something like that." "Ah, sorry. You may rise." The two took a deep breath as they stood up, hiding their shock. Though Silas had told them that the fourth prince lives, there were still doubts. But the boy truly lived. "You have already met Silas. I apologize for whatever he did." "Hey. This here is Ryan, our exorcist. This is Andrew, first captain." This is as Valen started the introduction of everyone. Silas sat down and started wolfing down the food. Nobody seemed to care particularly, though this shocked AV even more. Even if Silas was someone very important to the prince, to eat while the prince is talking was a capital offense almost on par with treason. And yet, the prince seemed entirely unbothered. "Ignore him," as though having read their minds, the prince said with a smile. "I don't know if he's told you this, but he's a prophet." A prophet," both Vanessa and AV exclaimed, looking at Silas in shock. Then again, for the first time since they met the strange man, things seemed to make some sense. "Beyond that, he's my life's savior. I have little use for hollow decorum against the man who is the reason I am here. Why all of us are here, really. Please, have a seat. Join us." AV and Vanessa sat down upon the invitation, stealing glances around the table. Though none of these people were famous, this was an impressive gathering. AV, especially, realized so though none of the men here were stronger than him, most were on par with at least royal guard captains. One armed man, especially, was impressive as he likely wasn't any weaker than some of the royal commanders. Beyond them, there was also the exorcist and she was merely a teenage girl from the looks of it. Though she was blind, that wasn't truly a roadblock for the chosen. And then there was him the prophet who, somehow, felt a monster. Why did you retire this far north, sir? If you don't mind me asking, the prince asked. Your mommy sent him out here, Silas replied. The queen did. Valen arched his brows. She did, your highness. When she learned I was thinking of retiring, she recommended I retire here, Av replied honestly. Vanessa here followed me, as we were prior acquaintances. Strange, isn't it? Silas asked with a faint smile. That both of you just happen to have been banished as far north as one can go, no. Implying things impresses no one, you prick, a woman who was silent up until now spoke out, slapping the back of Silas' head. While Av felt his heart chill, nobody else reacted to it. Now that he thought about it, the woman, of all people, stood out when the prince introduced her. He simply said she was called Asha, and that was it. Is it really implying if everyone in the room can understand it? Even you. Even me. You are many, many things, Silas said. But aware of the subtleties? Ain't one of 'em, sweetie. Don't start, you two, the teenage exorcist interrupted. It's enough that you annoy the rest of us. At least restrain yourselves when we have the guests. Good point, Silas said, looking at Av and Vanessa. Anyway, I didn't lie to you, did I? No, you didn't. Now that they are here, let's plan for what's next. Isn't that simple? Derek said. Some 60 miles south is where the northern lands end and the Uptal barony begins. Uptal barony? Silas quizzed. They're a small, though quite influential noble house, Av replied. The barony isn't that large or populated as it still inhabits some of the remnant northern lands, but it is still a home to some 20,000 people altogether. What about their army? Silas asked. There's no need to go that far, Av shook his head. If it's the matter of bringing them over to the prince's side, I can do that on my own. Oh? How? Gerard Uptal, the head of the family, is father of Anthony Uptal. And who is that? My son-in-law. What? You have a kid? Silas quizzed. I do. Granted, I adopted her, but still. She carries my name, even if not my blood. Well, that's one issue resolved, Silas said. Next stop is the barony, I suppose. You are sure about this? Derek asked. Last I heard, Baron Gerard was a petty and greedy man who would stoop however low he needed to achieve something. Oh, he's still all those things, Av nodded. But he's also terrified of me. So, there's that. Ah, terror. Where would the world be without it? Silas said. We'll start the campaign from there, then. Right. How many people from the fortress do you think would join? Of their own will, I mean. Honestly? Not many, Av sighed, shaking his head. Most of the men there are criminals who are serving time. The few that aren't are either too old, too drunk, or too weak. Maybe 20 men, tops. 20 is better than 0, still, Silas said. The first test will be the barony. You realize that, right? Valen. I do, the prince nodded. Even if the baron is terrified of Sir Avino, it doesn't matter. If I can't bring him over to my side, it will be difficult to start any kind of a momentum. True. We'll focus on the main issues that the kingdom has, Silas said. Appeal to the nobles in public but start building your image up with the commoners. Vanessa, are you okay with assisting Asha with that? Ah? Yes, of course. I've found, in my experience, that men will listen to pretty women spew as much bullshit as they want. So, smile a few times, laugh at whatever lame jokes they make, and get them to think that the Prince Valen is the greatest man to ever roll on this world. While Av and Vanessa felt their hearts freeze once again since they already knew Valen was a cripple, the others simply sighed. Even Valen seemed somewhat disappointed. That was one of your weakest. Can't put out hits all the time, your lowness. Alright, that one was better. Now, let us eat in proper silence. We'll hold a meeting later to detail out the plans. Aye, let's eat. Chapter 181. Marionette in a play. Av and Vanessa went ahead of the others to prepare the most loyal members they had for the further journey south. There was hardly a need for Valen and the entourage to camp in the fort, as there were potentially spies there that could alert the barony to their plans. While it was inevitable that their journey would get leaked eventually, Silas preferred it happen on a later date, at least when they had the first barony under their thumb. As such, rather than taking a route that had them pass by the fortress, they opted into a more rural one. It wasn't much of an issue, what with Asha clearing the way, and they eventually met up with Av and Vanessa and 14 other people that they brought along. Joining the group after brief introductions, they continued moving south at a steady rate, at pace to reach the barony in 4 days. It ended up being 5.5 days in the end, but they did step out onto a snow-laden plain that stretched into a hilly countryside. For the first time since he came to this world, Silas found a piece of land that wasn't enclosed from all ends by something. Instead, the hilly plains almost caused a distant memory of Earth to resurface, but it was too blurry and vague to truly mean anything. Though there was still snow everywhere, it was much shallower than further north, nowhere deeper than 20 to 30 inches, and it was also much warmer even outside of Asha's sphere. The sky, too, grew less murky and clouded and grey, and even the sun could be seen drifting along the curve in the high sky, dim though it still was. The entourage rested for a bit before proceeding further inward. The closest village was supposed to be some 6 miles further into the territory, though it was entirely possible that the residents were relocated further south for the winter. Either way, the journey grew slightly harder, against all odds, as the terrain had changed into hills. Though they were not particularly steep or even large, they were hills still and it took a while for carriages to break past them. It was some 4 miles into their journey that one of the advanced scouts returned, a young man in his mid-20s, a panicked expression on his face. There's an army of at least a few thousand 2 miles ahead. While the gasps of shock belched out, Silas looked around for a moment. There was a spy in the entourage. Whether it was someone from the castle or some of the people AV chose from the fortress, they had informed someone of the entourage's journey. Silas wasn't worried. He hardly suspected he'd make any major headway within the first attempt. If he could at least identify the camp where the spy was in, he'd consider it a victory. Furthermore, this would allow him to see the barony's force, not just their number, but skill level. After all, he would need an army himself, or, rather, Valen would, and absorbing factions was the easiest way to obtain the numbers. What should we do, was the question Valen asked out loud, though everyone thought over inwardly. They sat in a circle in a quickly made tent, worried expressions on everyone except Asha and Silas. I'll go ahead alone to see what's up, Silas replied amidst the heavy silence. The rest of you stay here. Huh? What can you? Never mind. AV started to question it, but quickly recalled the huge canyon and the flatland where the village used to be. Should we fortify our position? Sure, Silas nodded randomly. Let's have a lunch before I go, though. It wasn't long after they left the tent that Asha dragged him to the sides with a quizzical look on her face, her arms spread wide open. What? Don't what me. What's the plan? If I can't what you, how can you what me? Isn't that unfair? What? Exactly. Hey, idiot, she pinched his shoulder. What's my role? You'll stay here too, he said. And monitor people. What do you mean? There's a spy in the group, right now. Don't know who or how they got in. If I depart, they'll likely send the message ahead, so I need you keep an eye out for any suspicious people. Or birds. Birds? You think they sent out a message with a bird? Sounds possible, why not? Don't you think, genius, that a fucking bird in the sky would be very, very noticeable in the midst of, well, nothing else? Yes, good point, Silas nodded, stroking his chin. Well, keep an eye out for suspicious people, then. It's the same. Sure is. What about you? Are you going to fight? Maybe, he shrugged. If they turn out to be just ordinary soldiers led by ordinary morons, it would be pointless. I'll just obliterate them and move further south on my own to see what's what. And I'm supposed to, what? Dance around waiting until you die. Well, I drink, Silas said. Like, a lot. Whenever you need the time to speed up, either meditate, or drink. Like, drink. Whatever. Fine. I'll think of something. I'm sure you will. Silas departed right after, curious. After all, this was quite a new experience for him. After being stuck within what felt like a tiny room for hundreds of years, he'd finally experienced the change of scenery, and that change was massive. It didn't take him long to cross the 2 miles, just a couple of minutes of leisurely jogging, and he saw a long set of rows stretching out in a quasi-crescent shape, likely in the movement to flank and encircle the entourage upon meeting. Just as the scout reported, there were a few thousand well-armed and disciplined soldiers, though just one truly stood out to Silas. It was a cloaked man riding a black mane next to a grandiose figure draped in what looked like every piece of jewelry the barony held. It was likely the Baron himself, but as he was a gaudy-looking man, Silas couldn't care less about him. He didn't bother hiding, stepping out into the open and causing the army to stop. The man next to the Baron immediately flinched and narrowed his eyes into slits as he stared at Silas. On the other hand, the Baron appeared angry and displeased, and that sentiment soon manifested in a couple of arrows that were shot at Silas. He ignored them, largely because he didn't even notice them. As they touched his body, they just bounced off and fell to the ground. The man dismounted and walked forward while the Baron raged behind him. Soon, Silas and the man were within talking distance, some 15 feet separating them. Who are you? The man asked warily. An envoy, Silas replied randomly. The question is, who the hell are you and why are you guarding that ugly-looking thing over there? Have you come from the north? Have you come here to annoy me? You can't have. He is there. And you are here. People are places. What a strange idea. Never thought of before, if you'd believe it. It's best you answer me honestly, or I'll simply kill you and then kill those behind you. Silas sighed lethargically. Dude, come on. I'm tired. I mean, I'll fight you, sure, that's inevitable just cause your face pisses me off. But before that, can't we have a semi-normal chat? Like, again, why are you defending that jackass? What's he paying you? I'll double no, I'll triple it. Unless he's paying you a lot, in which case I probably can't do that. Answer in words never arrived. Instead, Silas raised his left arm gently and blocked a swift strike of a sword. It was aimed for his gut, as the man clearly wasn't aiming to kill him. Shocked, the man tried to retrieve the sword, but Silas casually grasped it wholly into his hand and held it steady. The man began to shake like a leaf in the wind while his eyes widened. You done? Silas asked lamely. Why yes, The man stuttered in horror. Good, Silas clasped ever so tightly and the sword shattered whole, its pieces falling down onto the ground. The man fell backward and onto his behind, shaking still in horror. Silas crouched down in front of him. So, why are you defending that thing over there? QQQ Queen's. Queen's orders, the man replied. Queen's orders? Yes. Well, ain't that fucking convenient, Silas sighed, looking up at the army. Arrows soon began raining but he ignored them. When did you get the order? 3 years ago, the man recovered ever so slightly. All right. Let me guess. You were thinking of retiring. Maybe finding a nice place in the capital or around it. But, suddenly, you were recommended to move out here and guard the barony, no? Why yes, how did you know? Ha, Silas sighed yet again, smiling bitterly. Fuck me, they're really playing with me, ain't they? Bah. Whatever. Tell me, who is your spy? Spy? Yeah, who is feeding you info? I don't know. The Baron gets the info directly. You think he'll talk if I torture him a bit? Yes. You seem uncertain. You'll torture him, then. He'll trust you more. 'Cause he knows you. Silas ignored the strange look in the man's eyes and stood up, catching one of the arrows before tossing it back, killing the horse the Baron was sitting on and sending the man into a crazed panic as he began to fall. The Little Joys of Life. Chapter 182. Whispers in Motion. Why are you doing this to me? Silas glanced to the side, a strange expression on his face. It has been a while since the sound of the blood-curdling screaming didn't stop his heart for a moment. On the floor of the brick-taped, damp, and barely lit dungeon, the man who called himself simply M was currently in the process of liberating the Baron from his family jewels. No, 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 please, please stop. Anything but that, please. Please, please, please. Ever heard him beg like that before? Silas asked. Somewhat, M replied, looking at Silas with an odd expression. Occasionally, I'd hear it coming from the bedroom. Please mistress do this or don't do that. Ah. Kinda pegged him for a pegger. What? Nothing. Go on. If you don't say. I'm telling you. I don't know, I really don't, the Baron cried out soulfully. There's a secret cabinet in my office. There's a mirror there, a copper mirror, and from time to time, some information appears there. Who tells you? Silas quizzed. The word mirror triggered a distant memory from within him. Tells me? What? No, nobody tells me anything. A bunch of letters appear on the mirror. Wait, who are you? Are you the one they warned me about? Could it be the mountain folk? Silas wondered inwardly. That chick departed with us, but I didn't see her make any strange movements. What are your orders? Silas continued to question. I asked you a question, you mongrel. If you don't Ouch, even Silas felt the pain the dagger poked and prodded well enough to shave one off. Oh my god. It hurts, oh my god, it hurts. Answer his question or the other one goes too, M quickly said. He was willing to burn down the entire barony if need be, let alone torture and kill someone as pathetic as the man in front of him. I'll answer. My orders were to kill the prince. That's all. I swear that is all. Silas turned silent, stroking his chin. The conflict in the capital is bleeding out, ain't it? It wasn't terribly difficult to see that there were forces at play that were trying to push each other out of the game. While the Queen carefully positioned pawns to act as effective goalposts for Valen's journey, others tried damned and hard to prevent the growth of the southward force. In truth, Silas didn't care. He cared neither for those standing in his way, or even those helping along. While the help was welcome, he couldn't truly trust any of these people, not like he could trust Ryan or Derek or Valen, anyway. The more of them there were, the harder it would become to keep an eye out on them. Then again, these men were likely positioned here because neither the Queen nor the King perfectly predicted how Silas would behave. He was likely supposed to depart south before the cold snap happened, and likely before the shadow took root in the village. As such, he would have needed men like AV and M to even stand a remote chance of success. He alone, however, was enough. He was an unmatched army, unless the King himself and those like him came out to fight, nobody could stop him. And yet, he found that such a thought terrified him. Even the fact that he could conjure it up, that his brain was so transfixed that it would push it forward, was mortifying. Perhaps to him the time had stretched into centuries, but for the rest of the world, it hadn't been that long. Not even a full, proper winter. And yet he went from someone who shivers and shakes at the sight of a ghoul, to something that's not quite human. To something that can imagine a thought-unstoppable army and believe it with every fiber of its being. What he found the strangest, however, is that, nobody asked any questions. Not Valen. Not Derek. Not Ryan. It was as though they accepted every change like it was always a part of him. For however much he had suffered, and he suffered plenty, that vast stretch was only his, like the letters of a dream that never was. For the rest of the world, he stood a forged madman, cold in mind and heart, tempered by the battles that never were. Looking at the Baron and M, and how they looked at him, people who've known him for less than an hour, he'd come to realize that, this was who he had become and who he was always supposed to be. Just not, This version of himself. He was always an immortal, both when he would nearly weep at the sight of a sword stabbing flesh, and now. Death, however, he saw differently. He stopped fearing it a long time ago, but its effects began to creep up on him, like the invisible hands of corruption that he never realized were there. No death was free, he realized. Every time his heart stopped and the land of darkness briefly grazed him before he was woken, a part of him was ripped out, transfixed into something else. Time had morphed him, as time morphs all things. Some days, he'd look into the mirror and wonder what he used to look like. Not physically, nothing has changed there. But the look in his eyes, was it always that hollow? Was it always that cold? That inhuman? As though it belonged to a creature that had no stake in this reality and was merely going through its motions? He didn't know. Strange, for a man immortal, how tender and fallible his memories were. Sighing, he realized that the Baron had passed out in part due to shock, no doubt, but mostly because he was bleeding out. It wouldn't be long before he dies, though it hardly seemed to bother either of the men in the dungeon. The Queen. Did you ever meet her? Silas asked abruptly. The Queen? No. Never in person, at least. Seen her from afar once or twice, M replied. What do you make of her? Not much, he said. Just that few seem capable of standing eye to eye with her. And she's hardly tall. Really? Silas mumbled. After all this time, I think I have her figured out. She's devoted, he continued. Zealously so, it seems. Whether to a man or to a cause. I don't know. Perhaps, to her, they're one and the same. The kingdom and the gods seem to believe she loathes everything not her own, and yet. I see a poem in it all. Poetry you hardly ever see. Not on such scale, anyway. She's a murderer, M said. It's not all that well hidden. Oh, I'm sure she is. Murderer, torturer, betrayer, she's possibly thousands of heinous things, all she could be one, a distraction. A distraction. I've long suspected that there are tongs of fate at play here. Serendipity and cosmic coincidence are well and good, but the machinations of this scale? Nah. They don't occur without a hand of God behind them. Like most, I figured the king was forced to banish the poor OL prince to keep the boy safe, at least. Far off in the winds of the north, but alive. Wasn't he? M quizzed, seeming genuinely curious. No, Silas replied. The day Valen left for north marked the beginning of this story. What story? His ascension. Everything is prepared for it. Distraught nobles who feel the queen is in the middle of a power grab while their king quivers like a coward. All the princes and princesses are either dead or corrupt. What used to be a flaccid balance of power is now completely gone. Like a bomb a second away from exploding. And boom. In goes the prince. A young, forsaken lad who made the pilgrimage from the north, burning with desire to fix his home. And, on his journey, he found pawns and knights and bishops and rooks to come along, men and women who, by sheer happenstance, retired in places conveniently en route. I wish, before all this is over, I'll have a chance to sit down with the woman and talk. More and more, I grow suspicious that she concocted the entire plan. I just want to see the eyes of someone so convinced of something she's willing to sacrifice her name for all of the history. If you wish to talk to the Queen, M said after a momentary silence. She's 2 counties over, currently visiting Viscount Var and his wife. HOH. Silas' eyes lit up with deep want. How far away? Maybe 6-7 days with horses. M replied. With little rest. Will she still be there by the time we come? As far as I know. She's scheduled to be there through the entire Winter Festival. Winter Festival. Annual ball that Viscount Var hosts in name of his dead daughter. Interesting, Silas mumbled, stroking his chin. She didn't account for us making the journey through the winter, it seems. I'm looking forward to seeing her expression. I'm as blind to the geography of this place as I am to your attempt to kill me. KHM. Surely, you'll lead the way. Of course, M replied, smiling hastily. Would you like to rest first, or? Rest is for the dead, Silas replied. Lead the way. As you wish. Chapter 183. The Queen. Landscape was same, though blurred beyond recognition at times, as M led Silas on a pair of black-maned horses through the winding, side roads of the kingdom. Silas could run faster, but he didn't push at times. It was all right to slow down and take the sights in, especially if he was taking them in for the first time. He'd never been this far in, after all, and the starkest difference was not in the topography as eventually they came across the distant mountains and forests and hills just the same, but in the fact that there was no white. At some point, snow had almost completely vanished, traces here and there, evidence that it was winter still, but the world was nowhere near as dead as it was far up north. The trees had their canopy, rich and colorful, and the hills weren't shades of white beneath the barely squeezing sun. They were green and red and white and blue, flowered and bejeweled by the nature's perfect touch. The winds weren't bone-piercing, they weren't chilled and frigid. In the midday, they were even warm and caressing, like the hands of the ever-after hugging a soul. The ponds and rivers and tiny streams that they encountered weren't frozen over, instead, they ran, swift and untamed, wild and unbridled, pouring through unmatched. It was the sight of the nature living, and it was a sight that Silas missed. Missed terribly. They took breaks often. Though the horses were good, they were still tiring out. The two barely spoke during the breaks, with M usually falling asleep while Silas rounded the surrounding area, in part enjoying the sights and in part mapping out the kingdom in his mind. He couldn't imagine it all up in flames soon enough, with men, women, and children alike running amok through the fire and blood, slashing and screaming at every step. Silas had never been in a war, not a true one, anyway. What he knew were skirmishes, and though beyond tragic they may be, they were not wars. They were not examples of tens of thousands roaring with bloodlust that hardly ever knew reason. Ignorant would die, fighting for a lie, while those who kindled the flames would lurk in the shadows, waiting, biding their time. He would sigh at the thought he promised Valen the throne, but he would have to become the bloody devil everybody feared. When it would all come to an end, how will he be remembered? In histories, Valen might ascribe him the title of a savior, but the folklore will tell otherwise. A monster, mothers would whisper at nighttime, bedeviled and cold, bloodied from head to toe, shall come crawling on all fours, and eat till it cannot eat any more. We're a day away, Em said as they jumped on their horses, ready to restart the journey. What are you going to do? Will you kill her? Silas mused. I'm not sure. See, I ain't much of a planner. My whims are my pens, and they write the story. Don't worry. Once you escort me, you can go wherever you want. You won't kill me? Em asked, sounding somewhat surprised. In another lifetime, perhaps. The two men rode the rest of the way in silence. The place that Em led him to wasn't a village or a town or a city. Instead, it was a gated mansion well outside the nearest village, a town unto itself from the size and looks of it. Tall walls stood guarded by dozens, piercing towers and spires lurking from within. Sneaking in was virtually impossible, at least for an ordinary person. If he truly desired, he could just go through the front doors and kill whoever stood in his way. But he wasn't here to fight and kill. You can leave, Silas told Em as he dismounted. Good luck. Same, Em replied, turning his horse around. Without fanfare, he left, thankful he was being spared. Silas walked casually toward the massive walls, invisible to the world around him, easily leaping over the 20 feet tall walls, landing within with the world being none the wiser. He navigated the many narrow and wide streets, smithies, bakeries, and even barracks. It was a massive compound, taking him over 10 minutes of casual walk to reach the central building. There, the dead world turned alive, lights shimmered from within, illuminating the night, while the music swelled even grander. People walked in and out regularly, all dressed regally, some alone though most within pairs. Ignoring them, Silas walked in through the front doors invisible still, even if he was sticking out like a sore thumb, wearing ragged pants and not much else. Walking down the first, red-carpeted corridor, he was distracted by the many portraits on the side, though naturally followed the crowd. A minute or so later, he found himself inside a massive, round hall currently blaring with music and conversation. Hundreds of tables and hundreds of people were scattered about, though clearly divided by some pattern likely that of their position in the hierarchy. At the far front, a long table extended, one that looked the most luxurious, and, at its center, Silas saw a woman. Though he didn't recognize her, he recognized her. It couldn't be anyone else. She was a beauty, ebony-haired and blue-eyed, a strange pairing if there ever was one. Her skin was copper-dyed, seemingly without blemishes, and she wore a beautiful, black gown. There was a veil over her face, hiding her features, though Silas easily saw through it. She was currently engaged in a conversation with a man seated next to her. He was an older man, white-haired and mustached, appearing jolly from the appearances. Suddenly, the woman twitched, lifting her head and looking to the front, her eyes widened slightly as her gaze met Silas. She saw him, when nobody else could. However, instead of panicking or exposing him, she smiled. It was a strange smile, an uncomfortable smile. Suddenly, she stood up and appeared to excuse herself, leaving through the doors behind her. A moment later, Silas followed. She wasn't running away. She was inviting him, and he obeyed. While the rest of the hall remained ignorant and engaged with the music, he crossed to the other end and through the doors that were left open. There, another corridor awaited, flanked with dozens of doors of which only one was open and was bleeding light. She was sifting neath the candlelight, pouring red wine into 2 glasses. The room was otherwise barren, made of old and worn stone, akin to a dungeon. And yet, even in such a rustic surrounding, she appeared to shine and glimmer. You're a long way from home, she said, taking off her veil and looking at him, smiling still. And yet even longer still. How can you see me? Silas asked. "Wy warned me you might come," she said. "And taught me your signature. Don't fear. I'm no magical being, I'm afraid. Beyond my keen mind, I'm an ordinary woman. You're selling yourself short. Come on in," she invited. "This is a special, floral wine that you might like. I always found it oddly stifling and sour, but Wy always enjoyed it." Silas obeyed, entering and sitting down opposite of her. "Is that some sort of a fashion statement, or is it possible you cannot even afford clothes? You're not surprised to see me. How did the king think I'd come visit you when I learned you were here just a few days ago?" Silas asked. "These things," she said, "usually have a way of playing themselves out. These things." Silas picked up the glass and gave it a sniff. A strange, though relaxing aroma engulfed his lungs and gently kissed them. "Why are you here, Silas?" she asked suddenly. "I'm sure that Wy already informed you what you should be doing." "I am," he said. "Valen's near the kingdom's first barony. But I found it strange. Everywhere I go, there are retired men and women perfect for my cause. Fate is funny like that, I have learned. just causes find themselves compelled by forces beyond to succeed. I don't believe in fate, though, Silas said. What I do believe in is the human touch. Must be uninspiringly dry to not believe in fate. Why did you banish Valen? Why even choose him? Why summon me? What's the point of it all when you could have just ousted those plotting against you? That is a lot of questions, Silas. And I need some answers. Do you? What? Do you truly need the answers? She asked. They will not change your understanding of the events much, I can promise you that. You speak as if you know me, Silas said, taking a sip of wine. As she said, it was quite sour. But, he didn't mind. Hardly, she said. It is my first time meeting you, after all. And yet there's this tingly feeling in my brain telling me you know almost everything about me while I know next to nothing about you. I only know so much as I need to know, she said, smiling. Besides, you seem to know me well enough. Only speculatively, Silas said. Which is to say, not at all. Very well. What do you want to know? Why did you send Valen? That is not a question about me, she interrupted. But my actions. Aren't they one and the same? Is your slaughter of the innocent one and the same with who you are at your core? The question shook Silas, causing him to reel back a bit as he stared at her calm and tranquil expression. You know about that. So, you know about everything. No, she shook her head. Just enough, for this conversation. I won't get anything out of you, will I? He quizzed with a helpless smile. You don't need anything out of me, she said. I am just a footnote, Silas, in the tempered scrolls of history. You, on the other hand, are a hero. What can a footnote possibly say to a hero that will matter whatsoever? What woe a peasant would weep if he were to hear his queen describe herself as a footnote, Silas said. But fine. At least tell me this, why Valen? There were other candidates, probably better candidates. So, why him? Was it purely because of the gift? She remained silent for nearly 10 seconds before replying. When Valen was 3, he snuck out of his room one night. Started roaming the halls of the palace. Nobody noticed him. There were guards everywhere, maids, butlers, but there he was, a 3-year-old boy roaming freely. He came into our room, a room that nobody knew even existed. And he said something to us that made that choice. In fact, it was after that night that we began planning. What did he say? Nothing that will have any importance to you, she replied. But something that changed our world. And just like him, you surprised me too. You are marching through the winter. How? What do you mean? Didn't you send me a prophet? Silas asked. What prophet? Chapter 184. Prophets made of sand. Strange silence befell the two, with varying degrees of confusion shared between them. If Asha wasn't part of the Queen's plan, Silas realized, then she was just a cosmic coincidence. No, he inwardly shook. Universe isn't that kind. You sure? He asked again. Fairly certain, she replied. I am as surprised as you are, to be honest. Prophets are rare things. In fact, scholars have started considering them either a myth or at least extinct. How so? Silas probed further, frowning. While there are occasional reports of prophets, the Queen replied. They are never truly confirmed. And though the stories speak of men and women who could whisper the gods' wants, there are also stories of men whose lips could spit fire. Does not make either of those stories true. I have seen her do things, Silas said, frowning still. Melt snow. Appear food and drinks from nowhere. Have visions, visions of my life. The Queen's eyes momentarily lit up, though she merely smiled. I was mistaken. Yes, I do recall a prophet. Ha, Silas sighed. This entire world is hellbent on fucking me till I'm spitting its cum. Heroes face walls, Silas, she said. Tall and seemingly unbreakable walls. When the rest of the world sees that wall, we falter, crumble, and shrink. What makes heroes who they are is that there is no wall tall or impregnable enough to make them cower. Most, admittedly, do not bend their head into the wall for lifetimes on end, but, lesser men than you would have failed even at that. Both you and that stepson of yours far overestimate me, Silas shrugged. I have failed. The fuck do you think it took me lifetimes? Given enough time, there ain't a man or a woman alive who wouldn't become a hero. Especially when there's no other choice. Though, admittedly, calling me a hero is as perverse as calling yourself a footnote. My late mother had a saying, the Queen said, smiling charmingly. A man's a bucket of dreams, and us women are plugs keeping them afloat. Admittedly, she was a woman who liked wine and sanctity of a walled mansion, never having to fight for anything she believed in. As both you and I know, we all have dreams. And we all need anchors. You claim anyone could have become what you are given enough time, but you are wrong. I very seriously, highly doubt that. Unless, noticing the strange look in her eyes, Silas' mind came up with a horrific idea. This isn't the first time. It is, she replied. For us. For you. But not for the world. There are very, very, very few heroes, Silas. No matter how far back in time you go. No, perhaps calling you heroes is perverse, as you put it. The world is blighted by the way children view heroes, pure, incorruptible, ever shining, bastions of morality and goodness. There never was nor will there ever be a man or a woman who can live up to the ideal of a child's hero. But men and women like you, they come close. Do you want to know truly why you were the one? She asked suddenly. Why? I was. Silas frowned. I thought it was random. Because we knew you would not run, she said. No matter what happened, you would have stayed. You couldn't have possibly known that. You stayed with them, Silas shook. Through everything. Even when it hurt beyond hurt, you stayed. I'll take your word for it, he said, feeling angry for some reason. Then do. We all falter here and there. As gods are my witnesses, I have faltered many times in my life. I have grafted a fate for a child I love beyond love that had him cold and terrified. He should have had a simple life, one of opulence and calm. But I have been part of a choice to deny that from him. For the greater good, we said to ourselves. Whispered into each other's ears while our pillows bled tears. We live with that every day and it nearly kills us. We cannot imagine what it is like for you. A lifetime after a lifetime. Not a picnic, Silas said. Why would you love another woman's child? Weren't you betrayed? She merely smiled faintly before suddenly standing up. It is time for you to go, Silas. Please, do not seek me again. I have told you all that I could, and even a little that I should not have. You have found your purpose, your reason. You know what to do. The only thing that is left, is to do it. To what end? Silas asked, standing up and stopping in front of her. What the fuck's the point of it all? Even if I put Valen on the throne, you think this shithole will get any better? It won't. Civil war is imminent, and putting a cripple on the throne will do fuck all to change anything. Please, she said, her eyes growing slightly watery. Fuck, Silas sighed, sliding to the side. Just know, he added just before she left the room. Nothing will ever change. Human nature isn't fixable. Soon enough, Eternia will be ashes. And from its ashes another shithole will arise. And, that too, will eventually burn. All the sacrifice, whatever the fuck deal you made with the devil, it's all for nothing. It is not, she glanced back at him. If you truly knew Valen at all, you would know that. Farewell, Silas. May we meet only once again, when the bells begin to ring solemn. Silas stole some wine from the party and climbed one of its many towers, sitting on its top, overlooking the nightly, misty world around him. He sipped the wine slowly, perusing the conversation he had with the queen. Though she never said anything explicitly, she confirmed many things for him, namely that it was likely her and the king who summoned him here, or at least exercised some kind of a deal with the immortal who summoned him. Furthermore, it would appear that his selection wasn't entirely random. For whatever reason, they chose him of billions of people on Earth, people far more skilled, knowledgeable, and resilient, they chose him. He cursed under his breath, cursed many a thing, but the curses rang hollow. The truth was, he didn't care. He hadn't cared for a long while. Taking a sip, he hung his head low and thought the thought he least wanted Esha. She wasn't set by the bedeviled duo. And yet, it seemed as though the queen knew something. In the end, he chose to ignore it. He had to. She was his anchor, his last thread to whatever human was left within him. Without her, he'd simply become a mindless drone, going through the lifetimes of loops until he had his perfect run. A machine who had learned the perfect behavior after endless failures. If it meant turning a blind eye to something that might cost him, he was fine with it. She earned it, he mused, well enough. Looking up, he saw the moon just creep out past the clouds. It was crescent, defiantly glowing in the dead of the night. Its shine framed the world around him, embossing the edges of everything. Back at again, I suppose, he slammed the bottle of the wine, breaking it, and stabbed himself dozens of times, everywhere. He consciously held back the energy from healing him, and though it fastened the death, it still took him nearly 4 hours to bleed out. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. The entourage began their preparations while Silas worked himself to the bone, growing as strong as he could be as quickly as he could. You should relax for a bit, Asha walked in on him relentlessly swinging his sword around the castle's back. You've been going at it for days. Has it really been days? He glanced at her, asking. She was the same as she always was. Bright-eyed, soft-spoken. You lost the track of time. I met the queen. At? When? She quizzed, shocked. The last loop, he replied. Went a bit deeper into the kingdom, found her at some festival. And? What did she say? Nothing of import, he said. Though she did let it slip that, apparently, I was chosen specifically. And that bothers you. Just makes no sense, Silas sighed. As a completely objective and in no way compromised observer, she smiled as she walked up and hugged him from behind. I disagree. It makes perfect sense. Oh? I was perfect for selective, temporal torture that lasts for seemingly all eternity. No, she spoke gently. But, if I needed to pick someone to save a kingdom, yet. I could see myself picking you. Looks like the years with me have really brainwashed you, he chuckled, bending over slightly and picking up the gourd of water. I'm just saying, she rolled over and sat on one of the tree trunks. You need a hero? You summon Silas. You really think I'm a hero? He asked, smiling still. Man, you're worse off than I thought. Maybe, she smiled back. Love has a funny way of mystifying the world. You sure look the part, though. What with muscles upon muscles and a beard months unshaven. Yes, but where's my glistening, gilded armor? The sword that shines and shit? A white mane that can, for some reason, fly without wings? And where's my parade of maidens cheering my name? You asked about me, haven't you? She suddenly asked, causing his upper lip to stiffen. It's noble, choosing to have faith in me. Or stupid. One of those. I thought it a nice, romantic gesture, he sighed helplessly. I love you, Silas, she said. And from the bottom of my heart, I hope that's enough for you, for now. For now, he repeated, walking over, crouching down and grabbing her hand. Forever. Now, that is a romantic gesture. It is, isn't it? I do have my moments. You have them plenty, the two laughed for a moment. I promise you it will all make sense, one day. And on that day, you can choose whether to love me or hate me. If seemingly the entire world can, for some reason, put their faith in me of all people, he said. I can put some of mine in a girl who stuck with me through everything. Well, not everything. You did find me when I was, drifting, though. Come on, she pulled him up to his feet. They're having the Last Supper in the castle. How many of those will we get to experience? If any of my previous experiences are to go by, he replied, letting himself be dragged. Thousands, probably. Chapter 185. Then the years. The loops began. They were rough and uneven, sometimes lasting a few weeks and sometimes a couple of months. Silas wasn't particular about following a route, often diverging on his own, effectively looking for all the variables. He wasn't in a hurry. If anything, he slowed down the pace to a crawl, letting the time wash over him like the warm wines. Though months and years passed, he hardly felt them. Bit by bit, time had begun to seize. What was a drug alarming the brain each and every day that it was ever so closer to dying was now a hollow word. A pointless sound. A thing that never was. In fact, if it weren't for Asha to tell him, he would have forgotten what time even was. By the time he had finally perfected the fight against the king who never was, the shadow that used to torment him, he had celebrated over 400 years of stay in the loop that never seemed to end. It was strange having shut down like a machine, the years never ate away him. He sealed who he was within the depths of his soul and lived out the story that ought to be almost by instinct. Today, once again, he found himself face to face with the elongating fields of green, the sprawling hills and the vast, blue sky, land unblemished by the winter. There was an ever-growing army at his back, like wines in his sails, though they hardly chanted his name. He was a desolate figure to most, a macabre thing that hung around the king to be. He listened to Valen make the speech the boy had spoken into existence hundreds of times by now, so much so that Silas remembered it word for word. He even sat down and mouthed it, word for word, with a faint smile on his face. It was strange, the anomaly. No matter the route they take, the speech remains the same. No matter what. But for every word of the speech that he memorized, one or another memory vanished. He found himself forgetting even the day that he first met Asha, improbable though he thought it was. He couldn't be certain, not of anything, really. He had no mirror to compare his memories to. For all he knew, he'd forgotten 1,000 things, and he might not have forgotten anything. But he did. At least, he forgot them. Hannah and Jake. He caught his mind adrift, once, those two names swimming about, unattached, like the marionettes without strings. There were no Hannahs or Jakes in this world, that much he knew. And he knew, somewhere in the depths, that, once upon a time, he had a family. It wasn't difficult to connect the dots, even if they may be faulty. In the end, though, try as hard as he could only remember the names. There were no faces, no voices, no nostalgic anecdotes about waking up late one morning and rushing the young kid to school only for the latter to forget his lunch. There was only noise, the kind of noise that he couldn't explain. It hummed into infinity, seemingly holding all the secret memories that had long since vanished from him. He held on to the names, however. He wrote them down hundreds of times, sometimes even within one loop. Hannah, Jake. Hannah, Jake. Hannah, Jake. He wrote them so many times that he'd started to think he made them up. There were quite a few years spent in the quiet deliberation of the point. In the end, he succumbed to the base want of needing the names to be true. Perchance, he mused, even if he did abuse the infinity of time he was gifted, he would still be unable to recall more than he already did. His old life had been burned. Vague things remained, concepts like technology, but anything specific had long since been shaven off in lieu of hundreds of years of suffering and numbness. Beyond the so-called Ammon fields, the land expanded into a flanked valley connecting two different regions of the kingdom. This pit stop always evoked war, for a massive army awaited them within the dark tunnel. Their force of barely a couple of thousand could hardly withstand the 20,000-strong onslaught. That is, so long as Silas remained back. He never fought, not because he couldn't win, but because he wanted to see how far he could take the force without himself. Not far, it seemed. What should we do? Valen asked the council anxiously. Others didn't look much better, aside from Silas and Asha, they all seemed to have concluded they would die in the canyon. He had seen these exact faces nearly 100 times now, and they hardly dented his heart. And yet, for a brief moment, he wanted to alleviate their fears. Want me to show you guys something cool? He suddenly asked, drawing his eyes on himself. Something cool? Valen sang back. Come out, Silas said, standing up and leaving the tent. They had set up a camp at the very entrance of the valley, a mile or so off from where the battle is to be held. Others soon followed, but he didn't stop, slowly walking toward the dip and further into the canyon. I have been getting a bit angry watching them beat your guys' asses so many times. I guess I can vent for a bit. While many eyes watched on in confusion, Asha merely smiled and shook her head. Silas wore nothing but the pants still, a simple scabbard holding the blade within as it swung back and forth from his waist. Though he appeared tiny, flanked by the looming cliffs, for some reason, he seemed taller still than the sky itself. The bare back seemed to hold the weight of the stars, ineffable, untouchable. Though the opposing force grew alarmed for a moment when they saw a silhouette approaching, upon realizing that it was a beggar-looking man, laughter jeered into the day's winds. Reaching 500 feet of separation, Silas slowly drew out his sword, his eyes glazed with nothing, tempered by the whetstone of time. Arrows began to fall, but they burned to ash before coming anywhere near him. It was as though the invisible hands of eternity scalded them, washing him free and uncaring. Men rode horses forth toward him, shouts forming separation of sound and light. And thus he moved. A blur whizzed forward like a bolt of thunder, a streak of light otherwise unconscious, horses' heads flew up in a spray blood and men atop of them found themselves cleaved into thousands of pieces, like mincemeat. Silas pushed forward through the rush and rain of the blood and gore, ignoring the blood-curdling screams of agony. Demon, they screamed. Hellhound, they bellowed. Reaper himself, they whimpered. He broke into their ranks through the shield-bearers fairly easily, toppling over the vanguard as though they were made of paper. A storm of swords suffused light ensued, after images of the sharp blade pairing with the upward rain of heads. Forgiveness, they prayed. God, they mumbled. All the same, the brown canyon turned dark and horrifying. And in the midst of blood and gore that had even Derek heaving his innards out, a figure occasionally flashed. No, more a phantom than a figure. Bearer of death, taking lives without mercy. What began as an army of tens of thousands slowly began to thin out as the hills began to form from the number of corpses. Some were relatively whole, though most at least had a limb or two shaven off of them. Quite a few were headless, and some yet entirely turned into paste. Silas' sword broke a long time ago, but he simply picked up a random one and continued the wanton massacre. He stopped when the count of dead turned somewhere around 4,000. It was enough. It was enough thousands of corpses ago, in fact. But he pushed to see if he would feel anything. And he felt nothing. Whipping his hair backward and washing away the blood that was covering his eyes, he looked around listlessly. They weren't running and those that started running, came back. Instead, they were all on their knees, their foreheads pressed against the bloody red dirt, whimpering, crying, shaking, though soundless still. Looking further back, he saw Valen and others and they were hardly different. Just like those he had slain, those he slayed for looked at him as though he were bedeviled. No, he couldn't blame them. If he were an ordinary man and he saw someone do what he just did, he would be exactly the same. He lost himself in the moment, trying to capture the tiny piece of humanity within him while destroying humanity in others. He was poison, he realized. If given time, he would inflict and infect all those around him. Sighing, he looked up at the barren sky and smiled. It was an eerie smile, especially as he was covered in blood from head to toe, but it was an honest smile still. He was larger than life, larger than death, but human still. For beneath those gazes, his heart-stirred guilt caged his soul and fueled his veins. He wasn't completely gone. And, to him, that was enough. Chapter 186. Martyrs Pass. Silas lounged about freely at the walls of a small town called Varrock. It was a town station some 80 miles down past the forest beyond the village, and was home largely to farming families and retired conscripts. Their group had arrived 2 days ago to a rather warm welcome, as the news of the band of heroes under the banner of Prince Valen had spread during their travels. The stories were aplenty, some more benevolent than the others. They spoke of the brutal horde who slaughtered wantonly, and yet also of merciful prince who fed the poor and battered. While those with thick purses fled further south, those decadent remained behind, welcoming the prince with open arms. This was one of the more successful avenues, Silas learned. He'd tried plenty of ways in many of the lifetimes in one of them, he led the charge as the brutal hellhound, slaughtering everything and everyone. Eerily, before they even reached this village, Valen killed himself. The young prince was unable to hold the weight of so many lives on his tender shoulders. As such, Silas tried different paths. Most still required some slaughter, however. Even this village showed some resistance, especially after the fact. Fires erupted in the warehouses where the food was stored. Their horses were found poisoned and beheaded. Many other petty and not so petty things occurred as the shadowed cowards showed their defiance. Silas was unbothered by them. All of these were trial runs, and he wasn't in the business of ironing out the details. Rather, he was focused on the broad framework of their journey, and this was definitely one of the more successful attempts. By sicking AV&M at those few strong who dared oppose, the spirits of rebellion were usually snuffed out rather swiftly. He'd only ever move ahead of others when he sensed energy far greater than average. That was how he came across 2 more former soldiers who were recommended they retire this far out by the Queen, Mav and Zelt. Both were women in their late 50s, though their appearances would suggest otherwise. Just like M, they put on the initial resistance before giving up and following along. With them, the number of those who could fight armies on their own grew to 4 and would likely continue to grow further the closer to the capital they went. AV remained the strongest of the bunch, though it was too early to discern any kind of a pattern as M was the weakest. These thoughts were, however, pointless. In the end, Silas hadn't yet decided on the course he'd take, not even broadly. Sir, one of the two newcomers suddenly appeared by his side, Mav. She was quite stealthy, so much so that even Silas struggled to find her when she put all her focus into hiding. There are reports of a mounting army to the southeast, 40,000 strong. It seems to be made up of 2 baronies and a duchy. It is likely that they will aim to intercept us at Marty's Pass. That's the natural bridge, right? Silas asked. Yes. They'll flank the position with archers and hold steady the vanguard. It will be impossible to break through, even if AV, Zelt, M, and I all rushed. That is, unless you... No, Silas shook his head. I won't be interfering. What are the alternatives? The only one is to cross the shallows of the Pyth River, she said. But we would have to march off course for nearly 30 miles west. It would extend our journey by months, at least. Would it have made any difference if a vanguard force was sent out a couple of weeks back? Silas asked. So that they can interfere with their preparations. Perhaps. Why do you ask? No reason, Silas said. What are your suggestions? Besides kicking me in the ass and forcing me to fix the situation. One is for a small vanguard force led by AV to pretend to occupy the pass, she said. While I sneak below the bridge to the other side and hopefully successfully assassinate their commander. Even AV would last, at best, 10 minutes under the barrage of arrows, Silas said. That pass is at least 6 miles long. There's no way you can cross even half that distance in 10 minutes, even if you weren't desperate to stay hidden. Next is to fortify, she said. We have amassed a force of 20,000, but most of it scattered. We can fortify our position at the pass entrance and slowly take full control of all the northern areas. We estimate that we can grow our force by at least an additional 20,000 before the winter's end. That would just allow them to gain even more men, Silas said. If we double our numbers, so would they. And we'd be nowhere closer to being able to march through the pass. I'm guessing M suggested to Splinter. Yes, she nodded. The pass is fairly easy to guard, especially from this side. Even if they try to take it over by force, they'd need a force of at least 100,000 to break through a 10,000 of us. As such, we can spread out to cover the shallows of the river, slowly stabilizing. Not good enough, Silas shook his head after a brief thought. Our plans can't have any long-term stops. We have to march to the capital singularly. If we give them too much time to get together, the only way through would be if I step in. And that would be pointless. Why'd I take you lot in if I have to do everything anyway? Mav bit her lips with uncertainty. It was true if Sir wanted, he could easily get through the Martyr's Pass on his own and likely open up a path for the prince all the way to the capital. As such, there would be no reason to keep them around, but he did. Forgive us, sir. We'll think of something better. It's too late, anyway, Silas sighed. The moment we allowed them to coalesce near a choke point we lost our advantage. Next time, yeah, if we're speedier by 2 weeks or so, we'll be able to make it to the other side unhinged. Next time. Don't worry about it, Silas waved her off. You can go back now. I'll go ahead and see if there are more imps set aside by our beloved queen. Without waiting for her reply, he jumped off the 15 feet tall wall and landed squarely and leisurely before sprinting forward, leaving behind only a trail of wind. It didn't take him long to reach the so-called Marty's Pass. According to the legends, an unknown hero stood with his back to the pass for 100 days and 100 nights, sacrificing himself so that the kingdom could raise large enough of an army to defeat the invading forces of the dead. Silas suspected, however, that the whole story was made up, but he didn't care. The pass was a strange blend of a bridge and a tunnel, with a slab of stone protruding from one cliff to another, some 100 yards wide on average. At the same time, extending, natural cliffs loomed at both its sides, taller and sharper, only accessible from the other end. He could already feel the faint trace of the people plunked on both of those cliffs, likely archers in charge of raining down hell should anyone try to cross the path. As soon as he stepped onto the pass, he felt 1,000 eyes pierced toward him. Only a couple had discerning energy, however, but they were slightly weaker than even M. It looked like there was no one who would come with him, but it was still worth seeing. It wasn't long into his journey along the pass that the first array of arrows fell. He ignored them, as they would simply deflect off his body. After first came the second, and then the third, and soon the rain never seemed to end. He could hear the shouts growing in panic and horror the closer he drew to the other side and the more arrows fell off the pass and into the chasm below. On the other end of the pass was a vanguard force awaiting him, their shields raised. They lacked courage, though, he could see fear and dread in their eyes as they looked at him. Don't falter, a rather childish voice cried out suddenly. Change to third formation. Open up a center. Probe and prod only. Silas tilted his head slightly and peered past the wall. The orders were likely most optimal, and the purpose of the sudden change in formation was to allow spearmen to attack through the formation. The goal wasn't to wound him so much as it was to try and toss him off the pass. A child's dream, but they could hardly know that. The source of the voice wasn't just a man with a childish voice, it was a boy who looked no older than 16, fair-skinned, black-haired, with eyes glazed and more conviction than everyone else combined. Oh? Silas mused for a moment. Somebody like that didn't belong here, that much was evident. Was it another pawn set up by the queen? Possibly. The wars were not just won with brute force, and though they had thinkers, strictly speaking, nobody in his army was experienced in leading an actual army and fighting an actual war. Interesting, he mumbled, stroking his beard. I really was an idiot, hey? If I had just headed south as early as possible. I had all these people waiting for me. Ah well. It is what it is. Chapter 187. Words unsaid. Silas looked inwardly, his energy swirling like whirlpools. There were once upon a time a single heartbeat, and more recently two, now three shuddered. They weren't hearts in the literal sense, naturally, but it didn't matter. He had 3 lives, now, and though many would rejoice at the thought, he was frowning. It already took him too long to die the last go around. He actually tossed himself from the pass, fell for who knows how long, splattered flat against the floor, and lived on as a paste for nearly 4 days before dying. In fact, all the while, he had to consciously prevent the energy from simply reassembling him and making him whole again. If the many sickly and dying were to hear him, would they go crazy? He didn't care, however. He was living a completely different story, a completely different life. What was heaven for others was hell for him and vice versa. The entourage gathered yet again and they made their way through the paved snow, conversations abound. Time and again, the same story unfolded, the same faces of shock and horror and awe greeted him. The same lands, the same speeches, the same deaths, the same fears, the same despair. Everything was the same. So much so that he'd grown numb to it all. How many lifetimes has it been? He'd lost count once again. Here and there he'd take a break, leave, either alone or with Asha, and reset, so to say. Even then, it hardly helped. The woman said it was temporary, the feeling of numbness. The utter disregard of everything. That, one day in the future, he would feel again. His heart wouldn't be a frosted ocean of apathy. It has been hundreds of years, and hundreds more but he felt nothing still. No, that was not true. Every time he died and woke up to the Rhine's blood-curdling scream, he felt a twine. It was no longer an agonizing blade piercing his soul, but he felt something. A deep part of him still hurt and cared. And Asha, against all odds, stirred his heart still. He wasn't entirely unmoving, unfeeling, untouched. He was close, at the very edge of human and beyond. There was a foot beyond the grace of man, a touch that disassembled what was real and what was not. It felt as though his brain, not his mind, his brain was undergoing an evolution pressed against the wall with the world unknown and cruel, it had begun seeking ways to adapt. To recover. Its first instinct was to dull him, to numb him, to bury whatever it could feel so that it may stay cold in the realm of death. But now it sensed hope, a strange and eerie thought. That the death though may be distant, it was possible. He was told there would be a choice sometime in the future. And his heart and mind, in concert, though to believe it real one of those choices will be precisely that. Death. He yearned and longed, like a forlorn and scorned lover. And from that yearning and longing, guilt, eerily, emerged. He was a bundle of contradictions and paradoxes, he realized, a stew of contrasting thoughts, wants, desires, dreams, and hopes. In that way, he was like a young child blessed with innocence and ignorance, it wanted to be everything. An astronaut, a rock star, an actor, a professional driver, a superhero, he was similar. If he could, he would split himself in hundreds of clones, and have each one of them live out one his wants. While the rest of the camp slumbered, he gazed hollowly at the kindling fire. They alighted it not for warmth but for light and due to the base habit. It was strange, yet, the familiarity worked to dispel the oddness of nature. You're drifting again, Asha sat next to him, leaning her head onto her hands, gazing at the fire. You can tell, he asked. Always, she replied. That's scary. Talk to me. What's there to talk, he mumbled. A confession, perhaps? I've forgotten another thing. What thing? How I met Valen, he said. And Rhine. Even Derek. Ah, I suppose it's a few things. Does it scare you? I'd be happier if it did, he replied. Rather, it feels as it should be. There's 1,000 other things I've forgotten. A few more, just fall right in line. Then it's fine, she said. If it feels as it should be. We're bound to forget a few things as we grow older. Silas mused, glancing at her. Though centuries passed in his mind, she didn't change. If anything, she grew more real, if it made any sense. As though, before, he was seeing an ethereal apparition of something unknowable, and now he was seeing what was there. Is it just me, or do you keep glowing up with each new loop? Ah, you and your sweet tongue, she glanced back at him, smiling cheekily. While words are nice, girls appreciate flowers, too, once in a while. Just so you know. Ah, yes. Flowers. Abundance of those in the frozen north. Would make the gift all the more special. You can keep dreaming, he said. Nobody ever forbade it. Talk to me more, she said suddenly. There's not much to say, honestly, Silas replied, taking a deep breath and looking up at the muddy sky. Every loop's the same. Same faces. Same voices. Same stories. Every time I push a bit forward, but there are no more surprises. We're halfway to the capital, and we've got, what? 13-14 people set aside by the Queen? I'm just realizing how large of a moron I was. Had I just focused on the main crux of it all, I would have been done by now. Perhaps, she said. But you would have missed on many things. This beautiful one among them, you know. Yes, that's true, the two chuckled for a moment. I should stop whining, I guess. It's in human nature to complain, I'm afraid, Asha said. Whether they be kings or serfs, give them a glass of ale and listen to them profess their woes. It's just that, with you, we don't even need ale. Kinda pointless when I can't even get drunk anymore with ease, Silas sighed. It takes nearly 15 bottles, not to mention me consciously calming my energy. By the time I get drunk, I'd have pissed a new river into existence. Not worth it. See? All his woes she teased leisurely. What about your woes, he asked. Or are you as free-spirited as you seem? My woes? Oh, I have woes aplenty. Bards could write an epic about my woes. And I'm sure they did. You're disarming me, bit by bit, she said. It's unfair. What is? He quizzed. How hard I have to work to make you smile, she said. And all you gotta do is flash me one of those smirks of yours and call me a flower or something else equally stupid and juvenile. To be fair, my voice is a panty dropper if there ever was one. Ha. That's another confusing thing. What is? Even at centuries old, he said. I still find 7-year-olds humor, well, humorous. Funny. That's because you never quite grew up, she said. You should work on that. Nah. Imagine trying to come up with a new clever joke each and every new day. Sheesh. Sounds beyond exhausting, he said. I'll stick to the true and tested body functions jokes. Like how my body functions when it sees yours. Ha, she interrupted with another sigh, looking at him askew. You just never rest, do you? You can sigh only so many times before that beautiful smile of yours breaks through, he grinned at her. Oh. Right. Speaking of news, I've grown another heart. So, now, I love you thrice as much as you love me. It's not even poetic, it's scientific, factual. What? Nothing, she gave up and smiled, shaking her head. I'm just imagining what it would be like if I could remember everything, like you. Just how many jokes and probes have you tested that I don't remember? I test many things with each new death, he said. But jokes are all originals, thank you very much. And when it comes to probes, I'd be shocked if you don't recall. Stop. Enough. You've filled your quota of daily juvenile humor, she interrupted yet again. From now on, nothing but smart statements from you. I gotta take a piss. What? My bladder's full, and if I hold it in, it might get infected or something. That's smart, no. Ha. Rest, he said as he stood up. It's a long walk tomorrow. How many more, Silas? She asked suddenly. Many what? Loops, she said. Do you think, I mean. How many until you achieve whatever it is you are chasing? He turned silent for a moment, gazing deeply into the ethereal eyes that, even to this day, he was unable to read completely. I don't know, he replied honestly. It will speed up, however. At some point, we'll have to start waging battles. I imagine once we cross the Vastava plains, our blitz strategy won't work anymore. As such, it will all depend on how well we do in battles. If we falter, it might take centuries. If not, perhaps decades. You can end it all, she said. Possibly within a few years. What would be the point? I don't know many things, Ash, but I am all but certain that once Valen is on the throne, I won't be able to stand by the boy's side. If I simply burn the kingdom and put the fear of God into the citizens, it would all come crashing down within, what? A year? Maybe 2? Besides, I'll have battles of my own to fight. Likely 2, possibly 3, at least. Don't worry. It will all work out. The two parted a moment later, sullen silence between them. He knew why she asked after all, this quest was a ticking time bomb of sorts. For the two of them, that is. As soon as Valen becomes the king, Silas' quest would be completed. As for what awaits beyond, he was uncertain, but a dutiful life was unlikely. Then again, he recalled the voyager's words that he would have a choice to make, at the end of it all. Perhaps that choice would be between dying and staying by Valen's side. Or perhaps a choice between staying by the boy's side or retiring into the mountains with Asha. Or something else entirely. He couldn't know. Not yet, anyway. But time would come. To others it may seem like forever, but to him, it would be a blink. A blink and he would be standing at the crossroads, making that choice. Chapter 188. The Kingdom in Terror. A tale sprung like the snowstorm in the middle of a cold snap. It traveled like thunder from far north deeper and deeper south with each passing day. At first, the tale was told merely in whispers, secrets shared almost silently, begging to be hidden. Then, as days passed, the whispers grew louder, and soon it was only the ignorant that dared claim they were in the dark. It was a fascinating tale, indeed, for it spoke of a dead man rising from the ashes, ushering an army under his banner, and marching from the destitute and frozen north, claiming world itself as he went. At first, few believed the tales, taking them as mere bard songs of wistful lips in want of better times. But when it is not just a few lips but hundreds and thousands that sing the same song, to disbelieve is to be a fool willfully. The forsaken prince, the unfortunate child, the sacrificed one, all those titles seemed to fade overnight, for the prince was neither sacrificed nor forsaken. He was alive, armed with men and women of legends, it seemed, and on his way south. He raised the banner of rebellion, though never called it such. He never burned the villages, never killed the civilians, and even accepted those who surrendered into his ranks. His army grew like the river descending, and whispers spoke even louder of a few figures that seemed fantastical. They would take the front and charge, dismantling the few who dared stand in the prince's way. While the stories were pretty, the reality was not so. In the end, the prince ushered a rebellion, and the many nobles gathered under the banner of justice, demanding the prince's head to quell the uprising. Soon, the hastily gathered forces of the far northern counties were no more, and a proper army was raised and conscription was fully in place. There were no choke points to hold, only open fields of the Midland that were perfectly suited for a massive battle. Everyone knew, even the mud-laden peasants, that the two armies would face there, and while it may not be a deciding battle, it would show to the rest of the kingdom just what the prince's army was made of. Whether the prince could make any waves would be determined by that very battle, and, as such, many eyes were focused on the field of choice. Crister's Plains was the ground the two armies inevitably met at. It was a vast, open plain with nary a hill, almost entirely flat, perfectly suited for a massive battle. Silas stood at the top of the recently built tower overlooking the vast plain, taking in the sight. It was early in the morning, with the sun's rays slowly burning through and gracing the grass. The weather truly was completely different, even though it was winter here, too, and the temperatures were quite low. There was barely any snow, and at least the days weren't spent in overcast darkness. On the far other end of the plain, he saw red-lined tents, thousands of them, housing tens of thousands of soldiers. As he suspected, inevitably, their tactic of rushing through would have to come to an end. The kingdom was quite vast and there was no way to get from the far north to the capital before the many nobles could put together a proper army to fight them. While Silas wasn't worried, that wasn't the case for the rest, especially Valen. Even if they did grab a proper commander at the Martyrs' Pass whose name Silas already forgot as he simply called the boy, the differences were, to put it generously, vast. Valen's army numbered in solid 35,000 men, give or take a couple of thousand. It was by no means a small force, not to mention that they had at least 60 to 70 elite knights in the rank that were worth 3-4 men by themselves at least. There were also the superhumans, as Silas came to call them, that were worth 100 at least. Even still, the force felt abysmal in comparison. On the other end, the army that the nobles put together numbered in at least 200,000 souls. In fact, even Silas gasped the last loop when he first saw the sea flood out into the plain, completely dyeing it in the color of the armor. They were crushed within half an hour, everyone having been killed. Among those 200,000, most were at least trained soldiers, with the knight regiment sporting nearly 4,000 souls. And, just like Valen's force, they, too, had the superhumans, 33 of them, in fact, from what Silas noted. Only 20 of them went into the battle the last loop, while 13 stayed behind as reinforcement, likely. There was hardly a realistic way to win the battle. The only conceivable one was for Silas himself to intervene, but he didn't like the idea. He wouldn't be opposed to simply holding back the superhumans from the other side, but even if he did so, there was no way to defeat the 200,000 strong army with their numbers. Furthermore, there were no tricks they could pull, no choke points, no possible flanks, no points of entry for any ambushes. A few ideas sprung about sending in an elite team on a suicide mission to try and assassinate the nobles and the enemy's commander, but it was a suicide mission through and through in a sense that there was no way in hell it would be completed. Even Silas wasn't confident in being able to sneak in himself, let alone anyone else. Another idea was to try and break the opposing army into chunks, use the cavalry for short-term battles and then escape, slowly straining the enemy forces. And while the guerrilla warfare was the best option numbers-wise, it was impossible to actually execute as there was virtually no reason for the opposing army to chase. They would simply march at a standard pace and eventually catch up to them. Silas descended the tower and went into the central tent. As soon as he entered, he practically smelled the tense atmosphere of defeat and death. Every idea, no matter how genius it appeared, was flawed and full of holes. There was little a dexterous mind could do when faced with the overwhelming reality of strength. No amount of tricks can gap a rift that insanely large. Is there really no way? Valen asked, his expression horrid. Did I bring all men here simply to die? We could still retreat, the young boy who was their commander suggested yet again. Withdraw into the winter-laden lands. They won't follow, at least not until spring. Until then, we could fortify and slowly build our force. No, Silas' firm response caused everyone to look at him. Why? The boy asked, frowning. The man never said anything, it seemed, besides no to most his ideas. Right now we're facing 200,000 people, Silas said. Come spring, that 200,000 will become a million. Which is easier to face? The boy remained silent, knowing deep down, it was true. What should we do, Silas? Valen asked. It seems I'll have to dip into the bag I haven't touched in a long time, Silas sighed. Rhine, if we started drawing talismans all the way back at the castle, how many do you think we could make? WY. Just give me an estimate. If we worked non-stop, considering our success rate, maybe around 5,000? Exclusively combat-related ones with enough firepower to do damage, that is, Rhine replied, though quite confused why he asked her that. That's good to know. There was little else to plan for they hardly had the time, even, as the midday came soon, and the opposing army blew its trumpets and beat its drums, the mass flooding the plain as they marched forward. Though the 30,000 men stood brave and defiant, charging ahead, even the blind could see. Heads rolled swiftly and the blood pooled. Even if they claimed 2 lives for each life lost, it wasn't enough. Nowhere near enough. Soon, the force was overwhelmed, and the massive army stood afoot the encampment where only the senior staff remained. Valen stepped out in front, helped up by Derek so that he would not be sitting. The enemy commander was a 50-something knight donning silver plate armor and a crimson cape. Dismounting, he stepped forward and scoffed at the sight in front of him. A cripple dare's dream? You should have stayed in the frost, boy, the man said. Now the weight of all those dead men is on you. Grab the prince, kill the rest. His order was cold, but Silas expected it. In fact, while everyone was standing, drawing their weapons, even Ryan, he was still sitting, sipping wine. He had no plans on doing anything, but hearing the old man's tone pissed him off slightly. These days, however, even slightly was a cause for celebration. Just as the few knights started moving forward to complete their order, Silas threw the bottle of wine and completely obliterated one of the knights' heads. It exploded into the shower of blood and gore, shocking everyone around. Before they could process what happened, Silas appeared by the old man's side and grabbed him by the throat, dragging him back. Shouts and yelps of alarm rang out, but he ignored them, bringing him in front of Valen and pushing the man to his knees. It's the king you spat on, he spoke. Do you think you can just leave after? How dare I? Silas cleaved the man's arm off even through armor. Men far greater than you would scurry like mice beneath him, Silas continued. Your balls must be the size of the fucking moons, no? One of these loops, your head will be hanging, old man, and I'll be pissing into its gaping mouth. With a swift stomp, the old man's head exploded into another shower of blood and gore. Silence reigned for a moment as Silas grabbed the nearby bottle of wine, sat down, and started drinking. It was one of those sights that, could it be remembered, would become a defiant myth that would survive until the end of time. Alas, as many things in life, it was not meant to be. Chapter 189. The one who writes the story. Silas watched as a small force of 400 cleave free of the charging formation, engaging a wide flank toward the vastly outnumbering enemy. It was a lost cause, he knew, for he had seen this exact scenario 6 times now. By the time 400-strong force reached the flanking position, the ranks of the main army would have been already breached. Numbering the many loops he'd spent getting here already got him feeling somewhat somber. There really appeared to be no way if they stuck back for too long to gather more men, they'd get intercepted earlier at the Martyrs Pass and be unable to cross it. And if they tried to speed their way through, picking up only the immediate forces, this would happen. A complete slaughter. He watched, once more, hundreds of heads roll every minute, men crying out in vain, roaring in the act self-defiance, trying to outpace and outwith death, though to no avail. I'll really have to step in, he mumbled under breath. You knew you'd have to eventually, Asha, who was sitting beside him, said. Not this early, he said. I figured I'd make a stand at the capital. Your belief in ordinary people is commendable, she said. But these aren't wars of ordinary men and women, Silas. And they are not fought for ordinary goals. What a fancy way of saying that it's just a bunch of superhuman people beating the shit out of each other while the ordinary ones suffer the ails without being able to do anything. You think it's unfair? Isn't it? Perhaps, she said. But the lesser men always feel the world unfair, no matter what. And though in times ordinary their woes may be worth the word, these aren't those. All times are ordinary, he said. When I was a lost lil pup in the castle, what, do you think I was concerning myself with the bigger picture? No. I was pissing at the clouds in frustration because I felt it was unfair. Look at them, he nudged forward toward the last of their army dying. Fighting, time and again, the unwinnable. I was never that brave, Ash. Never. Not until the fear became the pointless cause. I could have never just picked up a sword and ran into my death. I want to give them a better place to live, however briefly, he added. A respite from the nature of man. But if I fight, if I intervene, they won't have that. You don't know that. I do, he said. We both do. We know people. You know what they'll do? They'll deify me. There will be statues of me, stories of the blood-soaked god who answered Valen's call. And their king will be the terror that they'll bow down to because he has the god of death at his beck and call. Someday in the distant future, when these lands are but ash and ember, there will still be letters in the walls warning against me. Though it matters little to me, Valen won't have a fun time. Every time there's a war or a skirmish, and there will be those, all his advisors will ask him to summon me. That the sacrifice is unnecessary. That I can deal with it. It is the same story, Silas, as always, she said as the last of the screams echoed, and the army fell. You can't escape the crown of someone who can bewitch fate and change the course of history. Some men use the crown to usurp all their forefathers worked for, some yet to seek higher glory than the one they were born into, and some dream of a world unshattered, a place not misbegotten. But all dreams are lies. Men, weak and strong, continue to suffer unto their curse until they die. And you cannot change or undo that. All you can do is, keep forward. Just feels shitty, is all, Silas said, standing up and stretching. Being a character in someone else's story, destined to walk the path foretold long before I even came here. That's life, I guess. An illusion of choices, but only one is ever right. I'll see you soon. This time around, it took him 6 days to die. 6 boring, painful, agonizing days of bleeding out, blacking out and waking up still alive. He missed it, the fear. The fear of looking over a tall cliff, the fear of deep cold, the fear of beastly, red eyes staring from the forest. He was a husk, fear-wise, unattached to the lingerings. Once again they marched, through the winter-laden lands melting before their eyes. And once again the same story unwound, the same people spoke, and the same speeches were recited. And once again they were in an encampment, inside a tent, teetering at the edge of reason. Many plans and ideas were flung forward, all of which were already played out countless times, but none which worked. When the conversation was dying out, Silas spoke out. "I'll go," he said simply, much to the confusion of many. By now, most in here were aware that Silas was likely the strongest person in the room. But even so, he'd at most be able to kill 100 men before falling himself. He wouldn't be making a difference. "I only hope at least you lot won't be shivering in your boots when I return." Under Valen's and Ryan's shouts of concern, strange gazes of many, and confusion of the men outside, Silas picked up a couple of ordinary swords and latched them onto his belt. One wouldn't live long enough to kill, but 4 would suffice. After those, he could simply plunder them off of the dead men. He descended and entered the plain, a solitary man bearing no armor, equipped with 4 miserly blades. He walked briskly, unassumingly, evenly, as though heading back home. The curtains unfurled, and there came an actor in a play that ought to have had thousands. The other side noticed him soon enough, but rather than sending off a force, a barrage of arrows came. But they did nothing. They bounced off, fell, disappeared, turned to ash. Afterward, a cavalry of 10 men came and with a single, swift swipe of a blade, a shower of blood and gore erupted. Then it was 100 men, and 100 men bore spears and blades and axes and shields. And they wore armor made of metals, but the armors were paper beneath the ordinary blade. And the men fell, their heads rolling, confusion impaled in their eyes. Their last memory is that of an unassuming, homeless-looking man shattering their hopes and dreams. 6 men and 2 women came forward after, when Silas was merely 1,000 yards from the enemy's encampment. Unlike those before, they all possessed unique energies, confidence evident on their faces. The 6 men charged in a formation 2 per flank, and 2 at the front, while the 2 women dispersed into shadows, seeming to wait for a perfect point to strike. Silas didn't bother dodging or even deflecting. 4 of the 6 blades pierced through as he easily decapitated the 2 men that came from the front. Watching their heads roll for a moment, he looked to the side where he saw some glee in the eyes of the 2 that came from his left. Suddenly, Silas disappeared like the wind. He was by the 2 men's side in a flash, bladeless, holding up both men by his arms by their throats, lifting them into the air as though they were paperweight. "You've worked hard," he said simply. "Forgive me." He pressed his fingers closer and crushed their throats, their necks snapping to the side as their heads fell unnaturally, eyes glazed in dark abyss. A woman appeared behind him and stabbed the back of his neck with a dagger. The blade pressed through completely, its tip appearing at the front. Just before she could escape, Silas managed to grab her arm and pulled her back from the shadow that she was trying to become. A look of horror washed over her face as he took out the dagger from his throat and stabbed her between her eyes, killing her instantly. Of the 8, only 3 remained, and rather than charging forward and trying to kill him, all 3 fled in abject horror. By now, there was a silent song being sung by the spirits. And the song delighted the ushers of souls, while the living began to shake as though thrust neck deep into frost. For there was not a man standing there, surrounded by blood and gore and the corpses of some of the strongest people they've had on their side. No man could survive a dagger to his throat, and no man could survive 4 stabs to his heart. "Charge! Kill the devil!" The order came down in a roar, one fueled with energy that worked desperately to disperse the fear and terror that had begun to coalesce within the hearts of the beholders. He could not be a god, for gods were merciful and loving, and thus, the man was the devil. And thus, thousands roared in return and charged the devil. He was just one. And there were many. And today they would fell a devil and carve their names in the slabs of history. For eons, bards would sing songs about them, the brave men of Eternia who charged fearless at the devil, slaying him. At least, in their hearts, that was the story they wrote out. A story that would never get to be played out, unfortunately. Chapter 190. The Red-Dyed Star. It began to rain. Though it hadn't rained in weeks, the skies above suddenly ashened and the thick rain began to pelt the world beneath. Thunder, too, joined soon after, as though through the will of the world, a desperate attempt to hide what was happening. To mask it. To retire numerous souls with at least a shred of dignity. But it was not enough. The screams of agony, horror, terror, and pure madness were louder than the booms of thunder. The beyond Red Sea shimmered beneath the rain, turning it crimson in the process, too. The corpses were mired in mud, indistinguishable one from another, hills appearing like burial mounds. The night fell quickly, shrouding the sight in stark darkness, for neither the mortal nor immortal were fit to bear witness. Valen and others have long since turned away and hid, closed their eyes and ears and swayed like rocked babes. The only one who stayed behind was Asha, hidden in the clouds of obscurity, her eyes glazed with complex emotion. Perched on her shoulder was a crow, still like time. The pair watched without looking away, watched at something that would leave a scar even when the time would be unwound. Moments like these remain etched in the sands of time, a permanent wound that would fester for all eternity. "He is death, dearest one," the crow said. "He is," Asha replied somberly. "You see it too? The mark?" "Yes. Mother had the same mark." "She did. Hers was darker still. Though death he is, the reaper he is not, dear doe," the crow said. "He is a man still, after all. Do you have doubts?" "I do," Asha nodded faintly. I worry we made him into something he never wanted to be. Few ever wish they were death, dear doe. And those who do are not worth the mark. He had made the choice." "He did," Asha sighed. And yet, why does it break my heart, seeing him like this? She glanced to the side and at the crow. Just like when mother marked you. You love him, the crow said as it suddenly flew to the top of Ash's head. And the mark bleeds the heart. But, dearest doe, he is not like me. Or even mother. My heart bled cold eventually, for the mark chills. But, he has more than one heart. That is why he resists, still. Time erodes all, and there had never been a man or a woman who resisted the temptation of nothingness for as long as he did. That is why it hurts as much as it does, Asha said. He feels it, still. All of this. Then be there for him, when the wine's cool and the blood dries. The crow vanished in the whiff of ash and wind, disappearing as though it were never there. Just then, the last scream seemed to echo and the stillness abruptly took over. She saw him, in the distance, beyond the cover of darkness and night and corpses. His back seemed so small. The ones that used to shoulder the weight of the heavens now looked incomparably small, hunched. He rested on the sword embedded in the ground, his skin wholly crimson with blood. She walked over, with him only realizing she was there when she stopped in front of him. The look in his eyes was haunting, barely lucid. He was breathing heavily, his face dripping with fresh blood still. Thank the gods you'll forget this shit, he said as he straightened up, wiping the blood from his forehead and moving away the hair that had glued itself there. Kinda nuts you ain't screeching right about now. I'm screeching inside, she smiled faintly, summoning a bottle of water and washing his face. Sure look it, Silas said, stretching as he dropped the sword. How many times have you died? She asked. 11? Maybe. Silas replied. It became a bit of a blur halfway through, to be honest. I still have 2 hearts left, so I was never in any real danger. Yes, you are quite heroic. One man against an entire army. The songs will be sang. More like horror stories, Silas said. Wanna have some bets with me over how they'll react? I bet half of them will kneel at the sight of me, praying I don't kill them too. The half of the other half will preach that I had gone too far. The remaining half of the half will plead with me that I keep this shit up. People are predictable, she said. Well, except for you. You always manage to surprise me. Ditto, he chuckled lightly. You must really love me, hey. She arched her brow. Well, here you are. Washing blood off my face. Surrounded by literal tens of thousands of corpses, having witnessed me kill them all. Somehow, it feels I corrupted you. Oh, well, yes. You certainly did that, she said. I was the purest maiden, you know? Married to gods. But you stole me, like a devil. Bewitched me with your wily charms. And now I am under your spell, like a plaything. How accursed a fate, is it not? Silas rolled his eyes gently as Asha summoned 2 chairs and the two sat down. Your tongue is growing. Has to, in order to keep up with yours. It's horrifying, Ash. What is? I don't feel it. What? Guilt. There's a gaping hole in me, he said, looking down. And I know I should feel something. But, there's nothing. But you do feel it. Hey. Emotions aren't intrinsically of heart, Silas, she said. They're as much in the head as they are in the heart. The guiltless would not even know they ought to feel guilt. Sometimes, the knowing is enough. Your tongue really is growing, he said. You should make it stop. Yet. Oh, come on. The only thing I bring to this relationship is quick and sharp wit and unfiltered tongue, Silas said. If you take that away from me, what am I? Just a body full of perfect muscles. That's enough for me, you know, she smiled. I suddenly feel so dirty. Then we should definitely not get you a mirror. Ah. There it is. I have nothing left, Silas slumped to the side. It's like my purpose is being drained by a hot thing nearby. While I would simply love to indulge your nonsense, Asha said. I think it's time, Silas. 4. To see the faces of the people you did this for, she said. You'll have to confront them, sooner or later. No, scratch that, she quickly interrupted. Just sooner. Yeah, I guess. It's time to watch some kids shit their pants, Silas stood up and stretched. At least their reactions will be normal, compared to yours. Are you saying I'm not normal? Are you saying you are? Well, that just breaks my heart, she said, grabbing his hand. Are you going to be all right? She questioned. Yeah, he said. It won't be the first time. The two walked back through the darkness and the piles of corpses, reaching the encampment some 10 minutes later. There, as he suspected, he saw everyone staring at him, eyes transfixed in hundreds of emotions, more than a heart could count. Some were shivering, some were looking down, some were seething, 1,000 lips held 1,000 words. Man, thank the gods I don't have to fart right now, Silas said, unhooking his hand from Ash's and pulling back the hair that had started to fall down once again. All right, you lot. Out with it. Don't pepper your lips with cowardice, now. Who here thinks I'm a devil or whatever can step out and stab me a couple of times? I'll bleed, like all men do. But yes, I won't die. Does that make a devil? I don't fucking know. Maybe. Also, the few of you that look like you're about to start worshipping my ass, just remember that it was me who took that shitter that caused half of you chumps to heave and gag. So, out with it. You look like you'd make a good lumberjack, Derek said suddenly, his words causing most people to nearly topple and fall. While it looked like quite a few wanted to laugh, they held it back, and while Silas looked strangely at the man, he knew that the one-armed knight wanted to dissipate the heavy atmosphere, but he wasn't quite good at it. Why? "'Cause I can split people in one move, so I'd be able to split logs even cleaner." "Yes, pretty much." "Well, it's true," Silas said. "I've all the qualities of a good lumberjack, a magnificent beard, a body to match, and the gruff countenance that has delusional women believing it's peak manhood. You know what I don't have?" "What?" "A fucking axe, ironically." "Pfft. Let me ask you something," he said suddenly, his voice turning emotionless. "Are you happy? If you had gone out to fight as you were, you would have died. I'm not blind. None of us are, deep down. There's glee in you. Horror and hatred and woe and damnation, too. But glee is present. Life is precious, after all. But, are you happy with this? You witnessed a man kill an army. And you beset the sins that should have been yours on me. Are you fine with that? 'Cause, if you are, I'll kick all of you fuckers back north and put the prince on my back and march to the capital on my own." What he means, Asha pelted the back of his head gently, is that he's terribly ashamed of what he had done and wants to share some of the burden next time. "What? No, that's not at all what I'm saying." "Shut up and be helped, you idiot." All else notwithstanding, Valen suddenly spoke up, smiling faintly. "You are not a devil, Silas. You never were. You are just like my father, someone who cannot be quantified by normal means." "You are right." We quivered and chanced a thought of easy victory. "And you delivered it, and our hearts now reel in a contradiction. Quite an expensive price to pay for a lesson that could have been taught in words, no," the prince added with an arched brow. "Ah, yes. Words. A mighty thing. Too bad you lot are all stupid. No offense, so I am. Otherwise, I would have found a way to get through to you." "No, no," Asha said. "I'm pretty sure it's just you who's stupid." "Fine, fine. I shall bear the burden of stupidity." "Ah. Right. Charmin words won't fix it, so, to the few of you who are planning on stabbing a dagger through my throat when I'm sleeping, think twice. 200,000 men just stabbed thousands of times, and I still stand." His words, though spoken casually, chilled the world they had forgotten, however momentarily, the reality that they had witnessed. "So, unless that dagger was pissed on by the gods and blessed, I'd keep the righteous vitriol to myself. Alas, the time for speeches is over. Find a few brave folk with good stomachs to go and retrieve what can be reused. I'm gonna go and take a nap." Silence followed him into the darkness, though the tall shoulders shrunk ever so slightly under the countless eyes. And yet, a smile whispered softly on his lips, for he found it, deep in his heart. Though it was for but a flash, he felt it guilt. He was a human still, his broken mind be damned. Chapter 191. Amorphous Whispers. Some stories never die. Though the wretchedness of time dims and consumes them, as it does all things, they persist beyond its scope, etched in whatever little motes of infinity they could find. One such story was born on a foggy and strangely stormy day. The kingdom of Eternia hardly ever witnessed true storms, the kind that rupture the sky and shake the earth. But on that day, the day of silent effervescence, they did. It rained all day long, and the sky dimmed to onyx, and even the brightest of flashes of lightning that were a prelude to the booms that shook the world weren't enough to illuminate the descending darkness. In the weeping hollows of the night, they could hear them, the fallen. The news spread like wildfire, scattering through all the lands as swiftly as the winds that blew. The word spoke of the devil, red-eyed and bodied in crimson, with fleshy wings of rot and decay, and of the harrowed and cankered laughter that sang the song of abject perversions. It was akin to those wooded fables used to terrify children into compliance, but it was a fable that was real. For there was a red rain soon in the Red River, and there were white roses blossoming scarlet, and there was the weeping of the ravens and the croaking of the crows. Mothers whose boys never returned, wives now left with fatherless children, fields barren of boisterous laughter, and the names once carved in the steel of time now dismally expunged, all played a worldly song that the storm had begun. There were neither lies nor truths to the whispers, for the death was humbly unkind equally, whether they perished singing heroics and fighting a devil beset on consuming the world, or they perished cowering in the red-dotted mud, eyes weepy with horrors and fears. It did not matter to the tomes. What mattered was that they now lay dead, and that there was a horror lingering. There was a pair of red eyes regarding the kingdom in unapt delight, stretching its thin, long fingers across the sorrowful lands in anticipation. And now, when the kingdom reeled the longest and loudest and when it hurt the most, the people gathered. They gathered neath the palace's grace, heads bowed toward the dome that shielded them eternally. They called out a name, one long forgotten, but now remembered. They hoped and prayed that from the darkness he would appear again, and would save them. Save them from the cataclysm. But the king never showed. Only the queen, who sang the song of reprieve, offering assurances she could not deliver, for she was a mortal woman. The kingdom was burning, and its king was hiding. That was all that they had learned. And should the kingdom burn, it shall be burnt by those who rest upon its lands, rather than some foreign, alien, evil entity. King Wyvanol sat upon the ridged edge of a window pane overlooking the vast lands of the most beautiful city he'd ever seen. Now, that city was afire, blazing in scope beyond sorrow. Soldiers fought, themselves and their people, and cries wrote a symphony that would have melted a lesser man. But it has been years and decades since he cared. Though the king was to love his people, he never did. He did not love them when he was a young prince, or when he was crowned, or when he became the king, or in any of the decades that have passed since then. If it were up to him, he would have burned the whole thing down himself and abdicated the throne. He'd seen the heart of people, and it was ugly, detestable, and ignoble. It was worse than the devil they were condemning and fearing, worse than all the things whispers have sung about him. Shall there have ever been a mirror that would let the world gaze inwardly? All whose hearts bore a blemish of humanity would have hung themselves in shame. Their rage, if anything, delighted him, however lightly. After all, the sight spoke more about them than him, these lands that they cultivated and supposedly loved. Instead of picking up arms in anger and rage and marching in concert to face the supposed devil, they are destroying them. Burning them. Hiding their fears of complacency, blaming him, blaming the devil. There was no honor or love or humility left in them, he knew. There hasn't been any in a long, long time. The kingdom is old, older than any wisdom the people below held. It withstood storms far greater than this, and it survived. It wasn't because of its kings and queens and armies. It was because of the people. The ordinary man and woman who never surrendered. Who never bent. But those people are gone. Dead and buried, along with the spines made of the most resilient metals. In their place resides a mob of flatulent, deplorable, perverse, and self-satisfying hounds. And their demands ring hollow. A set of footsteps caused him to turn away from the wreckage, casting a glance at a silhouetted figure that appeared. She wore a familiar gown, dotted in golden lilies, and, just like him, had a disinterested look on her face. "Did you expect him to make waves like this?" she asked as she sat by his side. "Not before I met him," he replied. "He is different," she said. "Far more different than at the start. Almost feels pointless," he said. "Everything we have prepared for him. Has he utilized even 1/10 of it?" "No," she shook her head. "He only grabbed a few generals, from what I hear. He hasn't contracted the dead, or the cult. If anything, he has antagonized everyone and everything. Reminds me a little bit of you from when you were young. The world broke him," he said. "It makes sense. This won't do, however," she said after a brief silence. "It is fine. I do not think he has become this. Not truly. He is angry," she said. "Deep down, his heart, it rots. But the time has numbed him. The sights have become the same, and even the angriest soul will calm in the unflinching, familiar sea. I fear the worst, when he comes." "As do I," he said. "We can only hope." "What shall we do until he undoes this?" she asked as the atmosphere relaxed. "Shall I have the cooks prepare our favorite feast?" "I have already eaten," he said. "Should we take a stroll up the mountain? I haven't been there in a while." "Certainly," she smiled gingerly and stood up, offering her hand. The two left the massive palace, unseen by the eyes seeking them, and headed up the nearby mountain in the rear. It was a solitary walk, bereft of life, animal or otherwise, though solemn and somber in appearance, with willows flanking the dirt road. At the top, there was a round clearing, elongated and artificial seeming, crowned in spear-like edges that seemed like claws upholding the ground. The centerpiece, however, was a tree at the very center. It was some 10 feet tall, mostly brown and in seeming decay, with only a few branches appearing to have blood-red leaves growing. Beneath, at the root of the tree, leaning against it, was a body of a woman. She appeared young, her skin porcelain white, dressed in nude. The two stopped some 6 feet away and fell to their knees, their eyes glazed in worship. The woman was the most beautiful creature either had ever seen, as though perfectly sculpted by the hands of gods to answer all the desires of men and women alike. She had hair golden, strands whitened like snow and streaks that seemed to cascade with the eons. Across her chest, lined in silver, there was a symbol, a crescent shape cut through with a fan of fingers from below, reaching out toward a shining star just above her collarbone. The star seemed to shine, even in broad daylight, akin to the guiding grace of the infinity, inviting and warm. And behind her, descending along the roots of the tree from the top of her back, was a pair of wings, golden and feathered, larger than life and death. Suddenly, the wings fluttered, ever so slightly, and two smiled in delight as the woman's closed eyes parted, revealing a pair of unmistakable dignity. There was no one particular color dyeing the eyes. It was as though all the colors known and unknown, beyond and above the cosmos, were sewn into her, a blend of infinity, of life and death, of all that ever was and ever is and ever will be. The two beheld the gaze with horror and awe in equal measure, their heads faltering and falling to the ground. Beneath that gaze they felt infinitely small, unimportant, like imps of the forgotten fables, burned in the ashes of dichotomy. The woman didn't speak, instead reaching out with her right arm. The slender fingers wove the lines of fate, the tapestry of life and death, and it seemed as though with each movement the fabric of reality faltered, barely hanging on to the threads that kept it together. It was as though the world was rejecting her, for it was unfit to behold her. Warmth surged within the two like the tidal waves of hope, their minds divined with clarity unparalleled. Their faith, once again, was rekindled, and their choice reaffirmed. For she consorted them a being beyond all, unfit to be beheld by the mere mortal gaze. The guardian, the lineage, the life and fire of everything they had ever known and learned. They felt held by the hands that understood, accepted by the arms that have grasped everything, and still cared. They melted in that embrace, in that light, in that warmth, all along wondering how they got to be so blessed. Soon, they knew, they would join her, be accepted by her as whole, and voyage onward as a part of her to the worlds beyond. Soon, soon, soon. Chapter 192. Numbness. Though Valen's force broke further and deeper than ever before thanks to Silas breaking down the wall that was stopping them, their momentum was killed shortly after when they chose a wrong route. The night before they crossed what they thought was a simple patch of forest, it rained heavily, turning the forest into a quasi-swamp. Halfway through it, they were ambushed, and then once again after they left, dwindling their numbers heavily. So much so, in fact, that when they met a hastily formed army, they lost rather brutally. However, if they were in full force and riding high, Silas predicted that the victory was all but certain. Still, their troubles weren't whisked away though Silas realized that they'd likely need his help in some capacity. He also wondered how he was supposed to do all this originally, without any of his strength. He had missed something, likely many somethings, but he couldn't pinpoint precisely what. His initial instinct was likely that he was supposed to party up with the cult, with them taking over the castle and preparing Valen for the crown. Would that have been enough? Perhaps. Though Silas had long since stopped bothering himself with them, they weren't a force easily ignored. There was a reason that the kingdom had been struggling for a while to deal with them. Sighing, he poured down some wine, his gaze drifting toward the sky. The change of scenery did help the numbness of his soul, but not nearly as much as he was hoping. He was still largely empty, a vessel of will beyond his own that struggled with recognizing itself in the mirror. Who he was, it was one demon that he was wrestling with the most. Beneath the purpose he was anointed for, beneath the armors of divinity he was tasked with wearing, beneath all the dotted lines that the world had assigned him to, who was he? Was he still Silas, this collection of fragments making a jumbled whole? A mess of contradictions, a man leaving behind the shell of humanity, or was he beyond humanity already? Something larger, grander, more occult. There was no right answer, at least he thought as much. He was not a man, not truly. Not any longer, as well. He held the features of one, and could put on a plaid mask to hide whatever he has become, to shepherd himself as the light of humanity. He could don the name and the face and the voice and the mantle of who the world saw him as, but it was only ever that, just a mask. A figment of his creation, dull and sad. Sighing yet again, he took a sip and wondered. He did that frequently, he'd begun to realize. There was little left in reality that could grasp him still, and even his mind was running out of fantasies and stories. The dullness that he knew would eventually overtake in the infinity was encroaching faster than he was expecting. Then again, he was, at least, a couple of thousand years old at this point, as old as post-Jesus age back on Earth at least. And a lot have happened between the time of Jesus and the time of Silas being kidnapped, a whole lot more than he could ever remember for his history classes. In fact, he was shocked he remembered ever taking them, actually. That spoke to the level of trauma that was inflicted upon him by those 3 pages long questionnaires asking about various kings and queens and battles and years. Shuddering for a moment at the shockingly clear memory, he looked back where he saw the hurry and chase of the castle as it was trying to prepare for the departure. Among them, he saw Asha. She was slowly guiding the processes, appearing rather excited. He envied her. Here and there she could not recall distinctly the past lives like he could, but she seemed to recall them in enough detail to keep up with the general story without being bogged down in details. He envied that specifically. If he could simply flash forward through the boring parts that he had repeated hundreds of times and just live out and remember new things each loop, he likely wouldn't have been as burnt as he was. The observers watching him wasting lifetimes on a simple solution simply because he is too stupid to realize it at least could sleep through him beating the wall with his head, while he had to beat that wall each and every time. Slinking back the last of the drink, he descended from the wall and went over to help. He hadn't done so, not even once, but Asha did. Every time, in fact. She would always stay and help with the exception of the first time. Perhaps, he mused, there was a secret to it. Meddling into the ordinary and boring parts might make them less exactly that. Or it could all just turn out for the worse. He had no way of knowing. Ah, look who decided to join us from his ivory tower. Asha exclaimed as she noticed him packing some heavier things into a carriage. Wait, how do you know about that expression? Silas asked. I don't know, she herself seemed to be confused. It's just in my head? Like I've heard it before? Wait, could it be? My incessant teasing actually stuck through, Silas chuckled. I am so good I can break the time continuum. Damn. That really isn't something you should be proud of, Asha said, rolling her eyes. What's made you come and help? You. Oh my. I am so good I can break, well, you. Harder than time. Infinitely. Ha ha ha, Silas laughed cheerily, turning to the side where he saw a young boy doing the same, though trying to hide it as much as possible. What? You think that's funny? And no sir. Hey? You think that gorgeous old lady isn't funny? Yes, she is. Old lady. You think she is old? Silas persisted. And no. You gotta have guts, kiddo. Silas slapped the boy's back lightly, though firmly enough to force the boy forward and to bend. Look at me. She's about to rip my guts out and then feed me with them, but I'm standing firm. She's fucking old. Still beyond beautiful, no. Why yes. Look, kiddo, I know you're feeling strange and all, but she's mine. Can't have her. Could you stop? Asha slapped the back of his head. Is that the only thing you know how to do? Make people extremely uncomfortable because you think it's funny. It is funny, Silas replied. The boy appeared confused, unsure as to whether to stay or leave. It's only funny to you, she exclaimed. And seeing as I have objectively the most sophisticated sense of humor, it means that it's also objectively funny. You really want to cut off my tongue right about now, don't you? He asked with a faint grin. A little bit, yes. Relax, kid, Silas said. I'm just messing around. Go on, back to work. Lots of things to do. Why yes, sir. Whatever keeps you sane, Asha commented with a sigh as the kid left. Though you could at least choose someone older. He was old enough, Silas shrugged. But seriously. What made you help? She asked with a more serious tone. I was serious, he replied. You. Every loop, no matter what, here you'd be. Helping. I figured there might be some secret to it, so, here I am. Seeing if I can keep my sanity for however little while longer doing this. Well, if you're serious about it, she said. Forgo this kiddie stuff. Go actually help with some heavy labor. What? You won't go easy on the man you love? Damn. You are cold. This and that are different, she said. Additionally, explain to me why I had this strange, almost averse reaction to that. I may have used it a few times before. And it wasn't always for innocent things like these, wasn't it? She probed further. What? What do you take me for, some kind of pervert? Yes, pretty much, she fired off without hesitation. Not gonna claim that didn't hurt, but I'll forgive you. Because that's what a man who loves does. There it is again. Are you abusing these loops to do weird things to me? She asked as she followed him. Oh, please, he rolled his eyes. You don't want to go down the rabbit hole of who does weird things to whom in this relationship. You do not come out looking good from that conversation. Yes, silence and proper acceptance. I'll go over and move the heavier things. You go back to commanding people. You are, quite good at that. Spookily so, at times. Damn. It's kind of sad, actually. Your cheeks used to go so red, now, you just look shallowly ashamed. Ha. How the time changes a man, or, well, a woman in your case. Shut up. Yes, dear. Chapter 193. Jubilant. They once again stood in front of the wall, a massive army far outnumbering theirs spelling doom. But, this time around as was the case a few times before already Silas helped. Not in the going alone and committing a genocide help, but more in being the facilitator stabilizing the line. He kept an eye out on the superhumans of the other side while also helping the army whenever he saw a side give way or stumble. Even with this, they weren't without severe losses. Over 15,000 lay dead by the time the battling was over. The other side surrendered as over half their force met an untimely end, the remainder too demoralized to continue. The difference from when they were facing Silas alone was that the enemy wasn't something beyond life, it wasn't a devil they could rally their partly courage behind. It was ordinary men, just like them, beating them down. Though nobody was quite certain how a measly force like theirs could stand up to the task, the reality was so. With the white flag raised and the weapons left on the ground, the prince's forces encircled the rest and cheered at the impossible victory. Tears swelled within Valen's eyes as he himself was beyond certain they would fail. And yet, victorious they stood though they did so at the back of thousands of dead, it was still a victory nobody predicted. Silas stood off to the side, bloodied again from head to toe, observing the jubilant atmosphere. It did little to stir him, as the joy would be beyond temporary. They had sacrificed effectively half their army for the win, and while it was miraculous by every account, the only way they could continue would be if the prince could somehow sway the now prisoners to turn and fight for them. The numbers will swell, Asha said as she appeared next to him. Really? Silas quizzed as he took the bottle of wine she was giving him. Of course, she nodded confidently. They've witnessed the impossible. Even now, whispers surge within their ranks. How did they do it? And you know what's the most repeated answer? What? Gods are on their side. Well, technically. I did jack all, though. You cheered. I haven't said a word. With your heart, she sighed at Silas' grin. Men are averse to fighting the impossible, she added. And yet, the impossible they fought and won. Such victories go a long way. I know, Silas said. Stories will spread of a tiny force as tall as a mountain. But that's what worries me. They are not that, he said. They're just, ordinary soldiers who would have been buried in normal circumstances. It doesn't matter, she said. I'm fairly certain I picked it up from you, but isn't it that all great stories are ushered by legends mostly fictitious? I suppose so, Silas sighed, taking a sip. You're working tirelessly. I am. You've got the toughest job of 'em all, actually, he cracked a smile. Keeping me sane. Yeah, no, I'm fairly certain I failed a long time ago. Permission to say something extremely lame. Just one thing. Just one. All right, she nodded. One lame thing. That's all you get. I'd give this all up if it meant being able to be with you, his words surged like an electric current through her. Ooh. You were right. That was lame, she quickly buried herself in a mask. But then I sway I'd keep you chained to my misery. Even before you died, I'd just kill myself to reset it. You're entering creepy category. I sensed it, you know. Listen to your senses, then. That's very good advice. Bite me, she snarled at him lightly. Do you really think being with you is miserable, Silas? It isn't. Oh, no, it is. I was just wondering whether you thought it too. I taught you too damn well, he sighed. You're bleeding me dead here, woman. Let's go, she grabbed his hand and dragged him forward. We can't be bystanders with such a beautiful celebration happening. Her smile lighted the world for a moment, like a torch cast into the depths of the abyss. It was like sun, Silas realized, melting away the frost. The two joined the celebratory atmosphere. In fact, Silas saw a very rare sight for the first time in his life: Valen, drunk off his ass. The boy was so drunk, in fact, halfway through he crawled out of the wheelchair and onto the table, ripping his shirt off and singing. Though a few of the more stiff folk appeared aghast, most laughed along with the merry prince. As far as the enemy forces, some 30,000 were let go, most because they were injured beyond their camp's ability to help, while the rest were tasked with escorting the injured. The action brought a decent level of goodwill from the captured, as it was an unexpected act. It was only the dawn after that the general meeting was held between the prince's camp and the leading men of the opposition, 3 middle-aged men, 2 of whom were rather round and miserable, with the last one standing tall and stout. Though he noticed the stench of alcohol and the general languid behavior, he didn't comment. Songs could be heard deep into the night from the encampment, and it was a celebration worth having. Even the hardened General Stone would concede to it. Before we begin, General Stone spoke up with a booming voice. I wish to express my gratitude that you allowed my wounded to be escorted. It was royally honorable of you, Prince. Stone. Fool, do not acknowledge him as a prince, one of the round men cursed angrily. It is treason. What do you mean? Ryan spoke up suddenly. Is prince's very existence treason, then, in your eyes? And no, of course not. Here are the terms. AV spoke up quickly before something happened. He knew the group very well, and how quick it was to derail into pandemonium and chaos if left unattended. And, seeing Silas lounge back with no intention of as much as sneezing, it was up to him to govern the unruly ones. Every man from your army will be free to join ours at no further cost. For those who wish to be freed, it will be 10 crowns per ordinary soldier, 50 for squad leaders, 150 for captains, 2,000 for you two, and 10,000 for the general. If you acknowledge these terms, stamp the paper with your seal so that we may send the word ahead. The payout is heavy, the same round man said. At least have the payout for the ordinary soldiers. 10 crows is more than what we invested in them. You are not just buying back your investment, AV said. But their lives. Are you insinuating you will execute those we do not pay for or those who do not join you? General Stone asked, his frown deepening. No, AV shook his head. But they will be sent into labor camps, likely for the majority of their lives. Then the terms are acceptable. General. Enough, the tall man interrupted. You already know it, constables. Vast majority of those men will switch sides. And those few who remain loyal. I'll pay out of my coffers if the crown elects not to. It is more than what you would have offered them had we won. They are rebels, the man exclaimed. Can I ask you something, General Stone, was it? To everyone's shock, Silas spoke up. Everyone expected the somber prophet to sleep through the meeting as he always did. Stone, the general replied, his eyes swerving to the side where he saw a shabbily dressed and unkempt man sitting in a leisurely position. To his shock, he had completely missed the man during the inspection he had upon first entering the tent. What would it take for you to come over to our side? Gasps eclipsed the silence of the room, and even Silas, deaf though he was to the social customs, knew why. Asking an enemy general to defect was one of the most dishonorable things one could do, but asked he still did. The general's face darkened immediately as Silas' words were a sword cleaving at his honor. Before everyone in this room starts singing of honor and such, I do have my reasons. That fat boy's words caught my attention. We are rebels, and thus you are allowed to do whatever the hell you want with us. But, what if we weren't? Weren't what? The general asked, barely holding himself back. Rebels. To hell with you, demon, one of the round men shouted. Oh, in due time, Silas stood up and began walking around the room. Look at these people. Do they seem like some scatterbrained, random nobodies we picked up in the countryside by sheer luck? 1 or 2, perhaps. But the rest? The general frowned. The strange man made a good point. He was already shocked at the quality of army, but doubly so at those leading it. What are you insinuating? You are clever enough to know that, Silas smiled lightly. And clever enough to realize why something like that would happen. The kingdom is rot, General Stone. Stone. 1,000 eyes vie it, within and without. All waiting for a kindle to burst into fire of conflict, and that conflict will raise this place to the ground. Are you implying you won't do the same? Oh, no. Not at all, Silas shrugged, stopping by the prince's side. But when it is all said and done, when the fire is done burning and all that's left of this cancer is ash, who do you want sitting on that metaphorical throne? Some maddened, crazed noble? A bloodthirsty warrior? Or a man learned and smart and charismatic enough to have such an assortment of figures swear loyalty to him before he is even a name, let alone a king? Clasping the boy's shoulders, it was as though he was whispering to the prince to straighten up and project an image of confidence, despite how much it hurt Valen's head to hear Silas speak so loudly just above him. Your confidence, if nothing else, is marvelous. Ah, words won't sway you, I suppose, Silas chuckled lightly. But how about this? You and I, we'll duel. And if I win, you join us. And if you don't, anger turned into a wide smile on the general's face. Thrice now, this beggar-looking man had insulted him. All right, if you, by some godly miracle, manage to win, we'll waive all the terms and free both you and your men immediately. In fact, we'll turn around and walk back north, and you can weave a story of how you beat back the rebel force and gain as much glory as you'd like. Something was off, General realized. Not only was the man speaking freely in the presence of the prince and many other notable figures, but he also proposed undoing something that took many sacrifices to achieve. And not only did nobody say anything to oppose him, nobody even had a flicker in their expression. Very well, though he had doubts, General Stone was not the man anchored by them. If he was confident in anything more than leading an army, it was in his personal ability. Even if the beggar-looking man was some sort of a hidden expert, so was the general. In his youth, he'd reached a realm that had even the king praise him for his efforts. Let gods be our witnesses. Oof, I'd rather not, Silas shuddered. Those guys worship me. It'd be very bad for you if they got the wind of our little duel. While the general looked at him confused, the rest of the room tried to stifle a laugh. Such was Silas, they all knew. The prophet who had them march from the frosted north down south in the middle of a cold snap. Something impossible, and yet, possible. Chapter 194. Skies bear witness. Two men stood some 20 feet from each other, surrounded by hundreds of curious eyes, both from Silas and Stone's camp. The atmosphere was heavy, especially for the prisoners, as they have learned that should their general win, they would be freed. Such proposition was something they didn't even dream of just a few moments ago, and yet it became such a violent reality so quickly. They knew the man who led them well below the magic suffused monsters. There was no man or woman in the kingdom who could contest the general. Even those partly infused with magic couldn't defeat him. He had been a soldier since he was 9, and had led armies since he was 17. Wars and battles and near-death moments have chiseled and forged him into a perfect weapon that had never lost a duel, official or otherwise. On the other end, the man he was facing looked more like a beggar rather than a soldier. Eerily, the man was topless and barefoot, wearing only shabby, tattered pants that barely crossed his knees. He had unkempt hair and rough beard, and was currently inspecting an ordinary-looking iron blade. Despite the general rough appearance, something was strange about the beggar. The lack of clothes revealed the body that appeared forged by battles, too. The man's shoulders were wide and robust and his arms seemed larger than some men's thighs. He was on the taller end of things, and appeared to be gifted such countenance by the gods themselves. Even still, none doubted their general. General Stone inspected the sword just briefly to see if it had been tinkered with. To his surprise, it was not. It was his own sword, forged some 16 years ago by late Smith VNR, whose weapons are some of the greatest to exist in the kingdom. It was a long blade, its handle a perfect fit to Stone's grip, its weight adjustable by the gem magic, and its sturdiness absolutely unmatched. It had killed hundreds of men and there was nary a chip upon its surface. Looking forward, he saw the beggar-looking man inspecting the sword as well for a moment before his eyes turned forward. The pair shone resplendently, the general realized. In that flicker, there was no doubt, there was no excitement, there was no expectation, there was nothing. There was only apathy, the general saw. The dead of the man who had seemingly seen everything there is to see. There wasn't even an assurance of victory in them, as though it was the way of nature that he would win. PAR for the course. While he would be enraged at being dismissed so openly in every other moment in his life, for reasons he couldn't comprehend, Stone couldn't kindle any rage within him. His heart refused, and his instincts stirred in silence. In fact, it appeared as though they were even unaware that he was about to battle for the lives of tens of thousands of his men. Are you both ready? The prince was the overseer alongside the constables and AV, set upon a surrounding ridge overlooking the quickly fashioned arena. Aye, Silas replied simply while the general nodded, twisting into a stance for charging. On the other hand, the former held the sword to the ground with one hand, relaxed, full of openings, as though inviting death to give it a fair attempt. Begin, the prince's signal came and Stone charged forward like a ram, roaring. His men cheered, rocking the ground. Even when he was upon the man, Stone realized, the beggar didn't move. Didn't flinch. And neither did Stone. Idiot, he exclaimed as he shoved the blade into the beggar's gut. The blood sprayed immediately after, indicating a clean hit. Just as he was about to rejoice in the easy victory and swell within the cheers of his men, he looked up. The face that was supposed to be twisted in pain was faintly smiling, the gentle wind belting the straying hair in a strange symphony. It was a sight that Stone knew he would never forget, not until the day he died. He twisted the sword and pushed further in, but the man didn't flinch. He didn't move. He didn't even yelp or blink or give up the smiling expression. It was as though there wasn't a sword piercing him whole, entering from the front and exiting out the back. 644 times, the man said suddenly in a low whisper so that only Stone could hear him. What? Stone stuttered, pulling out the sword and putting it up for guard, ready to retaliate. That's how many times I died from a similar wound, the man said pointing at the gashing wound near his gut. As Stone followed the finger, his soul froze. Where is it? Was it an illusion? No. I definitely felt it. It was real. There was no wound there. There was blood, but it had stopped flowing and the wound had closed up, as though it was never there. Stone began to shiver and shake, a feeling that he hadn't felt in decades surging through him like a world-ending storm fear. He felt afraid. No, the feeling was beyond simple field. He was mortified to his bones. So much so that he couldn't move an inch of his body. He couldn't speak. He could only look away from the wound and into the beggar's eyes. They were still clear, void of anything. Hollow. Empty. Ascended. It used to hurt. A lot, the man continued to whisper, cleaning the blood by his free hand and looking at it. I'd die out of pure shock initially. Like a storming current burning through me in a second. Then, I'd last a bit longer. Agonizingly so, if I can admit. It came a point where I'd just cleanly shave my neck rather than wait to bleed out. The last time I died from it, it took 8 agonizing, long days in the snow while I couldn't move a muscle since my spine was broken. I must profess something to you, General Stone, the man smiled gently. I cheated you a bit. You never stood a chance. In fact, we fought once before. Not in a duel, but still. You bravely charged me, trying to protect your men. When I saw that, I knew that I had to recruit you, no matter what. Someone like you is wasted on the rot. And so, I apologize for lying to you. Don't think of this as a duel, though. Think of it as a demonstration. I can no longer die, he added softly, lifting the sword up and gently pressing it against Stone's neck. The latter didn't even register the cold iron pressing against his flesh. Not by means of the ordinary, anyway. But I cannot live forever, either. And a day will come when I'll have to leave the prince's side, though desperate he may be for that to not happen. And when that day comes, I wish to leave him in the best hands possible, so that he may rule and reign without having to put out fires on every corner. I already told you, General. We are not rebels. We are a purifying force riding through the kingdom to rid it of its ails before the prince takes its worthy crown. I'm sure that a man of your stature can see and attest to that, and join us in our crusade. Can't you? Why yes, Stone stuttered weakly, wanting only for the moment to pass and for the air that had begun suffocating him to ease up. Good, the man exclaimed, pulling back the sword and with it the ethereal pressure that was crushing the general's back. I surrender, he exclaimed suddenly to the shock of virtually everyone present. I'm completely bent and exhausted and in a desperate need of a proper shit. The salient general withstood my vicious attack and savagely defeated me. Ah, cruel fate. I've lost us so much money. You are all free to return to your homes. You can stay, though, if you want. One benefit is that you can take crap whenever you want. Cheers, and thusly the prophet sped off. While those unfamiliar with the strange man were beyond flabbergasted, beginning with why he surrendered when he was clearly winning, down to outright nonsense he began spewing after the fact, those who did know Silas merely sighed, with a few smirks escaping here and there. That was always his goal, Valen realized. To ensure that whoever did join them did so entirely out of pure want. And to achieve that he engraved an image in their head, that of a man standing above their general, looking down upon the figure they all but worshipped, and smiling. And yet, somehow, through all of that, he managed to save the general's dignity, dragging away attention from that and onto himself and his inane antics. Valen always knew there was method to the prophet's lunacy, but it was becoming more and more evident recently. Perhaps, the prince mused in the depths of his soul, a man who would be a prophet would make the best king. Chapter 195. Thonian Beyond. Silas did something that he didn't do often recently. He went to sleep. Most nights he'd learned to meditate himself into a state of nothingness, as it was the only way he found to battle the decrepit hands of time, and as he hardly needed sleep to function, it seemed a good choice. But, for reasons bored deep inside of him, instinctively he drew himself to the sleep. He climbed up onto a tree and found a particularly thick branch before leaning into the soft and yet hardened trunk, closing his eyes. At first, the sleep was elusive. He was aware of everything still, be it by the sense of the roasted meat or stale beer or even the pools of vomit orbiting the encampment, or be it through the senses that were sharper than the sharpest blade. But, bit by bit, his restless mind began to settle and calm and forge ahead through the indisputable. Unaware, as at his core he was still a human, he drifted away into the land of dreams, though, for him, dreaming had long since stopped happening. Even when he'd fall asleep in the past, they would be dreamless nights and groggy mornings. But something was different this time around, he realized almost as soon as he realized he was asleep. That was the first tick, the fact that he knew. He was lucid, aware of the surrounding darkness, yet also knew that he was locked in the cage of sleep. The darkness, tantalizing though it was, suddenly flashed in a bright light. Golden fire spurred in the nothing, and the kindle grew into a raging spirit akin to a star. But it was not a star, nor was it a spirit, and nor was it even fire. It was an eye that slowly began to outline a figure beyond match. It was a wolf of snow-white fur and black, triangular snout and a pair of ordinary ears. By appearance, though beautiful, it was still just an ordinary-looking white wolf, if not for the eyes and for the size. For Silas was shorter than the wolf's singular iris, which appeared akin to a tiny black hole in Silas' perspective. The wolf's eyes, similarly, were indeed a pair of stars, massive, burning, beautiful, breathing life into the cosmic nothing. The wolf stared at him silently, its eyes never even blinking, as though he were a statue. The beast appeared to be lying down, though upon what Silas was none the wiser. Suddenly, just as he began to adjust himself to the fantasy that his mind concocted, another flash of light disturbed him. Right next to the wolf, another silhouette emerged from the nani. After it was a lion with silver hazing mane that flew about sporadically and as though in slow motion. The beast's fur was similarly white to the wolf's, though the lion's pair of eyes weren't golden but rather twilight-shrouded, as though the galaxies lived within them. The lion, too, seemed to lie on nothing, staring at Silas silently and curiously. Two beasts remained frozen in place, and no sound could ever be heard. In fact, the silence itself seemed akin to the third presence. Though an actual one appeared soon after with another flash of light. It was an eagle, Silas soon recognized, its wings coated in blue flames spanning distances unknowable. The pair of eyes were pure white, as though the beast was blind. But it wasn't. Silas could feel its gaze upon him, silently observing him like the two beasts prior. The eagle stood upon the lion, half the latter's size, though likely matching it. Once it sprawled its wings open, and the lion seemed unbothered by it, as though it was a natural state of things. And, right after those three, more and more began showing up all around him, scaling to the point where he himself became just a massive eye. His human body was smaller than an atom in comparison to it all. First there was a massive, ancient-looking turtle coated in moss and vines and trees and jungles, its eyes lakes of infinite water and wisdom. Then there was a majestic tiger, its stripes kindled in golden flames, eyes a pair of luminescent golden gems. Then there was a python, a massive snake that seemed to hug the remaining beasts in a wide embrace as it peeked its head at the far edge. It was wholly black, like obsidian, with a pair of crimson eyes seemingly concocted of blood. Then there was a winter fox, a peacock bejeweled in rainbow feathers, then there was a black horse whose eyes burned, then a butterfly whose wings were luminous nebulae full of breathtaking sights. Then he saw some smaller ones, like a pair of sand cats true to their image, though with eyes that shone like azure skies, then snow-laced as well as ebony black pair of owls that had the matching, though opposite pair of eyes, and upon them all were a myriad of creatures, small and large, all uniquely beautiful. And just as he thought the hall had been filled to the brim, another flash of light surged and a familiar figure appeared though, its head decorated with a crow. However, there were differences beyond it simply being massive. Its fur was wholly white while the crow's feathers were pitch black, their eyes iridescent, the crow's in scarlet red and the doe's in pure sapphire. They were majestic, as much if not more than the rest, and he could see them all looking at him. No, they were looking at a tiny, insignificant speck that existed somewhere down below. A puny nothing made of flesh and bones. Something that was immortal and yet could die. But they couldn't. Silas didn't know how he knew it or whether he knew it at all or if it was simply their majesty blinding him, but he was certain they were immortal. No blade could cut their flesh, and no time could wane their minds. They were the Voyagers, or at least how his mind elected to visualize them. They weren't eldritch beasts of incomprehensible shapes, but something far more human. No, not human, but something far more natural, yet sublime still. He haplessly reached out to touch them, but his head was short, which was when another flash of light surged and he realized he was no longer in the vast nothingness, but rather in an open plain surrounded by summer grass on all sides. And the animals defying description were no longer behemoths scaling galaxies in their eyes, but were ordinary in size, and all were lying still around the plain, some looking at him, some sleeping, some doing nothing. It was a seeming paradise of calm and peace, a picture-perfect projection of what Silas had been yearning for hundreds upon hundreds of years. "You made us beautiful," the doe spoke suddenly, startling Silas. Though he recalled her voice vividly, that his mind could replicate it so perfectly, shocked him a great deal. Ethereal. Sublime. "Is this how you truly see us?" The pair of eyes that sapped the sorrows from his soul looked at him. They appeared oddly familiar, though as for why, he was none the wiser. "Isn't that how you are?" He decided to play along with whatever fantasy his mind concocted. "We can be," the doe said. "We choose to be," the crow added. "But you're not. In reality. What we are, is inconsequential," the doe said. "You doubt yourself a human after 1,000 years. We have spent infinite lifetimes as infinite things. Perchance, few here remember the days long gone. Though, even in the mind as broken as yours, to see ourselves as such is jubilant." "Show me, then," Silas said. "What you are." "Why? 'Cause I want to know." "Why? Are we really playing this game? You ain't four, I ain't your dad, and we ain't talking about why it rains. We are shapeless," the doe said suddenly. "And are as we are perceived to be. Do you know why he is a crow? Why? Because those with thought him a messenger. Shouldn't he be raven, then? Perhaps. But he wished to be crow. And you wish to be a doe. I don't know. How, do you not know? Why is your name Silas? Huh. Why is your name Silas? Because my parents were a bit too much into fantasy? I dunno. I am a doe, for I have always been a doe," the doe said. "Some of us are such." "Him," she turned and faced the first beast that appeared before Silas, the wolf. "You have felt him before, when you were forging your madness. He is not a wolf, he is simply madness." "What is the shape of the madness?" "But a fitting figure. He would be happy." Are you saying I, one way or another, felt all of these guys?" Silas asked. "Yes. Jesus. How's that even possible? Did you ever feel love?" What? The sand ones are love, the duality of lust and affection. Anger? Anguish? Nihility. All right. I get it. You guys are emotions bundled into shape. In some ways, perhaps. Man. My mind can still come up with all sorts of wacky shit." "It can," the doe said as the images vanished. "You have glanced at who we are in your heart, and you sought a glimpse of truth. Here it is." Just before Silas could ask the doe to elaborate, the plains vanished whole and he was back in the darkness. It was for a moment before the curtain was undone and he saw it. Silas snapped awake, still on the tree. It was deep in the night, with most people either asleep or blackout drunk. Silence reigned, save for the howling of the winds in the distance and occasional roar of a beast. He settled, snapping his knees into his chest and closing his eyes. There was a faint tremor within him, a rouse of terror that embalmed his soul. Yet, within it, within the enshrouding horror of insignificance, there was a spark, a kindle, a taut call to something he knew. Within it all, within the sprawl, within the unknowable, esoteric, and Thonian, he saw familiar. A tiny mote of light in the abyss of darkness, akin to a lighthouse upon the sprawling sea, the beam of effulgent light denoting the road home. Chapter 196. A proper army. A week had passed since the induction of General Ston in the army, as well as nearly 90,000 of his men. The rest left, alongside 2 constables who looked just about ready to explode. Even after Silas declared his loss, the 2 were unable to persuade most of the young men to return with them, and those who elected to do so largely had families back home waiting for them. And while folk cheered the first day, few were cheering now, even among those who came along with the general. Starting with day 2, he set out to shape up over 100,000 men into a proper army, drill into them the most basic military bone, as even those who came with him were hastily conscripted, as only 50,000 or so were in actual force, most of which either died, were wounded, or went back home to their families as they were on the older end of things. From dawn till dusk, one could hear roar and shouts of the thousands of people as they ran through the course in the woods, did exercises, repeated formations and tactics, all while spurred by a beast with a whip bellowing commands in their ear if they slowed down even for a moment. The more he watched the unorganized scramble, the more General realized that the reason they lost that battle weren't these children. The few who are truly strong could not make up for the shortcoming of a force with barely enough discipline to line up and salute. Every so often he would glance at the distant building that remained wholly silent for a week, and think of an image of the beggar-looking man. If there was a hand that played part in that battle going the way it did, it was his and his alone. Though he couldn't recall precisely seeing the man in the scuffle, considering how easily he overpowered the general, it would have likely been a child's play for him to help here and there and ensure the victory. The general always believed that an effect a one man can have in a war, in a grand battle, was minimal. Even the extreme ends of such spectrum, men and women who could bend nature to the will and use the natural energies to their advantage. Numbers reign supreme, always. That is what dictates the victor. Numbers and the will of steel. If 10,000 is not enough to conquer a castle, throw bodies at it until it runs out of things to kill the invaders with. But he was proven wrong. This tiny force that couldn't even be called peasant militia would have bent over and died within half an hour in ordinary circumstances. Did I say you could RELX? Hey, like a hawk. Even while distracted by his thoughts, the general noticed a few groups easing up on the exercise, immediately roaring at them. 50 squats, each, now. While the roars of commands continued to bellow out, Prince Valen sat in the commander's tent and sipped tea while looking through the documents his advisors prepared for him. There were stacks and stacks of them, though he hardly complained. He, too, knew that the victory was unlikely and that Silas probably, somehow, helped. That didn't bother him, though it was, more so than anything else, the sense of expectation. The only reason he was here to begin with was the prophet, the man who blindsided him in a library and sold him dreams he was too terrified to dream of on his own. Everything since that day felt like a dream, and though he lightly bought into it, doubts were always there, doubled when he nearly died. But the prophet. Silas never gave up on him. Never gave up on what felt like a childish, pointless dream to pursue. Valen knew that without the strange man who was carving out a road for him to walk upon, he would have likely died north to one of many ghoul invasions, his fate to be have been sealed for all eternity, name erased from the books, a footnote somewhere in the chapter of history that depicted the kingdom that rose and fell without his input. But that all has changed. And if he had to work twice as hard to help even the tiniest amount, he would work sleepless. A sound of footsteps caused him to look up from his table, and at the front where he saw Ryan carrying a tray upon which 2 cups of still steaming tea rested. Though she still struggled with many day-to-day tasks, she had grown remarkably self-sufficient in the short period of time. Oh, hey, he called out, subconsciously fixing his hair. You didn't have to. I know I didn't have to, she said, slowly putting down the tray on the table, whereupon Valen hastily moved to clear out the spot of the papers. I wanted to. Are you telling me I can't do what I want? She grew bolder around him since the 2 met, often chirping more courageously than everyone else except Silas. I wouldn't dare to. Valen smiled lightly as he wheeled to the other side and helped her set up the chair. How is it going? She asked. If I brushed documents twice while setting down a tray, there must be a mound of them. Try 10 mounds, Valen said, returning to the other side of the table. But I have to do what I have to do. How about you? Have you gotten used to the pathways? Well, considering you yelled at the builders to make sure there are clear markers I could touch to recognize where I am, yes, she smiled lightly. If I didn't yell, would they take me seriously? Yes? You're the prince, no? Or, well, a king to be. There's not a man or woman in this camp that wouldn't lick the dirt if you order them. Except Silas. He'd probably force you to lick it if you ordered him to. Haha, yes, I can imagine it. The 2 laughed for a moment as the tea cooled down slightly. Oh? Did you add some Parian stock in it? Yes. I noticed that whenever you drink tea with it, you perk up a bit after the fact. Yes. It reminds me of home, the prince said, his expression mellowing out. Home? Ryan quizzed. It's the tea a maidservant who was close to my mother used to make. She told me that it was how my mom used to make it and that father loved it, too. As a kid, I figured, if I drank the same tea as my father, I'd get to be closer to him. Did you? No. Turns out the maid made up the story and my father, in reality, hated tea. Ouch. Wasn't the first time I realized just how different I was from them, Valen sighed, a look of melancholy appearing on his face. But, oh well. Those nights and mornings when I'd have the tea before the whole house came crashing down. I remember them fondly. What about you? What about me? You are awfully mysterious about your past. There's little to it, honestly, Ryan chuckled slightly. As far as I can remember, I was apprenticed to be an exorcist and grew up in the compound with the others. There are few happy memories there, as we always knew, eventually, most of us would die for the few to stand on the top. You never knew your parents? No, Ryan shook her head. Whenever I asked, Master would simply tell me I was abandoned. Heavy silence fell between the two for a moment. That's until Silas decided he'd adopt me, apparently, haha. Ryan quickly tossed a joke to ease the tension. It's all right, Valen spoke softly. Some demons need be spoken of, even if heavy on the soul. I'm so lucky I can't see your lying expression right now. Hey, now. That actually hurt. I would never lie to you. Oh, really? Mr. No Ryan, I'm not doing this path especially for you, this is for all the blind people we have, dot. We do have other blind people. There's Penelope and Rod. Valen exclaimed. Yes, and they tell me they really appreciate it. Funny how you learned they existed because you specifically asked Derek to seek them out. After you built the road. Ugh, I am going to kill Derek. I ask he do that in utter secrecy. What can I say? Ryan chuckled, leaning back lightly. I guess he has a soft spot for a blind girl. Would you deny a question to the blind girl? I want to be encouraging, Valen said. But you have begun relying on that for many things now. Like you don't. Well, I do. But still. Maybe we should both hush so they don't hear us. Yes, maybe that's a good idea. In the meantime, just above them, suspended in a tiny hole between the roof and the columns holding it up, Silas listened with a quaint smile on his face. This wasn't the first time the two had a conversation similar like this. It was a perpetual thing, one that happened nearly every loop. And this was all without his input. He'd long since stopped trying to shove the two of them together, and despite that, they always found a way there. Perchance, he mused inwardly while closing his eyes in lieu of another nap, he did have an eye for couples, kind of like Cupid. And, perchance, it might become his career once this all blows over, though he doubted that very much. Still, it was always nice to dream. Chapter 197. Kingdom Come. Their march slowed down considerably, Valen noted as he silently observed the open stretch of land currently being occupied by tents and campfires roaring smoke into the sky. It was in part because their army grew bulkier, tripling in size effectively, meaning that they could no longer maneuver as quickly as they used to. Most of it, though, was entirely because of General Stahn and his insistence on 3-day marching and 4-day training program. They'd usually stay still for 2 days at minimum while he tried to get everyone in relatively the same shape. At first, it was just physical, having them run and swing weapons for hours to build up stamina and strength, but now he also began training them in a variety of formations, both small and large scale. That was precisely what the large groups of nearly 600 people were doing at the moment, spread out across the vast plains like a swarm of locusts feasting on the land. Shouts and roars repeatedly rang out like thunder, the song of hard work playing out into infinity. Deep in his heart, Valen envied it all. He, too, wanted to leap over and join them, swinging his sword and roaring alongside them. It felt at odds with who he was to be sitting back and simply observing, even if he always hid that part of himself away, fearful of what others might say. But there was romance, he knew, in war as much as there was bloodshed and tragedy. Sitting by his side, and seemingly unbothered by any of the thoughts Valen was having, was Silas. The man had finally put on a shirt after many such requests, though still remained barefoot, his feet hung over the wooden fence surrounding them, a hat of bale and straw covering his eyes and shielding them from the sun. Every so often, he'd bring the cup of wine close to his lips and sip for a moment before going back to appearing comatose. What do you think of them? Valen tried striking up a conversation, wanting to distract himself from the burning desires. Of who? Silas asked, pointing up with his index finger and lifting the hat, glancing over at the prince. The army, Valen said. They're getting better, aren't they? It's the legs that you're missing, not eyes, Silas replied. Yet there are days where I have my doubts. I'm not missing the legs. They're here, aren't they? Valen said with a smile. What do you mean? Are they not improving? Let me ask you something, Silas said. If a fiddling army made up of novices and armed with weapons and armors on the verge of giving out could take over this kingdom, why is it that no other kingdoms ever conquered it? Oh. Sometimes I wonder whether you've ever been in the capital, Silas said. The kingdom's true army would never just walk out to meet the rebels. If they stretched their main force out this far north, it would leave them open to attack from everywhere else. So, you're saying that we can't win? Hey? No? When did I say that? Just now. Valen exclaimed as Ryan joined the two, carrying a tray of fruits and gently putting them down before sitting between the two of them. No. I said that the army can't win, not that we can't win. What the hell's the difference? Unbeknownst to Silas, to others he'd become the very thing he despised in this world for so long, a cryptic old man who never gives a straight answer. Because we don't need to defeat the army, Silas sighed. Seriously. If we go all out in a full-blown civil war, we may as well just give over our kingdom to others. Didn't you learn anything from hundreds of those council meetings or whatever that you host? All right, Valen swallowed his frustrations. Enlighten me. You want the main army to accept your ascendancy to the throne, Silas said. And continue supporting you. I've made a few, extraordinary claims, here and there, about burning down the kingdom and build it anew, but those were mostly metaphors. We don't want to literally engage in a deadly civil war that will leave us depleted of men and resources alike. Didn't that kid basically say the same thing just like a week ago? The commander? You really should stop calling him a kid, Valen said. He doesn't like it. The boy's got no pubes, Silas shrugged. Forget pubes. His voice is still crackin'. If he ain't a kid, there ain't no kids left. Anyway, he said something along my lines, didn't he? That now that we've broken the wall of the anti-rebel forces, we'll maneuver into a slow march as we go through the various parts of the kingdom and obtaining their support. Logistics of it all escape me, to be honest, but that's the gist of it. No, it's not, Valen frowned. Nowhere in there did either one of you mention how I'm going to win over the army to my side. Every new conscript swears a blood oath to serve the king. It will take a lot more than fancy and passionate speeches to turn them over, Silas. That's right, Silas nodded lightly. In truth, there's likely only one thing that will have enough impact to make any dent. What is it? Beating the shit out of your father. Oh, geez. Color me odd, how did nobody ever think of just defeating my father? Valen grumbled. Well, that's why I'm here, Silas grinned. Was supposed to be everyone and he was likely to go easy on us, but damn. I have a feeling he's gonna make me work for it. Father will never voluntarily surrender or make it easy, Valen said. It goes against everything he believes in. I'm as blind as you are to your father's beliefs, Valen, Silas said. But he will make it easy. He loves this kingdom, for better or for worse, but neither he nor his queen could see past whatever holy promises they were given when you were a boy. They canonized you virtually from the cradle, and worked with that thought in mind ever since. To them, you are the cure to the poison that's rotting these lands. Naturally, they are quite stupid, but that's irrelevant. The core of their beliefs, whatever context exists around them, is you. And so long as this army's goal is to put you on the throne, they will create the perfect scenario for you to win the hearts of everyone. You sound like you have met my father before, Valen said. As though you know him. I know men like him, Silas replied simply. Devout, dogmatic, yet almost evilly pragmatic. And what if you are wrong? Well, all this would have been pointless, Silas cracked a grin, glancing at him. Are you having doubts, Lil Prince? No doubts, Valen shook his head, facing forward. Since the day I met you and when you promised me the throne, my doubts were equal to yours. I'm just curious, is all. It's no good to trust anyone that blindly, Silas said. Should I beat it out of you? You can try, Valen chuckled playfully. It will take an awful lot of beatings for me to have anything short of absolute trust in you. You hearin' this, kiddo? Silas glanced back where he saw Ryan smiling lightly. I'm hearin' it, old man, she replied. What? Pressure getting to you? Could you stop picking up my jargon? Silas grumbled. If everyone starts talking like this, I won't be special no more. You have plenty other things to feel special about, Ryan said. You can afford to share a few with us mortals. Yes, indeed. You are a spiting image of a mortal, Silas said. Too bad you can't see it in the mirror. Ouch. That was a good one, Valen exclaimed softly. Even I felt a faint sting. You would tease a blind girl so. Ryan mustered a fake whimper, though it was hardly a convincing one. I'll have to introduce you to the queen at least once, Silas said. So that you can pick up on a few tricks for the future. You're godawful at it. Strange silence befell the three as Silas looked to the side where he saw two young people tossed in the fires of embarrassment. He missed the sensation, at least, he thought he did. The truth was that he couldn't quite even recall what embarrassment felt like. Or shame. Time, as it turned out, has ways of simply grinding down a soul to its singularities. And shame and embarrassment weren't there. She's a fascinating woman, the queen, Silas said, changing the subject somewhat. Your father and she fit eerily well together. How come? Valen asked. Though he had seen his father and the queen together many times, they never gave the impression of a particularly well-fitted couple. He dreams, she executes, Silas said. Were it up to your father alone, he would have raised you into a weapon and protected you while you became the king. A fine way, indeed, but would simply perpetuate the same systems in place that led to this mess. This way, though, the whispers get flushed out, and the faces grow unmasked. It will be quite beautiful, I imagine, when that day comes. Anyway, I'll take a nap now. Watch them be men or whatever, or you two can go and chat in private where you won't be embarrassed so easily by an old man. Good day to you children. Sleep beckons. Chapter 198. Infinite Infancy. How long has it been? Silas couldn't say. Hundreds upon hundreds of years, now, had passed at least. But to him, it all became a blend of a singularity, a trip that he relived so many times that he could recite it, word for word, event for event, from heart, just aroused from his sleep and probably drunk out of his mind. Their progress was slow, but it was there every few years of reliving the same story over and over, they'd push a bit further inland. A mile or two may not be a lot, but every extra mile or two nixed the length of their journey further. The armies that came out to meet them grew less and less terrifying as Silas silently navigated and guided them into betterment. As far as he knew, they were still at least 200 miles away from the capital, but that wasn't an issue not yet, anyway. Currently, they were facing a massive, Count Yolt's personal army composed of over 300,000 soldiers, a tenth of whom had collectively more experience battling than Silas' entire force. It was a beyond tall wall that seemed impossible to climb, but he didn't fret. His life here, in this world, was entirely composed of tall walls and mountains that kept him at bay from the things he needed. And just like those before, this wall would fall too, in time. What are you thinking about? Asha shuffled over and rested her head on his chest, her snow-white hair spilling over. She sported a rosy complexion and a shade of red in her eyes. And if you spit out a joke at my expense, I will pull it hard enough to rip it out. Man, have you always been this violent or is it just my influence? A little bit of both, she replied with a chuckle. You thinking of ways to move forward? Not really, he responded with a shrug. I'm just trying to empty my head of my own will. To see if I can do it. Can you? Not with your tits blasting in my eyes, he said as she sighed. Really? We're almost at the gates, he said. Even if that almost is hundreds of miles away. Soon enough, we'll be there. And we will win. It all feels so pointless. Like it was predestined. You still have to win, though. That's the thing, though, Silas said. When the chance of loss is entirely removed from the equation, can it even be called winning? It's like I'm numbly living out a story that has to end one way, and I already know the ending. Like turning the final page of the mystery book and figuring out who the killer is who'd be interested in living out the journey, then. She mumbled, drifting her finger across his stomach. And here I am, simply enjoying my journey, also knowing the end. Yes, but you're dumb. Hey. Ouch, he flinched at her sudden pinch. Damn, that hurt? Have you been hiding your strength from me? Of course I did. I have to have means of punishing you when you're being an ass. Well, kudos. But I'm enjoying it too, for better or worse, but it has nothing to do with the story itself. It has nothing to do with going to the capital, or even the damn kids that I'm taking there. Part of it is you, but part is knowing that it's all gonna be over soon, and the curtain will fold once more to toss me into darkness of not knowing the next dawn. I don't get that, she said. I always feared the unknown. Fire provides a beautiful, divine comfort. Why would you put it out to see what manner of monsters creep out in the darkness? I don't know either. I wasn't always like that. I don't think I was, anyway. You don't remember? Not for a long, long time. Silence fell between the two and, as Silas learned to be the case whenever he was with Asha, he found his eyes growing heavy and tired, sleep calling to him. He adored it, the feeling. With each passing loop, and each new heart 11, now it was growing harder and harder to do the most mundane things like fall asleep or even take a piss. His body functioned at such an optimal level that there was virtually no need for external maintenance performed by him. Unlike most other times, he realized he was dreaming again. It happened infrequently, to the point where he'd forget to even wonder whether he'd dream or not. But whenever it did happen, it was quite a journey. From the onset, though, this dream appeared quite different from others. He was in a strange place, a tiny, almost claustrophobic room. Walls seemed like they were chewing him, and his surroundings looked dead and nondescript. There was a simple nightstand, and upon it a black box whose name he forgot, and a source of light illuminating the area though not fueled by magic. It was a lamp, he realized. Not the oil-kindled one as the ones he was very, very familiar with, but one that he had long since forgotten even existed. He even forgot the name of the tear-shaped object that shone golden. Looking around further, he began spotting more and more things that misaligned with his perception of the world. There was a heater, he recalled the name from the depths of his mind, and there was even a tiny TV tucked in the corner. Bit by bit, as though someone unloaded a bundle of grenades inside his mind, memories that lay dormant for thousands of years began surfacing, one by one, in a seeming race to see who would kindle his self first. It was his room, he recalled, from when he was a boy still living with his parents. He'd forgotten the room, he was certain, and yet, it remained inside his mind, all this time, seemingly waiting to be called upon. It was an ordinary room, one that he was forbidden from decorating to suit his tastes. Posters of any kind weren't allowed, everything besides school books and clothes was laid out in the living room, and there wasn't even a lock on the door so that his parents could come in case of an emergency. Snapping awake, he saw that Asha was sleeping soundly as well, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Sighing, he reeled his head back and looked beyond the stars, beyond the ashen, night sky. He slowly slithered out and stood up, feeling the chilly breeze gently caress him. He'd begun suspecting it a long while back, when he had the dream of the Voyagers appearing in his mind, for at that singular glimpse that he was afforded in the reality, between the shapes that horrified and churned his heart and soul, he caught a sight of an intermittent eye, broken by the dimensions and laws he couldn't understand. It was the eye he knew, and the gaze he loved. And since, he'd begun seeing more and more trails, tiny, hazy realizations that spoke to him. Glancing back, he saw that she was waking up, yawning. She smiled as their eyes met and he smiled back, almost by instinct. There was still 200 miles to go, but there was duality to him, now. For as long as he never crossed them, she would stay with him, and he would be eternal. And though such a life would be a bore and same and infinitely depressing, it was consistent. True. Something he could live with. But it would change, he knew, after crossing the last miles, after fighting the king, after setting the crown upon the young boy's head. Perchance, she would depart, her mission complete. Or, perhaps, he would return to Earth in some capacity. Or die. Or continue living out a mortal life by Valen's side. But, he was hopeful. Hopeful that he knew the single possibility. What are you looking at? Asha asked as she put on the silver dress. And if you say the most beautiful creature alive, I will snap your tongue. You figured me, through and through, hi, he said with a chuckle. No, she said. I just figured your playful side. You never pass up on the opportunity to make a lame joke, no matter the circumstances. I am certain that, on your deathbed, you will turn to whoever will stay by your side and say something impressively lame, like write buried alive on my tombstone so that people get shocked dead visiting my grave. And you'd go ahead and write it, he said. Oh, how mighty confident of you that I will stick with your ass for so long. What do you want for breakfast? You saying you won't? I'll eat with the kids. Never say never, she walked over and kissed him lightly. But, yeah, never. Ouch. What a way to kick the guy awake. Enough with your nonsense, she grabbed the pants nearby and threw them at him. Get dressed and let's go. I don't want to rush back. I actually enjoy walking down the mountain this early. That's only because of who's your company, Silas said. Yes, the wines and the birds are very nice. Man, you've gotten really good at being mean. He stepped out from their roofless cabin that they fashioned out of stray rocks and branches and into the open plateau overlooking a steep descent from a mountain. Learned from the best. At least I'm the best, there was serenity within him as the two began descending the mountain. A clear path was laid out in front of him, and though he did not have much, if any, agency in writing out a story that will come to pass, another story will come after, he knew, and he would write its beginning. And the rest. He was no longer human, he hasn't been for a long, long while. He was something more. Not better, not worse, simply ethereally different. Life was not a string of events and regrets weren't mountains pressing down. To him, life was not a straight line going from the beginning to an end. He didn't quite know what life was to him just yet. Even after thousands of years, he felt an infant in this new world, in this new reality. What to humanity would be an infinity, the scale of time spoken of in societal eons, to him was just a temporary beginning, the first steps he'd taken into living beyond life. And so much, he knew, lay still in the dark ahead of him, waiting for him to grow up and open his eyes for the first time. Chapter 199. The Rains of Winter. Ryan's scream jolted him from the numbness that he had succumbed to in order to die. He'd hung himself upside down, slit his throat from one end to another as it was no longer physically possible to actually cut his head off in a single slice, and bored dozens of holes into his hearts. He was bleeding like a waterfall, pooling blood beneath him into a literal, small lake, and it still took him over 20 days to die. In order not to lose sanity, he'd numbed himself to the point he ceased feeling anything. Until now. The scream brought him back to the starting point, one that was getting increasingly harder to return to. It took too much to end his own life, he was beginning to realize. The sheer effort it required was almost not even worth it, but it wasn't as though there was much of an alternative. The closest one he could think of was sprinting to the capital and having the king kill him. Another one, though uncertain, was to go north once again in hopes of finding the voyager who brought him here and asking it to give him the ability to kill himself. But the chances of finding it were likely minimal. Even still, if it gets much worse than it currently is, he saw himself getting desperate enough and trying it. Moving through the motions of the day, he wound up at the top of the castle, upon one of its slightly slanted roofs of the towers, enjoying the brisk breeze that for most of the rest of the world was deadly and sipping wine in silence. Asha often left him alone for a couple of weeks. He didn't know whether it was because it took her that long to recall and reconfigure or because it took her that long to reach the castle. But he liked it. The couple of weeks of solace were always welcoming, especially after a long loop. It allowed him to seethe in silence, to recalibrate back to the reality and realize himself. Thinking back to the last few loops, he saw another wall that they encountered. They've gotten within 100 miles of the capital, actually. They were within the final push, encumbered by the last few miles. It was few, indeed. Miles were meaningless to him, as he'd long since stopped counting the years it took to cross just an extra one. All he knew was that the end was approaching and growing closer. Suddenly, he felt a shift in the atmosphere, the haze of reality bleeding out of the edges of the world as the shapes and objects and colors began to vanish. Even at the strangest sight, one that would leave most terrified, he felt numb. He waited in silence for it all to pass, sipping wine and curiously glancing over as the world, like a painting being covered by erratic strokes of a hand gone insane, turned ebony and lightless, shadows reigning like kings. From the darkness, a tinker of light appeared before a figure streamed in through the void, donning a light silver gown and a rather jarring crimson cape. The face was the same as before, though no longer beholden to the body of a young girl but a much older woman. She skipped ahead with a faint hum as the world around readjusted from the darkness and slowly began to paint a new world. They were sitting beside a stirring lake, its surface rough and dancing, enshrined within the colors of the strange fish swimming within its shallows. Surrounding them were tall mountains, peaks like blades piercing the sky heights, their sides green with nature. As more and more came to life, beasts and creatures became the natives of the land that seemed real yet unreal at the same time. There was something off about it, though Silas couldn't pinpoint what. Until it was pointed out to him. It's a recreation from my memory, the woman said. Of my home world. Every time I make it, I feel something new slip. I'm sure, at some point, it was completely normal and not at all a jarring reality. It's a beautiful place, Silas said. I'm sure it was, the woman said. Though, like most things, it had an ugly ending. What happened? I'm not sure. I was gone by then, like you, elsewhere. When I returned, all there was ashes and embers and death and decay. Nary a sign that life ever was there. Is that what Earth's like now? Ashes and dust? No, the woman replied. It is still green, though dying. There are no oceans, no rivers, no lakes. There are potholes of water bored deep in earth, and few things suck them to live. It's fucked up, Silas said, taking a sip. Being able to outlive something as huge as a world. You'll come to learn that worlds are tiny, Silas, she said. I don't want to. Your current world, for instance. How long do you think it will last? I don't know. How long? I can't say. Then why ask? No, I mean I can't predict. Nobody can. That's the beauty of chaos and entropy. A tiny tendril otherwise invisible can coil itself around something and pull just hard enough to turn the entire thing on its head. A single mutation in an otherwise harmless insect or a virus, a stirring reaction in a supervolcano, or just a random rock from space somehow aligning perfectly with the world. But you can predict those things. You control time. Yes, but I don't. It's not going to make eternity easier to swallow, being fed pointless philosophy. I know it won't, she said. But nothing will, because the truth is very simple, Silas. If you were going to break, you would have broken by now. Oh? Mighty hopeful of you. You've long since crossed the threshold, she said. You have already lived an eternity. Why are you here? He asked abruptly. Because your quest is soon coming to an end. See? Predicting. Anticipating. Same thing. You could have already reached the capital, she said. You're delaying. What are you afraid of? Right now? Mostly continuing this conversation, to be honest. Your fate is in your hands, Silas. Is it? What makes you think that it isn't? Fucking everything, he scoffed. It hasn't been in my hands since coming to this world. It was. You long since suspected that there was a story written out that you failed to follow, and you are absolutely right. On virtually every corner, while watching you, I kept asking myself, why is he doing that? He's not supposed to be doing that. He should go there instead. Time and time and time and time again, even after we tried to nudge you, tried to guide you, it didn't make a difference. The only reason you are saying that your fate is not in your hands now, is because you are afraid. Afraid that it actually is. That it's always been. And that, come soon, you will no longer be able to squarely blame me or others on whatever happens. You're poking and prodding, Silas chuckled lightly. Are you really a voyager or a bored teen? The ending was always written, you're right about that, she said. But was it not written for you in the past? Is it not written for everyone? What's the difference here? It's very simple. How so? On Earth, I knew the ending, Silas said, taking a sip. Here? I know fuck all. And not knowing is more terrifying for you than death. I just need one answer, really. What? Did you send her? Silas asked, looking at the woman whose somewhat blank expression suddenly shifted into a smiling one. I warned her, the woman said, leaning back and looking up to the sky. I think, on some level, she wanted you to realize. You didn't answer. Because it's a stupid question, Silas. I'm not her mother nor her king. I'm not some Voyager overload commanding others to do my bidding. That's the perk of becoming a Voyager, nobody can command you. So, no. Did you ever seriously even doubt it? Seemed convenient, is all. It's time to go, Silas, the woman said. You can't hide in the uncertainty forever. That's only because you never tried it. It's quite easy. Life waits for no one, it turns out. Not even those who are beyond it, the woman said as the world began to burn, corner by corner, turning black and disintegrated. You say I control time, Silas. But you are wrong, I cannot control time. Nobody can control time. It flows like a river, on and on, except, unlike a river, it never dries out. The ultimate truth of the reality is that everything is finite, but the infinity itself. And in that infinity, all things are possible, all things, conceivable and otherwise. Dust off the brush and the ink, Silas, and write out the rest of this story. I'm getting tired and I'm due for a nap. So, if not for yourself, do it for me, yes. The world imploded in a brilliant flash of flames, and soon all was ash and soot, grey and black for as long as the eye could see. Soon, it all vanished, and Silas was back atop the tower overlooking the glazed, white horizon. Well beyond it, there was a city. And inside that city there was a palace, and inside that palace there was a throne. And a man upon it, crowned and gallant, waiting for the story to end, just as it had begun. In a flash of thunder and death. Chapter 200. The Banner of Tomorrow. The capital city of Eternia had been growing rather distressed in the past several weeks. What started as distant rumors and fancy tales that seemed entirely divorced from their reality were now very stern and deadly stories that were being passed around every day. Those were stories of a rebel army marching south, an unstoppable machine incapable of losing, toppling over one county after another. The city was no longer able to dismiss the rumors as fancy tales from the lands far away, especially after the news arrived earlier in the morning that the rebel army was only 30 miles out from the city. There was nothing stopping it from marching forward as the kingdom's army was forming within the city itself, ready to meet the invaders on the open plains of Ashana, a stretch of grassland north of the city. Every so often, there would be murmurs sweeping the city about this or another warrior who made a name for themselves in the past wars descending upon the city and heading toward the palace. There were even rumors spreading that the vaunted specters of Eternia, a legion of grizzled warriors that usually stayed away from the civil conflicts as they specialized in ghoulish warfare, has been commissioned to be a part of the anti-rebel army. Bars and taverns, as they usually do, became the hubs of all the stories, whether they were real or false or somewhere in between, and the latest one was that the rebel army was being led by the 6th Prince Valen Desdier, a boy who was believed to have died. While the rumors remained unconfirmed, just the speculation itself of them had many swivel their heads toward the palace with questioning gazes. The royals remained tight-lipped all throughout, with nary an official word beyond the reassurances of safety. It was almost as though those in the palace lived in an entirely different world, one that had nothing to do with the concurrent reality. The strange tales continued, however. It wasn't only the dead prince that was the point of interest. Supposedly, a lot of former star-level figures of the kingdom had decided to stand behind the banner of rebellion. A name that most of the capital natives gasped at the loudest had to be the former knight of the order, one that was supposed to inherit the chalice and become the supreme head of the royal army, Sir Avino. Furthermore, there were rumors that the decorated General Ston, after being soundly defeated by the rebel army, also turned coat and joined the prince's banner. Other names were tossed around, too, each carrying the weight that had many people gasp. There were even mystic tales that the prince had an exorcist and a prophet by his side, doing his bidding, though few believed those. Both exorcists and prophets, and especially the latter, were beyond prideful creatures who would never kneel before anyone but gods. The chances of them supporting an ordinary prince, one that was even discarded by his own family, were close to zero. Even so, the very fact that those rumors existed showcased just how the tales around the prince were spun, how much weight they carried, and how heavy the words spoken into the reality of things were. The army that started out in the far north, beyond everyone's eyes, in the wretched domain of winter that most considered the land of the dead, was now close to the heart of the kingdom, seeming winds of gods pushing their sails southward. Within the palace there was a hall, a tall and round and vast hall decorated by the paintings of every former supreme head of the royal army dating far back into the kingdom's history. The official name of the hall was the Hall of Light, though most simply called it the Strategizing Den, as this was where most of the major, kingdom-influencing decisions were made. Currently, all seats around the rectangular, marble-made table were filled, 24 in total. There was constant ruckus and conversation, with folk old and young often talking one over another. Heading the table were two figures stationed on its opposite ends. The first was King Wyvanol, who was sitting leaned back, his eyes half closed, the golden crown on his head crooked. Opposite of him was the current supreme head of the royal army, a decorated veteran of 6 wars, and one of the few men on the entire continent who could remotely keep up with the king's prowess, Vyra Yan, a 66-year-old man sporting white hair and beard, both groomed to perfection, who never looked away from the king, his gaze piercing. All of the world would cover beneath it, but the king appeared indifferent, as though he was being looked at by a petty child. Silence. Nearly half an hour into the incessant bickering, Supreme Head Vyra spoke out. It wasn't a shout or a roar. He spoke in a normal tone, but it was more than enough for the entire hall to drop dead silent, so much so that a pin falling would sound like thunder. It grew heavy, for no one dared speak, and all the Supreme Head did was stare at the king, who appeared half asleep. "Is this your reply, your majesty?" It was nearly 5 minutes later that the Supreme Head spoke out, finally causing the king to shuffle his gaze to the side and look at him. "To what? Today is not the day you can act a fool." The Supreme Head slammed his fist into the table, causing it to rumble. "There is a rebel army at our doorstep." "There have been rebel armies at our doorstep before," the king replied simply. "Not like this, and you know that well enough. These aren't some farmers with pitchforks or disgraced soldiers trying to exact revenge. This is an army, your majesty. A fully equipped, well-trained, disciplined army led by men and women that stood as pillars of this kingdom for decades. The citizens are beginning to question why people so loyal to the crown would join the traitors. You have been holding back a lot, old friend," the king spoke after a short moment of silence. "And your eyes tell me you are holding back still. Speak. These halls are meant for truth, after all." "Very well. I shall speak," the Supreme Head said, taking a deep breath. "Do you even care any longer?" The tension was palpable, and nobody else dared speak, even if they were prominent figures themselves. This was between two men who could shake the kingdom by their lonesome, after all. "For years now, I have excused your nonchalance, both to myself and others. I have woven stories in my head and with my lips that still paint you as the benevolent and grand king that you were. But I am running out of stories, your majesty. You were never much of a bard, to begin with," the king said, sitting up straight. "Do I care, you ask, Vy? As you were honest with me, I shall be honest with you." The king's tone suddenly switched from a boorish, relaxed one to the stern, regal, unmatched. The atmosphere around him changed, and a figure who would stand on the mound of corpses returned. "The kingdom is rotten. Its people are rotten. Of 19 of you in this hall, 11 have conspired to assassinate either me or one of my children. Of 39 noble houses, only 2 remain wholly loyal, while the rest sell their loyalties to the highest bidder. I could have fought back, but what would that entail, old friend? Beheading half the kingdom's nobility? Inducting martial law for years on end? No. It would not have fixed anything. People have lost loyalty and faith in my lineage. And, in equal measure, I have lost faith in people. As I said, rebel armies came before, and we have faced them before. You will have your war and I will have mine. And considering the self-interest of everyone that's infested this holy land, if I don't achieve absolute victory, the kingdom will fall. Not because the rebel army is stronger than the royal army, not because they have better equipment, not because they have more men, it's because they are fighting for one cause. And here? Lambert here wants to use the war as an excuse to promote his nephew into the Cornistus. Arnold over there wants to use it to annex some of the nearby barony, namely the plot housing the gold mine his spies uncovered. And even you, old friend, the king said, smiling suddenly as everyone felt their backs pour out in sweat. Are you fighting for me? For the kingdom? Or are you fighting to maintain the position that you have? We are scattered, as in mind, so in spirit. We are not a single army, but a band of mercenaries each fighting for their own little dream. I never quite understood why it happened, but I can at least take comfort in knowing that it did not begin with me. Let the army come, old friend. We will face it as we have had many armies before. If we achieve victory, we shall celebrate it with meat and liquor and pretend things will be perfect from then on. And should we lose? Well, then it was simply meant to be. The hall was thrust into a beyond uncomfortable silence as nobody, not even the supreme head, dared look at the king directly, all their heads bowed down. There is little else for me to say. The king stood up from the seat and headed toward the exit. I shall face whoever their spear is. And you shall face your own battle. Let us hope for a victory, and pray for their defeat. Chapter 201. There was once a man who could not die. There it is. Silas stood on the precipice of a gentle mountain overlooking a vast span of the fields of yellow grass. Somewhere at its heart, there were tall walls of stone framing a city of dreams. Even nearly 15 miles out, he could still see the tall towers and spires and the grand palace shining like the golden sun amidst the snow-white stone. It was the capital, perched at the heart of the kingdom, shining in all its glory. And within that heart, there was another, a palace clad in golden hue sitting upon a platform of flight, a floating island in the sky. The platform was suspended by some form of magic, likely laid down long before the memory serves, and was larger than the palace itself, cast out of ancient stone that had turned ashen and grey as do the hairs upon heads after the passage of time. The palace sat upon the platform, its walls seeming to bleed out of the stone below, with its marvelous architecture showcasing the resplendence of design. Its tall towers and spires and turrets banked toward the heavenly skies with intricate carvings and sculptures decorating nearly every inch of its surface. Their tips reached so far up in the sky that they were surrounded by motes of clouds, swirling and churning, mystifying the tips of the blades that seemed like homes for gods. It was a palace designed to inspire awe and terror, to provide the light of home for those beneath it, and the fire of destruction for those aiming to conspire against it. Silas recalled, though it had been many years, his first and only visit to the capital, and though he was still taken aback by the grandeur, he missed a lot of what he was seeing now. Surrounding the palace, as well as its majestic towers, spires, and turrets, were spirits dancing and darting about, their form translucent and ephemeral and ever-changing. Some were tiny, like motes of luminescent light, while some yet larger, winged and overbearing in appearance. There were hundreds, if not thousands of them, all flitting and fluttering in what seemed to be an eternal dance, one that they were born to lead. But, the world was blind to them, Silas knew. Nobody but the very select few could witness the majesty of it, the burning cascade, the manifestation of what the palace itself was. It was not merely a building of stone housing kings and queens, it was a temple to something larger than life. A monastery of ethereal, a home to many unseen things. They are quite the charmers, Asha said as she walked up to him, her hair fluttering in the gentle breeze. What are they? Silas asked, glancing at her. Spirits, she replied. Of all things living. They have no mortal coil, no form that can interact with anything corporeal. They can never manifest a change, can never influence reality. All they can do is observe in silence and song. They gather around the hot spots of energy, places the world deemed worthy of carrying that mantle. Can they die? All things can die, she replied. They are in a perpetual cycle of birth and decay. Some live for a few minutes, and some live for a few days. And when they are gone, new ones come along in their place. And thus, the cycle never ends. Just like life. Just like life. Silas' gaze grew softer at the sight, his shoulders relaxing. Though there was a battle ahead, a war to be waged that would determine the destiny and fate of everything, he was at peace. He would win. Perhaps not today, or the next time, or the hundreds of times after that. But, one day, he would be victorious. Stop that, Asha suddenly nudged him gently. Stop what? That look, she said. It doesn't suit you. Rude. I look quite dashing with a contemplative look, Silas said. You just look constipated, to be honest. Then what kind of a look suits me? The carefree one, she replied, glancing at him. That childlike one that surfaces whenever I make a fool of myself. Ah, that one does tend to surface often. Hey. He's inviting me, Silas said suddenly. Yeah, Asha replied. He's strong. He is. Perhaps, he said. I won't be bored fighting, for once. Seriously. Doesn't suit you at all. Ha ha ha, I suppose. His laughter rang like a bell for a moment as he gently patted her head, his gaze still focused on a tiny dot in the horizon. I should enjoy these moments. How come? Soon enough, he replied, leaping off the ledge slowly. I won't be able to experience the sweet death ever again. Silas landed on the open plains without much fanfare, like a gentle cloud. Walking forward, he let the warm winds of the south caress him. For occasion, he even put on a shirt, though was still barefoot, with 3 swords strapped to his waist. His pace was even, unchanging, unhurried, as though he had all the time in the world to get to where he needed to be. Halfway through, a silhouette of a figure appeared from the hazy mist of warmth, a form distantly familiar, that of a king. Though he looked not like a king, but a soldier heading off into a war, strapped in full battle armor, one explicitly cured for his body. Unlike Silas, though, the king beheld no weapons, his waist hollow and empty. Silas paused some 20 feet from the man. The energy exuded was exuberant, so powerful that it was distorting the world around the figure. He was larger than life, many magnitudes over, Silas realized. And at that moment, he wondered. You could have had the world, Silas said. I already have it. Just like you. The king replied. I still have many questions, Silas said. Defeat me and you shall have your answers. The city will fall. The stage is prepared. They shall fight their war, and we shall fight ours. You won't even see your son. Have you always been this childish? I've been told repeatedly that it's the best look on me. Silas grinned sheepishly as the world around two men began to bleed and distort. The blue skies turned into the color of dried blood, the yellow grass burning away into the vanishing ash, leaving behind only black soot and grey, ancient stone, uneven and unleveled. The city and the palace vanished, in their place distorted shapes of things that once were, the forest wilted and the mountains bled out into ashen mounds. The air turned dry and was overcome by the smell of rust and decay. There was nothing in the distance but the swirling, black mist that seemed to frame the hell within. What's this place? A remnant of a time, the king said. A battlefield stuck in time long before either one of us. Where the first races fought and fell. Is this your selfish want? Silas asked. To be defeated where you think glory will accompany you. There is no glory to this place, the king replied as the energy around him began to churn. I should have never fought you, man from beyond. Your journey should have been a simple tale, one not encumbered by the burdens of ethereality. You should have simply voyaged forward with the prince and claimed the throne that was set aside for the boy. We wrote a perfect story for you, and for that boy. But you went and became something more than a human. Summarizing my suffering so bastardly is really pissing me off, Silas said. I always wanted to cut whoever beset me upon this road into 1,000 pieces. Naturally, I can't exactly cut that immortal one. But you on the other hand, I very much can. Suffering? You think your life is suffering? Words cannot express it, Silas said, slowly taking out one of the swords. So let this blade of mine share my poetry. The energy between the two blew up, rousing the death from its slumber. Silas turned into a flash of light and blurred forward, appearing in front of the king within the blink of an eye, swinging the sword. The king disappeared, vanishing into thin air as the blade cleaved through, but rather than being surprised, Silas used the momentum to spiral backward and send out a blade of energy flying behind him as he somersaulted further back, evading a bolt of lightning that dug out a crater where he stood. The blade of energy arched toward the king who vanished once again, appearing a few feet off the trajectory, dodging it. Right after, another set of lightning bolts came, forcing Silas to dodge. He was a tad bit too slow, however, with one bolt clipping his left arm, obliterating it from shoulder down. Blood sprayed out massively as he tumbled to the side and recovered, standing up. Why did you stop? Silas asked, fixing his hair. You're fine, the king asked. Ha, Silas chuckled. If only it were that easy to kill me. If only. Energy spurred and blood sprayed out even harder for a moment, and yet, under the king's terrified and astonished gaze, a whole new arm grew out of the bleeding stump, fingers, forearm, biceps, and shoulders all. Silas swung the sword, ripping out a gash in the earth as the energy formed a crescent shape of blurry, silver light. The king recovered his senses, forming a barrier of crackling lightning, causing the energy-formed blade to bleed over, destroying the barrier but dissipating itself. Silas pressed forward, turning once again into a blur, his heart's beginning to speed. He hadn't felt such a sensation in a long time. Even his fight with the shadow, an opponent that could at one point erase him from existence with a flick of a finger, has become a bore. But now the sensation has been returning. His blood was beginning to churn and yearn, his fingers twisting around the handle of the blade tightly, his energy dancing like excited children. Roaring, he slammed out several slashes in a row, reaming out beams of light each at least a mile tall toward the king who roared right back at him, slamming his palms together and causing the sky above to rip out into a circular void right after. A bolt as thick as a blasted beam slammed downward at Silas, ripping through everything and hitting him directly. He felt lives vanishing before him, but in the surging sensation of pain, he swung his sword madly about, slashing like a bedeviled form of nothingness, ripping through the beam and emerging on the other side. His body was battered, bloodied, on the verge of being turned into mincemeat, and yet, once again, the king witnessed a man on the brink of death come forth to life, anew. Yeah, this is it, Silas grinned, licking the blood off his lips, his eyes turning crimson, his handle on the blade tightening. This is it. Chapter 202. There was once a man who could not die, too. There was a peculiarity to living, Wyvanol had learned many years ago. Young were fearless, undaunted, willing to set themselves on fire in pursuit of whatever highs they were chasing. They feared neither death nor pain, accepting it as a byproduct of living. But those that outlive that scorching youth grew old and frail and cowardly, and death in due comes cold and unwanted. Sages wrote of wise men accepting death in their pastime years, but it was all a lie, Wyvanol learned. There was no one more terrified of dying than someone who had lived and lived for many years at that. He'd witnessed it dozens, hundreds of times, brave and strong, whimpering and begging gods to give them just another year, another month, merely another dawn. Another sun up. It was the irony of life, truly, that those who outlive defying death grow to fear it the most. King Wyvanol was no different. Even if his devotion to the cause was beyond bone deep, there were nights he would wake up shaking, having dreamt of the end. He had accepted death would come for him and undo his merits, but even the acceptance couldn't help much. He still feared it, the day this all would come to an end. And if he, the greatest and the strongest, feared death, so did everyone. They had to. Short of those few beyond despondent with nothing to live for, who saw death as their only avenue of life, who but the legendary immortals did not fear death. Before him now stood a man who could not die. He was cleaved and slashed and cut open and disemboweled and dismembered and pierced and pincered and even beheaded at one point. But each and every time, like a ghoul bereft of death, he would stand back up, a grin on his bedeviled, bloodied face beyond captivating. There was a man who didn't fear death, perchance a man who couldn't even contemplate death. Once again, a spear of golden lightning suffused with energy pierced the man's heart and knocked him down, digging out a mile-wide crater from which he walked out mere seconds later, bloodied but unharmed. He pulled back the wet hair from his forehead, his eyes piercingly empty and void of all emotions. Envy. Yvanol felt it, a feeling he hadn't experienced since his birth, envy. He did not envy immortality so much as he envied that fearlessness. Soon, it would be his time to go, but he could not go in peace. His restless heart would not allow it. Do you not fear dying? The king asked in the end. Dying, the man tilted his head in confusion, as though Yvanol asked the most moronic question in the world. It's the opposite for me, I'm afraid. The opposite? There's one thing alone that I fear in this world, the man said, smiling lightly. That there will come a day, when I'd no longer be able to die. It seems to me you can't die already. No, I can, the man said. It takes a while and it takes a lot of effort, but it's still possible. You'll eventually kill me at this pace, It will take maybe 3 days? 2.5 if you don't conserve your energy. Won't I die of exhaustion before you drop? The king asked half-jokingly. If that seems to be the case, the man replied in the same tone. I'll kill myself. You have changed everything. I have. Oh well, the king said as the energy began to churn around him. The ending is still the same, at least. The king spat out a bolt of lightning from his palm, as thick as the trunk of a tree, at the man who effortlessly dipped to the side and dodged. Soon after, another bolt came in, after that another. The king began to fly laterally and shoot bolts repeatedly. The man dodged most, though was still struck often enough to bleed and have his limbs disintegrated. Nonetheless, he was gaining ground. The distance that started as 40 feet was being chopped down swiftly. 35, 30, 20, within 2 minutes, and nearly a dozen lost limbs that were regrown, the man was within 10 feet of the king. The latter urged energy within him even harsher, slamming his palms together as he roared. Beneath them, a rampaging void was split open and it spat out a current of horrors, enveloping the world as the king raced backwards. Just as he thought he might have succeeded, he felt energy far surpassing anything he experienced before quickly assembling. Within the void of crackling currents, a twine of gold emerged. At first it was thin and unremarkable, but within the blink of an eye it grew and expanded, almost like the cosmos itself being birthed. An array of gold in the shape of a blade strummed out like a string of a harp, ripping through the currents and disintegrating them as though it was fire-burning paper. The golden array came at him so swiftly he barely had enough time to blink slightly to the side. He was still clipped, his left arm being blown off. The golden array didn't stop, however, mowing forward like a beast that knew no exhaustion. It not only ripped the visible world asunder, uprooting the hell and reforging it even more infernal, but for a brief moment Yvanol saw something that shouldn't have been physically possible. He saw a rift, a small emergence of reality. This world was created via the artifact of the One, using forces so primal they outlived the world itself. And yet, even the fabric woven from those primal forces was cut in its weave, strings, even if just for a moment, unmade. The golden array that grew to the size of a small mountain vanished just after, leaving in its wake a gash so wide and long it was like a river. At its root, the king looked, kneeled a man in tattered, broken clothes, his hair disheveled, his body broken beyond repair. He was bleeding from every point, and was barely breathing. But, he was alive. The sword in his hand disintegrated and he drew the other one, using it as a cane to stand up. His muscular body appeared drained, turning into flesh and bone, and his rosy cheeks were now sunken. But his eyes embers burned like a kindle that would never stop. He was shaking, and yet was stable at the death's doorstep, and yet elusive still. There, in front of him, was a man who could not die, even if he extinguished his life's candle forcibly. If I had done this at the start, the man said in an even tone, entirely unbothered, I'd have won, no? After all, that was merely 22 lives worth of myself. Expending it so quickly, though, sure is a bitch. How? The king asked as he urged energy to cauterize his massive wound, ignoring the burning pulses of pain. How what? How did you grow so strong? The king asked further. There is a tower in this world. An invisible, ethereal, intangible tower. All men and women in pursuit of godly means climb that tower, floor by floor, unlocking their potentials. But it is not an infinite tower. At some point, it stops. Humans can never become gods, after all. We are bound by chains and laws clasping down at us so tightly that effort, talent, will, call it whatever you want, will never break them. But you did it. You broke past the tower. How? Oh, that. The man chuckled lightly as his skin began to fall off like ash in the wind. That's quite simple. I never began climbing the tower to begin with. I simply built a staircase of my own and climbed high enough to fuck a hole in the sky. He was vanishing in the wind, eerily so, and yet was beyond nonchalant about it. As though there was nothing wrong. Brick by brick, death by death, suffering by suffering, I stacked it through tens of thousands of lifetimes. And, At some point, I became what you see. I could have killed you quite easily, to be frank. That was the case hundreds of years ago. But I want to kill you within the confines of your own coffin. I used that attack simply to show you that the story is done. The young prince will become a king, and before I perish, I will give him the worthy throne. It's not me who's remarkable, however. But you. I simply abused my indifferent immortality to reach this point. But you almost cracked the ceiling yourself, within those confines. And all that within a pathetic lifespan of a normal person. You have woven a remarkable story, King Wyvanol. Doesn't it infuriate you that the world will never know it? By now, the man's lower body was completely gone. No, the king replied. I'd rather the world never learn of this old man's futile and pathetic attempts to unchain himself. All the talent in the world is worthless beneath the pang of indifference. Gods could still smite me as though punishing a child. But not you. Ha ha ha, ha, the king laughed freely, breathing out a storm that was building up in his lungs. I will wait for your return, Silas. It won't be long, Silas replied with a smile as the last of him began to perish like ash in the wind. See you soon. Chapter 203. There was once a man who could not die. 3. There was once a man who could not die. His songs were unsung, his words unspoken, his actions forgotten within the realms of time. The tiny, spirit motes would whisper here and their whispers winds would bury, for it was heresy to speak of that which cannot be spoken of. There was rage in the high skies, anger within the observing eyes. Though far, they saw it near and they feared, protested, struggled. But they could not approach the man who could not die. He was above them, as they were above many others. He was beyond them, as they were beyond most others. All they could do was watch the story unfold in silence, holding their breaths, wondering how it would end. For, unlike the man, they could die. They were merely old, but they were not eternal. Few things were, and fewer still were of living. Rage, lifetime by lifetime, became envy, and envy was ugly, rooted, festering like an infected wound, all-consuming. They punished the man who could not die, but that punishment was hollow. It was empty. Pointless. Petty. Human. There was once a man who could not die, his wings of life eternal. His name was spoken into the eons of nothing and it was known, though never truly uttered. All those who breathed wished to meet the man but the man was beyond them. He was within a dome cast of things that terrified them. They could not approach, not by eyes, not by lips, not by feet. For there were red eyes of the wolves, and the sapphire eyes of lions, and beasts beyond description watching them. The secret was within the touch of their lips, yet seemed incomparably far away. They could see, but never acquire. Forever tempted, eternally denied. Silas stood upon the cliff overseeing the capital city once again, his expression indifferent, eyes glazed in years eternal. By his side, Asha was playing with a cat they picked up along the way, petting the furry little creature as the latter meowed in protest whenever she stopped. I'm going, he said. Good luck, she replied as he jumped off the cliff and landed on the open plains. Mere moments later, a figure like a phantom appeared from the rift in space, clad in armor even thicker than the last time. He appeared stout and determined, the look in his eyes one of fearlessness. Again. Silas chimed in as the world around them began to bleed, just as the last time, transforming from the idyllic plains into the infernal hell, long since forgotten by the time itself. Again, the king replied with a nod and a brief mutter. A flash of lightning forced Silas to dip to the side, evading a skyborne strike as he drew out his sword, slashing forward and bolting like a force unmatched toward the king. The latter blinked backwards and slammed his palms together, unleashing a torrent of 1,000 bolts that, like spears, all fell toward Silas. Undaunted, he took several hundred head-on as he pressed forward, slashing his sword about in deflection of others, crossing the distance between the two and stabbing toward the king's heart. A transparent barrier deflected the strike and pushed Silas back as the king used the momentum of collision to grow the distance between the two. His hands alighted in brilliant sapphire as the world around him began to quake and shake, as though responding to the calling of its god. Silas ignored it, grinning as blood began to pour out of the corner of his lips. Appearing bedeviled, he slammed forward like a berserk. The king welcomed the approach, spreading out his arms as energy around him flourished, syndicating fractured and fragmented motes of reality into guided missiles. Hundreds of rifts were ripped open around him and began spitting out bolts of lightning as the storm began to rage all around. Rain began to fall in torrents, a downpour that would drown the world and flood it for eons. And in their midst was the lightning and thunder, booming and flashing. Silas' smile widened as he welcomed the unknown magic. It washed over his body and froze him for a moment. Even he wasn't entirely indifferent to the paralyzing effects of a discharge cured by nature. But it did not stop him, for he was a man that could not die. He pressed forward through the torrent and through the storm. The king continued flying backward, expending energy in such abundance that left him staggered and terrified. The man in front of him pressed forward, his fleshly body having melted hundreds of times over already. The man's eyes were charred out, his limbs disintegrated, his arms dismembered. There was enough blood sprayed from his tiny body to fill out a lake, but he pressed forward. Eventuality happened, however, and the man stopped. It was merely 20 yards away from the king, who was running on fumes, too. The downpour had stopped, as did the storm, leaving behind only a few remnants of what once was a cataclysmic apocalypse. The man was holding himself up with the help of the sword, using it as a cane, keeled over and breathing shallowly. Beneath the disheveled black hair was a pair of eyes that remained undaunted. In fact, they were smiling. The world around stood in even larger ruin than before, and yet he appeared ruined the most and smiled still he did. There wasn't an inch of him that hadn't melted off or wasn't scraped as though by sandpaper, but it didn't seem to matter. The man never once yelped out in pain. He never once cried out. Never so much as exclaimed. Wyvanol realized that the man was not only impervious and indifferent to death, but to pain as well. It didn't seem to register as anything more than a persistent reality that the man had grown accustomed to. The king walked up to the man, though still maintained some distance, fearing retaliation. You have won, the man spoke in a clear and brisk voice. I already told you if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't be playing these games. I would simply, well, kill you. How reassuring. Why lightning? The man suddenly asked. Of all the elements you could have converted your innate energy to, the man continued. Why did you choose lightning? There was a story that my father used to tell me, Wyvanol replied as distant memories flooded his mind for a moment. Once upon a time, there was a tall and inordinately old oak tree. It stood at the center of the world, thousands of feet up in the air, its canopy a shade to millions of men and animals. It was a gift from the gods to a man's servitude. Despite it being an oak tree, it bore hundreds of different fruits each year that fed incalculable souls. It survived everything through the years: floods, fires, even storms that sent thousands of bolts of lightning at it. Eventually, man grew complacent and greedy and they forgot the gods. They stopped worshipping and praying and begging, and started indulging in sins. And thus, one day, in the midst of what they thought to just be another storm, a gash was ripped open in the sky, one so large that it seemed like a maw of a beast about to swallow the world. But rather than swallow, the gash spat out a bolt of lightning that obliterated the entire tree in a singular flash. It's childish and stupid, I know. But I always believed if there was one element that might stand the chance of harming the gods, it was lightning. I was wrong, obviously. It can barely harm you. I wouldn't put too much thought into that, the man replied, seeming to draw the last few breaths in him. Why? I'm pretty sure I'm much harder to kill than the gods, the man replied as a torrent of shock swam through Wyvanol. And, unlike me, once they die, they die. They don't come back like an annoying hound to bite you back. Alas, it seems my time has come. This time around, anyway. If you don't have more cards in your sleeve, I will kill you the next time, oh yeah mighty king. Don't make it so boorish. Surprise me more and more. Do you see me simply as entertainment? The king asked with a wronged expression. I see the rest of this world as white noise that may as well not exist, the man replied with a somber smile. You being entertainment, well, it is leagues beyond that. Farewell. Until next time. The man drew the last breath but, unlike the last time, the king didn't feel the twine of time drag him back through hell. Frowning, he looked around when he spotted something that chilled his soul just a few yards behind him. There was a milky white doe and an ebony black crow on top of its head, standing and staring at the man. We will help him, dear doe, the crow seemed to speak suddenly, but Wyvanol couldn't say a thing. He knew who these two were. They were with her. On par with her. The namesakes of eternity. We will help them both, dearest crow, the doe responded, its beady eyes shifting away from the man who had died to the king. One to die with dignity, and another to experience joy at last. Let there be a battle never forgotten, not even by time itself. Let there be so, dearest doe. No. It is fine, the crow interrupted as black tendrils began to shift out of its feathers. I wish to curate one last spectacle, dearest doe. One last spectacle. Will you allow me? Let it be the grandest spectacle of them all. Let it be so. Chapter 204. There was once a man who could not die, There was once a man who could not die, his wings of infinity unfurled before the cosmos. And the man dreaded life as he dreaded sleep, for eternity of time was a blend of illusion nothing. Death was but a passenger in his journey, a handheld child in awe of what and who defied it. Though others did exist who could defy death, be it through the heart of their own or the voyager's will, there was something different about him. His undying journey began with the voyager, with the will beyond his own, but he, for so long now, had been writing his own immortality. There was once a boy who could not die, too, his eyes obsidian black, his gaze terrifying. Cold. Indifferent. Broken. And the boy beheld time that passed like the tides, day in and out, night by night, for the boy was not a voyager. He was not beholden to the cosmos, to the forces that shape all that is, was, and will be. The boy was a human, in a sense, too. Perhaps not human as the world knew them today, but human enough. And in the cold vestiges of everything that wished the boy dead, he prevailed. But while the boy's body held on, his mind cracked. Like a vase made of glass tossed into the wall, 1,000 shards lay strewn in the thoughts that once were pure. There was once a day that the skies were split open, and the braving sun was eclipsed. Darkness unfolded like a carpet and it covered the world. The darkness was full of anger, full of longing, full of wrath that had been buried for far too long. And from that darkness rained blood, crimson-dyed tears longing for a release. But the burden of infinity was heavy and draining and would not be cleansed easily. There now stood a boy, no taller than 4 feet, black-eyed and haired, his skin as pale as snow, body seemingly void of blood. He seemed sickly and wan, both young and ancient at the same time. There was heaviness to him, one that contradicted his appearance. And in the boy's eyes there was a motif of nothing, for the eyes were reflections of the soul that had long since died. His heart, buried in the eons of ever after, would be still for all eternity. He was certain. But his heart was moved. There was a twine to it, a tinge, a pulse, as though its last whimper before dying. The last outcry of injustice. The boy pondered why he could not be like the man, why the death felt so suffocating, so unfair, so demented. Why, each time he died, a piece of him went away that he could never get back. He, too, once loved. And he, too, once raged. And cried. And laughed. And felt all the things that living ought to feel. There was once more to his roar than volume. But now, it was all gone. No, not now. It has been gone for so long it was pointless to recount the years. There was once an old man that he met who feared death. He chased any and all rumors that spoke of immortality, herbs, sacrifices, liquids, fruits, animals. He ate and drank whatever he could in that desperate bid to stave the death off. But all things come to an end, as did the old man. He lived for 98 years, a fairly lengthy life by all accounts. And yet, his last words were, just before he'd draw the last breath, one more day. The boy never understood the longing life was suffering. Inability to die, was beyond terrifying. He hated the man's ignorance, for he could not die, and all he wanted was to die. A flash of thunder blinded him for a moment. Two men poised to end the temporary tale that would soon be forgotten by the cosmos barreled into one another, ravaged with laughter and joy. One welcoming the release of the accursed life, and the other welcoming the end of a hollow tale. One swung the sword with all his might, not holding anything back, and the other willed nature to compress to his whims. All of it was barren to the boy. The fight was pointless. Its outcome was written before the man even arrived unto this world. Even now, both men know how the fight will end. So, the boy enviously pondered, how? How can they still enjoy it? Nothing mattered in the long line of history. All events, no matter how memorable, will be forgotten. All the heroes, all the villains, all the empires and kingdoms and prophets and messiahs, all the names and all the dates and all the lives and deaths, it would all eventually voyage into oblivion. All that would remain was entropy, unchanging and eternal. The boy longed for entropy. Longed to join the unchanging, thoughtless, indifferent nothing. Longed to forget, to erase the suffering. And thus he pondered. How can a man destined for eternity not despair? He longed to find a whisper to replace him, but he never thought it would remain. She was a voyager, a thought born from a formless idea. And he was a mortal man, damned to suffer in infinity until his mind cracked, just like the boy's. What was the difference between the two of them? Why could the man endure all the pain, all the suffering, all the ails and ills of life, and the boy could not? The man was weaker, as in mind so in body. He was lesser, greedy, more cowardly, more arrogant, he was all things undone, but he did not crack. There was once a time the boy believed the man would crack. He observed the lost human stumbling blind through time, thoughtless in all his actions, akin to a moronic drunk. But no matter how far the man fell, he never lost hope. Was it her that held him up? No. The boy had her too. He had her for much longer. And she desperately tried to unbreak him, too. But there is no might, mortal or otherwise, that can heal an unwilling mind. What is broken needs to want healing in the first place. Or, at least, have enough to itself to receive it in full. The boy sighed, his breath aching to rot. There was little life left in him, each breath counted down seconds. He had perhaps 30 left, and he just wasted one on frustration. But, at least, his heart felt an ounce of something once again. It was faint, not even a feeling, not truly. Just a notion that there ought to be feeling. Like a scratch at the back of the throat. He knew that something was wrong with the order of things, with how everything played out, but he could not in good reason figure out what and why. Another flash of lightning. The man's arm flew off, blood spraying out. But there was a smile of conviction upon his lips. There was light in his eyes, there was fire that the boy never quite had. Not even when his journey first began. Was that fire all that he lacked? No. Fire alone cannot sustain anything, it is destructive in nature, and the longer it burns the fainter it gets before finally vanishing. It is never just one thing, the boy knew. It is many things, as many as there are stars in the vast cosmos. Endless threads knitting a tapestry that weaves the story from its beginning to the end. And everyone's tapestry is different, even if the threads that knit it are the same. The man fell to his knees, bleeding profusely, dying. His last heart fizzled out like the candlelight, and his breath grew shallow. But he looked up, defiance against the cosmos in his gaze. In that gaze, endless stories unraveled. Tales that would bury most, if not everyone else. Boy himself included. He wanted to reach out, wanted to ask the man, how? How did he do it? But he didn't. Not because he feared the answer, not because he felt it beneath him, but for the simple reason that he already knew what the man would reply. There was once a boy who lived in a small village near a small lake. Every day, that boy woke up to the song of firebirds and the light of kindled dawn. And every day he would watch his father go into the woods to hunt, and every evening he would watch him come back with some game. The boy longed for the simplicity of that life. Living every day as though it would be the final. Loving every love as though it would be the last. Eating every knead of bread as though he would never eat another. Laughing every time as though the laughter would permanently cease. Such was the boy's life, and such were the boy's thoughts. Simple though it may be, all things that mattered in life were in equal measure simple. Those who can love ought to love freely. Those who can laugh ought to laugh roaringly. Those who can weep ought to weep fearlessly. Those who can die ought to die peacefully. Chapter 205. There was once a man who could not die, v. Silas drew out his sword and slashed forward, moving at the speed inconceivable to an ordinary eye. And yet, the king followed, blinking backward and summoning golden lightning that turned into a shape of a spear and thrusting it forward. The clash resulted in yet another explosion, bouncing him back as his skin melted off. However, just as quickly as it melted, it healed. This was their 11th clash. Though Silas turned the blind eye to it, there was a notable difference in strength after one of the loops. The king received help from someone, but it only made what was a boorish story more fun. It had been a while, after all, since Silas could almost go all out while fighting. Though he still held back, as he could still kill the king in one go if he sacrificed enough lives, this was enough. Being ragdolled about by magic that could shatter the world was fun. Losing his mind trying to find a way through without being melted was fun. Fighting off countless bolts of lightning, each of which can easily disintegrate his limbs off, was fun. It was tireless, the long walk and the short battle. Silas often heard and read of the legends of fights that lasted for days, with two combatants going at each other relentlessly as the sun and the moon exchanged the viewing seats. Two souls locked in a death grip, swirling in the currents of doom. But this fight was not like that. They had never fought longer than 10 minutes. Neither held back, there was no testing of the other, no warm-up. They both went all out from the onset, shattering the domain around them into pieces as they worked to slay one another. One bolt of lightning was in equal measures deadly to Silas as it was to the world, and his swings and thrusts would open a gash in space-time, let alone human flesh. Bit by bit, they were growing slightly longer, however. The king was finding it harder and harder to finish Silas off, and the latter was slowly working through being able to approach the gold-clad king without dying in the process. It was simple, the theory of the fight. Both men knew that if Silas managed to reach the sword's true slashing distance, the king would die. All the ranged attacks in the world were simply means for the swordsman to come closer, while a mage had to keep his distance perpetually, whittling down the immortal man. And those stories played out time and again, two men wrestling in the domain of death, attacks that would undo mortality of man in a flash sweeping past the dead fields regularly. It was a scene that only the immortal eyes could capture, and a story that would never be known. Silas fell to his knees, his right side completely obliterated, the last of his hearts bleeding out. He had come within 20 feet at last, enough to smell the end. The king stood away still, breathing heavily, staring at the dying man in horror. He was endowed with the blessing of the Voyager, power beyond that of even a god's, but he was still beginning to falter. No matter what he did, no matter what scenarios he ran through his head, no matter how well he executed his plans, it all faltered. It all fell apart before his eyes, fight by fight. There was nothing he could do, he knew, to escape fate. All he wanted, though, was to make it longer. Just a tiny bit longer. Another day to feel what it was like to be unchained. But those days, they were coming to an end. This might have been my last victory, the king said with a solemn gaze. Perhaps, the man replied, smiling. Why? Are you disappointed? No, the king shook his head. The opposite. I felt what I chased all my life, however briefly. I have no regrets. What's that like? What? Having no regrets. You have regrets. A mountain of them, the man said. If I were capable of death, I'd be a lost ghoul haunting this world for at least a few eternities. And yet you've come this far, the king said after a brief chuckle. And yet I've come this far. The man said, looking up at the dark, clouded sky. Do you still think that your life here was led down an inevitable line? Wasn't it? The man asked. I mean, I did take a few side roads here and there, but that was just a brief distraction. I would have never fought you, the king said. Merely bent my head forward so you can slice it off. Never once did I think, even for a moment, that you would grow strong enough to rival me. The ending to the story is important, the king said. But its permanence is deceiving. No, I get it, the man chuckled lightly. I'm not bitter. I'm not angry. Not anymore, at least. Merely regretful that I've wandered blind this world for countless years before finally growing my IQ to that above the room's temperature. That's good. Truth be told, Lee and I didn't think too much about you before it all began. We didn't consider we'd be changing the life of someone so monumentally their mind would crack. All we could think of was our boy, was this place, how to make it all come true. How the hell did you even get a Voyager to assist you? The man asked. That was the least difficult part, the king chuckled. Voyagers assist whoever asks. But only a few are willing to pay the price. So, what was your price? I'll see you next time, Silas. That horrible, the man smiled as he blew up his fading heart. Whatever you've done, I've done worse. Silas sat perched on top of the lonely, snow-coated walls of the castle hidden deep in the winter's north. Silence was only ever interrupted by the buzzing and the howling of the Fjordian winds, carrying on their eternal, uninterrupted mission. He drank the rather sweet wine in silence, his heart a calm sea. This would be the last one, he realized. The last journey south. Many and all things led him here, over the years that he had long since lost count of, months away from inking the last letter of the story he was summoned to write. And all he felt was calm. For even though the story he was summoned to write was ending, his story, he knew, was only just beginning. Got a place for another alcoholic up there, his lips curled up into a smile when he glanced back. Asha stood below, her eyes looking up at him. Always, he beckoned as she climbed up, sitting by his side. When did you become an alcoholic? You mean when did you make me an alcoholic? Oh, so we're blaming me, now. Of course. Who else? She took a sip directly from the bottle. Before you, I was but an innocent, holy maiden devoted to light who knew not one of the world's vices. But then you came along and, well, fucked it all up to be honest. And, yes, me. The fucker of everything. Holy maidens especially. Hey, she elbowed him gently as the two swayed for a moment before she rested her head onto his shoulder. Are you scared? She asked after a few moments of silence. Terrified. You don't seem it. What about you? What about me? Are you excited to see how the story ends? I am, she replied. It's been a long time coming. It has, Silas nodded. Do you know how many years exactly? I do. Will you tell me? No. Why? Because years are meaningless. All the more reason to share, he chuckled. Because they are meaningless. I misspoke. They are full of meaning. Must have been thousands, he said, taking a sip. Jesus. Just saying it out loud sounds absolutely insane. Thousands of years. You know, back on my other world thousands of years represented, well, everything, to be honest. Our entire civilized history. From the cradle of the first societies to whatever nightmare-fueled hellhole I ended up being plucked from. To think I outlived all those lives that kindled and flamed out. I still remember some names, magically. Cleopatra was a big one. Oh? What's that? Not what who? It was this empress or queen or princess or something, he said, taking a sip. No clue what she did, how she did it, why she did it. I just know her name was up in the pantheon of historical figures. She and all others came and went with the fire of time, and my stay here numbered longer. Thousands of years, he mumbled, looking hollowly into the distance. There was something lost in his gaze, though how important it was impossible to say. The two stayed silent for a long time after, Ash's head perched on his immovable shoulder, wines whipping up their loose clothes. It was a painting with no meaning, a contradiction that should not be, a thing that cannot. And yet the heavens above and earth below witnessed it, and the invisible pen inked it into the tomes of permanence, for the history that was halted for times incalculable was to resume, and the river of time was to finally unclog its infinite streams. Chapter 206. There was once a man who could not die. 6. There was a world once upon a time where now only desolate wilderness stood. It was dark and bleak and lifeless, with a thick layer of black soot covering everything in sight. All the trees were dead, and were still the solitary reminder that there once was life here. The ground was uneven and unnatural, with jagged obsidian rocks jutting up from the decaying earth, forming a sort of landscape infernal souls envisioned suffering within in the afterlife. The sky above was dark and clouded, a perpetual blanket of misery that loomed overhead, never giving way to the warmth of the sun. The air was thick with an acrid smell of smoke and decay, taking the role of a constant reminder of death. Within it, 3 figures stood, much to Silas' surprise. It was not just the king and him this go-around, but there was a newcomer, a woman dressed in a simple garb, sporting a look of calm and curiosity. Queen Lee was the last figure he expected to see here, and yet there she stood, surrounded by death and decay. Don't mind me, she chuckled at his expression. I was told this would be the last time, so I came. You're a devoted one, et? Silas asked, smiling lightly. I am indeed. We've sworn each other, after all till then and ever after. It feels as though there is nothing left to say, the king spoke after a moment of silence. Strange, isn't it? See you on the other side, Silas said, drawing out his sword. Yes. An array of light erupted from the silver-coated blade, shattering the craft. It was a swing so quick that it broke the speed of light, it broke the laws of known, unknown, and designed. For an eye it looked like absolutely nothing happened, but for the world, it all began to end by the hallowed design. The array of light was a culmination of all laws coalesced into one, a capitulation of death itself. From the pure, milky white, it turned ashen grey, and then obsidian black. Energy began to seep from the cosmos, drawn by the call of the undying. It was a howl that had gone comatose for so long, and it was awakening. Hundreds of prying eyes woke from their slumber, peering out past the curtain of infinity and gleaming at the singularity born within a single stroke of a sword. Winds blew back and forth, invisible, intangible, eternal. The entire world began to unwind like the tailspin of an hourglass, crumbling from within and without. Silas' eyes began to glow, enshrouded in a gleam of something that could not be withstood or understood. Suddenly, a flutter of darkness sprouted from his back, and a mirage of a crow appeared. It was an ordinary-looking crow, yet it bore an air of something beyond primal. The reality was shattered, its shards dismantled by the power that could undo all. The king and the queen were the last and the first of mortals to bear witness to something that would never be witnessed again. Hand in hand, they held each other as the weight of primal death bore down upon them. However, rather than suffocating, unbearable, and painful, it was freeing. Their souls felt liberated from the chains, usurped from the pained mortality, and they were manumitted from their human selves. Darkness swallowed the world and all there was within it. Death enshrouded eternity, and from within its grasp a hand gasped out. It broke through the curtain of shadows and pulled forward, escaping. A fatigued face emerged, a pair of black eyes sounding songs of oblivion. They streaked through the gleam of mortality and stepped past it, pulling the rest with them. From the fog of lament, that despised and yet beloved curtain all called death, a figure enshrouded in darkness further emerged, smoke like smog dancing around it. The crow behind it was vanishing, its figure faint and fading. From behind it, a blur of white light blew through and a beautiful, white doe emerged, its eyes tainted in sorrows beyond reproach. It cried out a cry so lonesome, so woeful, so heartrending it could end all joys known to man. The crow turned, its eyes bleeding shadow, its feathered wings dilapidating one by one. Weep not, dearest doe, the crow sang in a voice of death. Smile. For me. One last time. I will never forget you, the doe spoke. Never. Never. All once tarnished. Forgotten in eons. Not you, the doe clapped forward, snuggling its snout against the fading beak. Never you. He has become death, the fading words fell upon the new beginning. Become his life. There was once a boy who wished he could die. 1,000 eons passed, and the boy lived on still. He watched it all unwind, men, women, creatures, entire worlds. From cradle to the last ashes. One by one. One by one. He sang them all a song, a farewell hymn, an ode to their struggles. He sang them in envy, in ugly, bitter, selfish jealousy. And he sang them loudly, so that the whole cosmos knew of his woes. But they could not hear. Living cannot hear death. Not before the final moment, the last breath, the last gasp, the last glance of eternity. Only then could they see him. Hear him. And they all feared him. There was once a boy who could not die. He loved many, and loved until his heart cracked and until it bled and until his tears filled cosmic rivers. He loved until he was broken, and until he could love no more. So he sealed his sorrows, and sealed his woes, and sealed his envy. He lived, death enrobed in the same desire it executed. But then, one day, a boy saw a man. A man was broken, distraught, lacking in all things living should have. And the man faltered and failed and fell, and he broke and cracked further, his splinters and shards numerous enough to form sky-reaching statues. And every day, the boy recalled, he would wait for the man to seal himself, just as the boy had many eons ago. And every day, the man would not. No matter the struggle, no matter the failure, no matter the pain. There was once a boy who could not die, and that boy was now dying. He could finally feel it, the finality he delivered so many times. It was cold indeed. Indifferent. Palpable. And yet it was beyond beautiful. The whirlpool swung back and forth and the chains melted. He who could not die was now dying, and was embracing the finality with open arms. Just before he faded for all eternity, he caught a glimpse of something that broke the seals on his heart and made him feel anew again, full and refreshed. Right next to the weeping doe, one cradled in white light, a figure emerged from the cascading shadows. It was a stag, thrice the doe's size, muscular and tall, its antlers tall and numerous, wound like a path of eternity. The stag was wholly black save for his ethereally white eyes, and they watched him. The boy smiled at the sight, the last touch of want of life vanishing within him. You love her that much? Then. Time stopped for all things alive and dead. For a singular moment, the stag nodded faintly at the fading figure, and it all collapsed just after. Where once was everything, now there stood nothing. The two creatures held enshrouded in dualities, matched in eternity, doused in silence. The world around was barren and yet full, a strange duality of juxtaposed fabrics. Shadows continued to dance off of the stag's surface as they began to melt and mold, and not a moment later the tall, stalwart figure morphed into a person. Silas looked down at his arms, bearing countless scars still. The sensation of everything was indescribable. No, it was beyond that. It was akin to the churning sensation of finite love. Though words can be put to use to elaborate the feeling, those who never felt faint at the sight of something they loved would never understand the words sung to them. It was something that demanded to be felt, and even felt could never be fully understood. He looked up into the side. Ashes stood there, wearing the same, white summer dress that he had seen her wear countless times before. Her silver hair fluttered even without wind, her gemmed eyes shining, lips curled up into a smile. And yet, tears streamed down her cheeks, fat and free. Hey, she spoke softly, her fingers curled together in affright. Hey, he replied. Stag, hey, she chuckled forcibly. Was gonna be a lion, but who'd believe there was a black lion? Yes, because black stags are extremely commonplace. Did he have to go? Yes. It was his time. I thought death cannot die. In many ways, she said, lowering her head. He died a long time ago. I'm sorry, Silas. I should have said, no, I should have asked you. I should have explained. Silas shrugged, his voice echoing. I'm used to folk not explaining things to me. You could have refused. Yet. I suppose there was that choice, too, he said. But there was a clever minx who seduced me and made it impossible to say no, I'm afraid. She sounds like a proper bitch. Oh, she's the worst. You think you'll ever forgive her? Sounds like I'll have a lot of time for it, too. Yet. Look up, he said as he gently lifted her chin with his finger, smiling down at her. Shame doesn't suit you. I don't know how I know this, but it feels like our time here is running out. You really are, remarkable, she sniffled, pounding his chest lightly. Does anything faze you anymore? Well, there is this one tidy-bitty thing that does, he smiled, pulling her in. Hear him. What? The pounding, he said. An orchestra of hearts singing a love song. Wow. KHM. That was, just, wow. Yet, he looked away. I don't suppose one of my new magic powers includes making you selectively forget things. Nuh-uh. You'll have to live with what you said. Forever. A grand opening to a new life, Haha. Yes, awkward laughter really does dispel the uncomfortable feeling. Really? Nope. Oh well. I have the eternity to recover from it, at least. Yet. That you do. That you do. Chapter 207. A love story that never was. It all ended before it even began, Valen noted silently. He stared at the high walls of the capital, and the swarm of men and women guarding it. The battle commenced shortly after, with bolts and arrows flying overhead while zealous souls charged fearlessly toward each other, roaring as to dispel their doubts. The clash was beautiful and yet awful, the sound akin to thunder ripping out, thousands of swords slashing into flesh, causing rivers of blood to spawn and flow. His heart beat and bled with each swing of the sword, and with each wail of the pained, and with each gasp of the dying. And yet he could do nothing but sit on top of the cliff overlooking the battlefield, inhaling the fumes of death and decay and praying in silence. His fingers curled up against the frame of the wheelchair as tightly as they could, so much so that they nearly bled. He wanted to be down below, with men dying for his cause, charging with them and screaming with them and fighting with them. His trembling hands suddenly felt clasped in warmth, causing him to look to the side where he saw Ryan crouching next to him. She had changed, too. She was taller than when he'd first met her, seemed more dignified, noble, and even more beautiful. It's all right, she spoke, her lips curling up into a pained smile. It's all right. Is it? He mumbled back. It has to be. She said. Though she could not see the horrors were not for the eyes alone. Some things, beyond the senses of man, could be felt regardless, and the torrent of death below them was one of them. And yet, not even a full minute into the chaotic clash, something happened above the two armies, a gash ripped out like a wound by a sword. A flash of light hurtled past the reality, illuminating the world so mightily it blinded everyone for a moment. A cry echoed out, deep and melancholic, and then a roar of a beast, but it wasn't horrid or terrifying or soul-rending. It was soothing, in a way. But primal still. So much so, in fact, that all those who heard it felt a chill in their souls, almost akin to the calling of the beyond, that tender thread waiting to be pulled someday in the future. The rampant energy caused the world to quake and shake, but nobody fell. No trees were uprooted, no rivers distorted, no castles or walls buried. From within the light, everyone felt a surge of something truthful as their wounds began to heal. Eerily, something astounding happened. The dead began to open their eyes, and the same eyes that were glazed in the abyss of death began to churn with light of life. The sight was ghastly, yet strangely uplifting. Light burned like holy fire, yet within that light, a gasp of darkness emerged. At first a flicker, it grew and spread and unfurled like wings, and the day soon became night, grisly and enshadowed. There were, however, no kindling stars to illuminate the sky, nor was there a moon to shine down upon the world. But just as the light gave birth to darkness, something surged within the lurid nothing of obsidian, a kindle of golden fire. At first a flicker, it grew, bit by bit, and like a hellhound it became all-consuming. Within Valen's gaze, the world churned in flames and his joy quickly disappeared. For within those fires, screams began to cry, wails of pain, anguish, and soul-rending despair. Eyes of those hopeful with life ignited with fire, jets of golden beaming from their sockets, burning them away. All looked up to the sky, and tens of thousands of golden jets beamed into the darkness. The city was inflamed right after, consumed in the howling flames. Everything was vanishing, being denied. Tears began to coalesce in Valen's eyes, his entire body shaking, for he was not burning. Ryan was not burning. Nothing behind them was burning. Just the city and the battlefield, men and women who marched with him, men and women who wished to deny him the throne, and all the innocents who simply got caught in the crossfire of the civil war, they were all burning. What cast the heart even more was that, the sight was beautiful. It was picturesque, akin to a painting that would be hung above the golden throne. The world before him burned, a painting screaming and howling in world-ending agony, and all he could do was admire it. From within the flames, a ripping halo appeared, a burning wheel churned molten, liquid fires, quite a lot like the wheel of a watermill. It grew larger and larger with each passing second, soon rising from behind the massive palace, casting a flaming ray toward the rest of the world. It replaced the sun, sucking away the burning inferno below and consuming it all. In its wake, it left ash and dust, corpses of countless souls melted into layers of fine ashes. Shell-shocked, all Valen could do was stare at the infernal halo. It grew to the size of a mountain, its outer edges embossed with an array of flames, while its heart continued to churn beams inwardly, forging an ethereal figure. It was that of a young child, a tiny dot in the infinite sea of light and fires. And yet, despite the distance and the size, Valen could clearly feel that the child was looking at him, its eyes glazed in, nothing. For the child was not human, nor was it a god, but something beyond, something temporal, infinite, undaunting, untouched, pure and primal. Were his legs not broken, Valen was certain he would have knelt toward the figure. But all he could do was stare as he continued to silently weep. For now the story was fulfilling its last weeps. This was all because of him, he knew. All these people died because of him. I didn't think you'd be this cruel, a familiar voice spoke softly as a mirage appeared in front of Valen, soon replaced by the same, broad back that he was all too familiar with. You think me cruel, O newborn one? A voice that spoke was not of one, but of infinite. A choir blended together. Part cruel, part childish, Silas' voice was calm. It was familiar. So familiar that Valen's raging heart suddenly felt quaintly calm. The contract was fulfilled, the voice boomed into the sky as the time came to a halt. Valen didn't know how he knew, but he knew that time had stopped. It froze. It waited, bent under the will of two figures that seemed to transcend it. I'm fairly certain that the fireworks show wasn't part of the contract, though, Silas said. But whatever. You're done now. Leave. Now who is cruel, oh newborn one? The fiery halo vanished in an instant as a figure of a young girl appeared in front of Silas, floating some distance off the edge of the cliff. She was smiling faintly, though as for what that smile meant, Valen was ignorant. Do you not think the poor boy deserves the truth at last? Not your kind of truth. What is my kind of truth? Cruel kind. Hee hee. You've not known cruelty yet, oh newborn one. That's enough, a softer voice joined suddenly as a woman wearing a simple dress appeared next to Silas, her snow-white hair fluttering in the non-existent wind. Speaking of cruelty, the young girl's gaze shifted over to the woman, the playful look in them disappearing. This was not part of the deal. Forgive me, then. I was blind to his suffering, the child said. You have hid it well. We never hid anything, the woman spoke, tilting her head slightly as she smiled. Canyons of time cannot masquerade what we do not wish to see. Indeed, the child said. In some ways, we are all still rooted in who we first were. No matter how much we change, how far we evolve, what dimensions we conquer, we all come from the primality of man. Boy, the woman suddenly looked at Valen, causing his heart to freeze. Faith in you carved out countless souls. These two want to shield you from the burden, but I am not them. For the remainder of your days, know that your rain was cast upon the river of torment. That is a burden you must learn to weigh, whatever the means. Tisk, petty till the end, the woman clicked her tongue and spoke harshly. Indeed. Cruel and petty. Just how it all began. He forgave you. A long time ago. And yet could never love me. And yet could never love you. Until the next holy cause. Asha. Until the next one, Meredith. The young girl suddenly disappeared and the halted time came undone, beginning to flow once again as per the law of nature. The winds began to howl and blow, carrying the mountains of ashes down below in every which direction. The harrowing sight was too much, causing Valen to pass out. Ryan next to him was weeping silently, on her knees, having recognized the brief crack of the voice of the woman in the sky. Man. I got so fucking lost there, Silas said, glancing at Asha. What was that about? That. Asha chuckled, looking up toward the appearing sun. Just another love story that never was. Chapter 208. Wherefore the gods of man weep. Ghastly arms numbered in millions, all stretching out from within the darkened void, lumbering with vile intent. They were clawing at him, reaching past the membrane of reality, slithering up and down his skin, shaking and stirring his soul. And upon their terrible palms, he saw faces emerge like ghosts clawing out of thin layers of skin. Faces of pain, faces of agony, faces beyond distorted and human. They were screaming, roaring, crying, weeping, and suffocating. They were horrid, paintings of hell born to life before his very eyes. But the screams were silent, their voices unheard. Their suffering hidden in the sudden fan of otherworldly flames. They burst from a tiny kindle into a perfect wheel, one that rotated in rhythmic sequences, consuming the world in the halo of light and, with it, all the arms and all the faces upon the palms and all the expressions that he would never forget. Valen woke up screaming and shaking, covered in sweat from head to toe. He was alone, in a dark room lit by a single candle. It took him a moment to recognize the reality, and that fleeting moment later, he broke. A scream erupted from his throat that set his lungs ablaze, and he began madly thrashing about on the bed, unsuccessfully trying to move the legs made of lead. But they were unneeded. He clawed out of the bed and fell down onto the wooden floor, still screaming. Just as he was about to reach for the dagger resting upon the nearby cupboard, a pair of gentle arms suddenly held him up as warm and loving energy flowed into him. His tears began to dry as his reddened eyes turned to the side where he saw the white-haired woman pull him up lightly and put him down onto the bed. She had a somber yet calming expression, corners of her lips curled up into the faintest of smiles. His unwound mind healed a bit, for a moment, but memories surged back. Just as the cracks began to spread yet again, the holistic energy patched them as though with mortar. Was she telling the truth? Valen asked, his voice cracking and shaking. That child. Yes, Asha replied softly, sitting up on the bed by his side and caressing his hair gently. But only in pragmatics. What else is there? He screamed. I am still responsible. No, despite his outburst, she remained calm like a stone wall blasted away by a belated tide. You are not responsible for anything, Valen. The king and the queen made the deal, putting up the heads of their subjects as the sacrifice. You merely lived out their own blinded tale. Despite the words sounding comforting, Valen didn't feel that comfort. He felt anger. Pain. Regret. More anger. 1,000 things swirling together in a mass of emotions that seemed incapable of ever unraveling from the tangled web they've become. It's fine, Asha said as the gentle energy surged within him. Rest, for now. Rest. Outside, sprawled on the table, the important figures that Silas ordered stayed behind were all fast asleep. No, to call it sleep was a lie. They were all in a perfect blackout. Every time they woke up and saw the ashen ruins of the capital, they resumed drinking. That was their healing paste, and Silas simply observed them. The only one who didn't indulge in it, surprisingly, was Rhine. The young girl stayed silent, though to call her calm would also be quite a lie. Silas walked up to her and sat by her side. Though she was alerted to his presence, she barely moved, merely lowering her head slightly. Her eyes had healed by now, the surface wounds covered up with thick scars. But despite them, she was still beautiful, harrowingly beautiful, but beautiful nonetheless. Will you leave us, now? She suddenly asked, causing him to glance at her as he opened up a bottle of wine. What makes you say that? He asked back. It makes sense. It does. You came from the seeming nowhere and did the seeming impossible, she said. All stories like that always end the same way. Do you want me to stay? He asked softly. No, she replied after a few moments, shaking her head. I know that the rest is upon us. You've fallen really bad for that brat, haven't you? Silas chuckled as Ryan's cheeks flushed ever so slightly. He'll need you now more than ever, Ryan. What can I even do for him? She mumbled. Everything, he replied without hesitation. Everything that matters, anyway. He's a strong kid, just like you. But now he's floating aimlessly and he needs a bedrock. Something to land upon that won't let him go. Did you know this would happen? She asked suddenly. Though she was unable to see, she roughly grasped the situation. This? No, Silas replied honestly. I knew that there would be a price to pay, but, in all honesty, I thought I'd be the one paying it. Rather, I was hoping I'd be the one paying it. Why would you pay for it? Because children shouldn't be the ones paying the price of the mistakes of the old men and women, he replied. But, horrid though it may be, that is the nature of life. Old and dying leave in their wake the sufferings that the young end up living out. While the king and the queen went ahead, smiling in the face of something they considered a holy victory, they left behind the youngs that will die without ever fully recovering from it. Such is the nature of the world. You aren't like that. Silas chuckled lightly at the words. I'm happy you think so, at least. Just then, the footsteps alerted Ryan to a new presence as Asha walked up to them and sat down. He woke up. For a moment, Asha replied. How is he? Ryan asked tenderly. Hanging in there, Asha replied vaguely. How about you? Hanging in there. Clever. I try. You should also go and rest, Silas said. There won't be any nightmares. I promise. No. Let them be, Ryan said as she stood up. There can't be any worse than reality at this point. The young girl walked away slowly, grasping away with her arms to make sense of the dark world around her. Her figure appeared ever so slightly smaller than before, as though the weight of everything had pressed her down closer to the ground. Silas sighed, taking a sip of wine as the burning sun began to set behind the distant mountains. I didn't know either, Asha said. For what it's worth. I knew there'd be a sacrifice, but... I've made you quite humane, it seems, Silas chuckled as the two locked their gazes. You just reminded me, she replied with a smile. I've always been human, Silas. All of us have. No, that's the wrong way to word it. All sentient things, human and otherwise, are the same. We feel, though echoes of those emotions tend to fade with time. You don't have to tell me, Silas said, looking at the ashen wasteland. I barely feel a thing, and the thing I do feel is the one I force myself to feel. You have taken in this whole thing rather marvelously, she said as she moved over to his bench, lying down and resting her head onto his laps, her face looking up. You have me fearing your body has been snatched. The only thing that ever snatched me is you. So, I'm a thing now. What else are you? He looked down. You're too beautiful to be human, but too human to be eldritch. What a strange way to grade a person. What are you, then, in that equation? A parasite latched onto the teats of his mama. That might genuinely be the most disgusting thing you've ever said. I've said many disgusting things. You don't have to brag about it. What else have I got? He smiled. I can't write poems, I can't tell stories, I can't create clever sayings, can't espouse philosophies, all I've got left is my ability to form sentences so disgusting that they leave a cosmic creature stumped for that brief moment. Ah, fair enough, she said. I'll let you have it. Much obliged. Were we always this good at saying a lot yet virtually nothing? She quizzed after a few moments of silence. I was. You learned, he replied. I'm fairly certain we are dapper professionals right now. You shouldn't sound so proud about it. There's nothing good with that. I vehemently disagree. We're doing it again. Would you rather sneak away and go to town with each other? Ha, she sighed heavily. Never mind. You are banned from ever uttering disgusting things. Yeah, good luck with that. Chapter 209. Gears of Creation. As twilight's last kiss parted from the day, a barren, sorrowful landscape stretched out towards the bleak horizon. Where a pulsing heart of a grand capital city once stood, there was now only a silhouette of charred desolation. Its lively veins that bustled with the laughter of children and the rhythm of commerce were now rivulets of silence, carrying whispers of a time before the cataclysm. The echo of cosmic fire, the magic that had raised this flourishing kingdom to nothing more than a tragic tableau of ashes, still hung heavily in the air. In the middle of this void, a solitary figure stood, clad in shadows as thick as a winter's cloak. His presence seemed to ripple the very fabric of reality as he opened his eyes, peering into the invisible gears of the universe, his gaze drifting into realms that lay beyond the mortal understanding of space and time. Silas never imagined himself here in the vast nothingness. He was but a man, a lowly nothing, a little thing, and now, he was ungodly. He had become a voyager, that which feeds the cosmos with particulates. Asha did not need to inform him, for he instinctively knew as soon as the shadows consumed him he was Voyager of Death, the Masked Reaper, the faceless ghoul consuming the ending life. Many worlds called him many things, some even dubbed him a merciful angel, and some yet a vengeful demon. What he was still at his core was human, though he felt the power beyond cosmic grasp swelling within him. It did not change that he was quite young, all things considered. And innocently naive of many things. For beyond the veil of the material that the human eyes could see, he had grasped the tendons of it all, the gears that move and originate everything. The cosmos was a grand orchestration of forces, emanating from a single point, the Inu, or Genesis particle. From it stemmed four fundamental concepts: creation, destruction, life, and death. Each concept birthed a representative avatar, the primordial Voyagers, who upheld the delicate balance of existence. The primordial Voyagers had long since vanished, and while their derived concepts could continue without avatars, the universe required the presence of Voyagers for the fundamental four. Such was the strange paradox of existence, where the Voyagers both crafted and were bound by the laws they upheld. Emerging from the poetic haze of universal mechanisms, the narrative returned to the figures embroiled in this cosmic dance. Silas, now a being of profound reverence, was joined by Asha. Her eyes, seemingly filled with stardust, mirrored the sprawling cosmos she contemplated. "What do you think?" Asha asked as she cast her gaze outwardly toward the expanding cosmos. Even she could not count the innumerable galaxies, for even the Voyagers could not be quicker than the expansion of everything. "What's there to think?" Silas replied with a sigh. "I'll just ignore it and pretend I've never learned any of it." "Why? You expected something more complex." "Well, yet." Silas chuckled lightly as the two withdrew from the projected cosmos and into their tent where the light of the lantern gently illuminated them. "It can't be that all that is, was, and will be came from a single particle. It's just a myth, Silas. Hey. The only confirmed true part of the origin story is that there, indeed, were four primordial Voyagers. But they have been dead for literally billions of years at this point. The only reason why we even know about them is that every inheritor of their particular concept is told so through the fragments. Just like human myths, Voyager myths could be true, or they may be entirely made up. For example, for a long time, there was a common belief among the Voyagers that permanence of a concept was what augmented one's strength. And that's not true." "Of course not," Asha said. "Concept is a wrong word to use, anyway. We aren't concepts, we are living, breathing beings capable of wielding existing, physical elements and not some made-up vujo. You may represent the concept of death, but you are not death, Silas. I want you to remember that. Can't I just be your boy toy and we can call it a day?" "Oh, that you are, of course. But our lives will be long. We'll have to diversify our interests. Did you ever consider taking up piano?" The ensuing conversation, steeped in cosmic intricacies and light-hearted banter, was a stark contrast to the happenings within another tent. Here, Prince Valen, bound by the constraints of his wheelchair, was gripped by a tormenting guilt. He grappled with the monstrous notion that he might be responsible for the destruction of his own city. Although it was his parents who had forged the deadly pact with the Voyager, as the sole surviving kin, he bore the colossal burden of their sins. The remnants of a kingdom left to him, the daunting task of rebuilding it, and the overwhelming weight of tens of thousands of deaths stared back at him in the face of the Voyager's debt collection. The mysteries that shrouded Silas had begun to clear, like a morning fog slowly unveiling the landscape beneath. Valen, through the lens of his human understanding, had begun to comprehend the man he had traversed a complex journey with. Or perhaps, he had started to grasp the entity that Silas had morphed into. It was a perplexing thought, tinged with a mix of awe and sorrow, as it marked the culmination of their shared journey. Silas, who had been christened as the Prophet, now seemed to be anything but. A foreboding suspicion nestled in the crevices of Valen's mind, whispering that Silas might never have been truly human, or divine, for that matter. He was something else, something that resided in the twilight zone between mortality and godhood. And as their journey neared its end, Valen had come to a staggering realization. Silas had shed his semi-mortal shell and had ascended into an existence beyond the grasp of human understanding. He had become a Voyager. The timeline of this transformation was unclear. Had it been a sudden metamorphosis, or a gradual shift that had occurred right under Valen's nose? The reasons and mechanics behind this evolution were even more obscure. These were matters of cosmic intricacy, matters that Valen, despite his noble status and educated mind, found himself woefully unequipped to decipher. And why should he? He was but a mortal, a man bound by the constraints of human thought and human life, navigating a universe that was vastly more complex than what his human senses could perceive. As a prince, he was versed in the affairs of his kingdom, knowledgeable in the arts and sciences of his world. But when it came to matters of the cosmos, he was as ignorant as the next man. In the light of this newfound understanding, Silas' peculiarities, his idiosyncrasies, and his superhuman strength took on a different meaning. They were no longer baffling anomalies but rather stepping stones in his path towards becoming a Voyager. Silas had been transitioning into a being of cosmic indifference, an entity that existed on a plane far beyond the reach of humanity and divinity. This revelation brought Valen a sense of uneasy clarity. The gods of the realm, whose tales of divine power and wisdom he had grown up with, held the Voyagers in absolute reverence. These were beings whose existence was a testament to the cosmos' infinite complexity and paradoxical simplicity. They were entities who, despite being integral to the cosmic mechanism, remained elusive to human understanding. The human mind, despite its incredible ability to learn and adapt, was barely capable of conceptualizing the existence of a Voyager, let alone understanding the depth of their being. They were like distant celestial bodies, visible to the naked eye, yet their true nature, their true power, was something that could only be speculated upon, never truly comprehended. In the grand cosmic narrative, Silas had become a voyager, a testament to the universe's endless mysteries and the human mind's relentless pursuit of understanding. Amid the ruins of his capital city, Valen found himself reflecting not just on the journey he had shared with Silas, but on the vast and fascinating cosmos they were both a part of. Chapter 210. Gods, Men, and Things Unspoken. 3 months had gone by since the fateful day that the kingdom, by and large, had dubbed the Vanishing. One day, the capital of the Ithwar kingdom stood proud and tall, a shining beacon of power and might and authority, and the next, it was gone. The gorgeously paved streets gone. The lines and rows of houses gone. The seemingly never-ending commercial buildings lining the streets gone. 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 All gone up in flames that could be seen from hundreds of miles away. The Wheel of Reckoning, they called it, the fiery halo that cast golden fire upon the world, washing it anew. It was, by far, believed to be a punishment sent by the gods, for the sins of the kingdom. But the living cannot rest upon the shoulders of the dead. Life goes on, and it moves, and time never halts for no man, and for no gods. And now, not even Silas. For the first time in what was thousands of years, he lived with the rest. There was no dying and trying anew any longer. He had become part of the world, now, as the timelines converged into one. He never quite grasped the machinations of how his reality and the other realities merged, but he hardly cared enough to mull over it. To him, it was all in the past so distant, the vast majority of it was already forgotten. For despite becoming something akin to a fundamental force of reality, large parts of him were still very much human. And yet, then again, large parts of him were not human. In truth, he likely should have left soon after he fulfilled his quest, making Valen the king. But he didn't. He couldn't. He stayed and he observed in silence as the broken and shattered recouped and began becoming whole once again. That was the majesty of humanity, he realized, to pick themselves up from the vanishingless small nothingness and build back up the pillars that were the arms reaching toward the wanting infinity. There, where only ashes and horrid memories were just 3 months ago, a small, sprawling town was erected bit by bit, building by building, stone by stone, a new era was being ushered before his very eyes. The story told to the world was half a lie, but it worked wonders. The gods punished the king and the queen and the corrupt capital by smiting them down, in their place allowing a cripple fighting for the soul of the kingdom to inherit the title and begin building it from scratch. Though the fires were being constantly put out, they were few and far between, just enough to keep the heads awake and alert, but not enough to stir enough fire to burn down everything. Thousands came from the vast villages and towns and cities, and thousands more helped with the building. It was strange, Silas mused in silence. The hatreds being washed so effortlessly by a single act of tragedy. He didn't help, not directly, at least. Foremost, the strange, odd, and flamboyant prophet that accompanied the king was now a shadow of a memory, someone who vanished seemingly with the capital itself. It was not right, Silas knew, to meddle in the affairs of the mortals much, but he meddled still, at least a little bit. He put out a few of the more dangerous fires stealthily, pinned the vast world of the undead to the north into obedience, and ensured that no other nearby kingdoms considered acts of war for the foreseeable future. Hey, Ash's voice woke him from his thoughts, prompting him to glance back. A breath later, she appeared from the white mist, donning the ever-so-familiar white dress. Unlike him, she stayed visible and active every day. She would go down from the mountain and into the settlement. What she did, Silas did not know, nor did he ask. Hey, he greeted back, pouring her a cup of wine and setting it to the side as she sat down next to him, tossing her legs over the cliff and leaving them hanging. Fall below was deep and vast and led into the dark forest, but neither cared. You're early today. I know you'd be missing me horribly after a few late nights. You knew well. They keep asking about you. It tracks. I am quite memorable. You won't come no matter what. Silas glanced at her and sighed, looking back up at the sky. He wanted to go, but there was something deep in him, a voice that was holding him back. I can't baby them, Ash. Name me one time you've babied them. Ash scoffed. Besides, if we're going to make a relationship that will last an eternity, actually, well, last, we have to dispense with lies, Silas. I held back so far on the account that this was difficult for you. But it's difficult for me, and them too. For you. He cast her an awkward glance. Yes, it is, she nodded, taking a sip of wine. Saying goodbyes is never easy, Silas. It never gets easy. But just because it is hard, we can't stop extending greetings either. There's a whole army of those who hid from all sentient life, retired in some dark corner of the cosmos, but I never want to end up like them. Is it that bad? It's awful. Yes, we will say a lot of goodbyes as we watch the ages come and go, and we will bury innumerable beloved, but we can't just run away from that reality. That's not why I'm running, Ash, he said. I know. You do. I'm sympathetic, I'm not a moron. I saw it. The way they started looking at me, he said slowly. How? Worship. Awe. Desire. They deified me, Ash. Even Valen wouldn't look me directly in the eyes. Can you blame them? She asked. I can't. No, I don't blame them. I'd probably be the same. What's the problem then? I don't know, he sighed, scratching his head. In some ways, I guess I have to get used to it, no? And it's hardly as though I feel wholly and completely human, anyway. No, I get it, she said, smiling faintly. We are human, Silas. You twice as much as me. Doesn't say a whole lot. It does, she said. Remember, I fell in love with a human, not a god, not a voyager. Just a poor little boy, lost and broken and scarred. It is hard to watch those you considered brethren cast you up onto a pedestal. Ever happened to you? Wow, you are not particularly bright. Look into the mirror, dumbass. It was a roundabout way of asking you to, you know, tell a story. I know, she grinned as he rolled his eyes and groaned. How does it feel? Not nice. Then maybe stop doing it to me. Not a chance. Anyway, the story. There's no one particular story, Silas, she said. But, though it may break your heart, you were not the first human I have ever loved. Shocking, but go on. He said with a deadpan expression. But you are the first to have ever loved me back. As soon as they all learned I was more than a human, without ever even truly knowing what, well, you've experienced it. But we can't fault them for that. I don't. So, embrace it. Go showboat there like your usual self, and awe them by proving that you can be a proper moron and still ascend beyond humanity. Give them hope. Dig a hole and bury yourself in it. Besides, how are you going to give them gifts if you stay here on the mountain like a socially crippled hermit? Has he ever told you what the world looked like in his eyes? Silas suddenly asked, prompting Asha to wince in pain for a moment before replying. No. He never said anything. Why? Tell me, what do you see when you enter that settlement? What do you mean? How does that world seem to you? Hopeful? Encouraging? Wild? Whole, she replied after a moment's silence. Why? How do you see it? Dark, cloudy, muddy, he replied. Hanging above everyone's heads are tendrils, some thick and some thin, and when they snap, people die. No wonder he didn't like crowds. It is not even that, he said, taking a sip of wine. It's constantly being reminded that things converge toward a singular end. Young, old, healthy, crippled, sick, there is nothing that lasts. Wait, is there a tendril above me? She asked, and though he didn't say anything, the look in his eyes spoke more than words ever could. Silas. I realized something only when the finality of it all happened, he added. Every single waking hour of every single day, there will be flickers converging from all corners of the cosmos, into me. I will become a resting place for the entire cosmos, Ash. And when all things have come to an end, and the last of the living has died, I will die too. Ash's eyes teared up suddenly, a surge of emotions past and present thrashing about within her soul. Don't cry, he said, smiling lightly. It won't be the end. From my death, new life will emerge. And so, the cycle begins anew. I really never knew. Never, why didn't he ever tell me? Probably because he loved you more than me. Hey, she elbowed him gently. So, this ending, is it any time soon? Oh, gods no, Silas burst out into laughter. That's what you were worried about. Can you blame me, she said, suddenly snuggling up to him, hugging his side. My eternity with you has only just begun. I'd rage into madness if it were to end so soon. You'll get sick and tired of me a million times over before we come anywhere close to that end, he said. Now, you ready to hike back down? Not tonight. Why? Oh. Yeah, not tonight. Web novel is currently ongoing. Latest chapter is chapter 210, Gods, Men, and Things Unspoken.